through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we cause it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We up, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
What is up, everyone, and welcome to another week of Spike Down. We're already at week number 5 with your favorite yappers, Vansili and Roy. Roy, I think just last weekend we were able to finally see each other after a very long time because we were hanging out at the Shopify Rebellion offices to see the Game Changers victory of Shopify Rebellion themselves. How you been, man? I think I haven't seen you in like, what, 12 hours? But
yeah, it's been
it was
so
a pretty
long,
fun
12 hours.
wasn't it?
No, it was. We had the esports dads got to spend some time together and drink mocktails. Shout out to Sean Garris for that one. I can't wait to tell the lore on Twitter. I cannot wait to expose it. But for now, yeah, it's a pretty great weekend. We got to watch GC finals, and now we're back onto challengers. It's Valorant, baby. I love that.
Exactly, and even just before the Game Changers finals, actually, we also had the week number 3, of course, of challengers. And you know what? I don't think there's anything that's super cool or like big to really talk about because there's like the teams that were supposed to win kind of like won. But at least there's some like ODs that we could actually talk about. There was at least like a big M80 win. When we talk about teams that are supposed to win, M80 is supposed to be one of those teams, and they haven't had the hottest of starts. But at least this time around, it looked very convincing against Core. On top of that, Nismo was looking like he was firing all cylinders back to the old Nismo self. And I think overall now this team looks pretty awesome. But I think I want to go more specifically into even not only them looking good in terms of synergy and being able to shoot, but it's also coming out with interesting compositions because if you're looking at the at the Ascent composition, we pulled out a Yoru for Qualadoob. I think this was the first time they pulled out a Yoru in like his VCT career. And then we also had Nismo on a Deadlock. And it was like, what, a one-sided affair of, I think, of like a 13-4 scoreline. So I want to know your thoughts about this composition.
Okay. Wow, there's so much. I'll start with the comp, and then we're going to go more general to M80 stuff, okay? So the composition itself is actually pretty sick. It's sort of a variation of the Turtle Troop meta, right? Where they kind of brought in the Deadlock Cypher combo. So it's just that, but instead they swapped out the Jet for the Yoru for the extra flashes, because that is the one thing the Jet comp lacks, right? It's like they dropped KO for Deadlock, but they never really got flashes from anywhere else. So they actually picked up the Yoru as a sort of replacement for that. And yeah, like, I mean, like, the comp functions essentially the same way as a Jet comp does, right? You have a lot of op plays with Yoru, you have a lot of aggression plays with Yoru, and I mean you can just tell like by how aggressive M80 was just looking at the stat sheet. If 4-1 on the openers for Koala, 3-0 on the openers for Nismo, 3-1 on openers for Xander, like they were so aggressive on the openers and they were not relenting on the gas pedal. So I mean, shout out to them. But more generally though, Vance, you remember how like in the beginning of the season we were talking about Koala and Nismo not really firing on all cylinders, and it was sort of like the one thing we kind of expected from M80. Now it seems like they might low-key. Are they back? They might be back, dude.
I'm hoping so. And on top of that, they're not only they're shooting, but they're shooting with some great synergy too. And even to take it back to a point where you're talking about their composition, how aggressive they were rather. This is also all on their defensive side as well, which is fairly interesting too. So I think that advantage of having that Deadlock in your comp as well for Nismo allows for you to block that lane and have like this 4-man hit or the aggression out of a certain spot. Whereas if the pressure then comes into like, oh, let's try to figure out the weak side or let's try to fight out against Nismo, then at least the Yoru allows for you to TP back and also have like the extra player in the team to be able to help anchor out the sites or be able to help out the player to retakes, as you said. I think you brought out an interesting shout to say that we brought our Yoru instead of KO, because I actually didn't even think about that. That the lack of flashes, if you're gonna pull away from the KO and bring out a Deadlock, and then you need something to compensate for that too on retakes, because if not, it's so difficult to retake on this B and A site when players are anchored within on a pulse plant on the attack. So that's actually pretty good. I am also my stocks are slowly coming back here for M80, and I'm hoping to see that this trend continues in a right way, in the right direction. But I think it's good. You know what? I'm already gonna flip my hopes. I think they're gonna look pretty awesome right now.
You guys sold in 1 week?
I mean, it looks so clean.
No, man. That's crazy.
It was so. It did. It's still against Core. You know, it's not because it's you know, Core and T-Dog and everybody that roster has actually an amazing roster as well for Core. That's like a a mid-pack type of like I could have upsets here and there on certain weeks. And if M80 is able to come out very strong, and you have to think about how T-Dog and the coaching staff over at Core does a lot of prep work against their opponents, especially at this level when you're able to prep once a week. They definitely come in with a certain game plan. And if unfortunately you're still falling by so far behind in the results against M80, then it shows that M80 was really good in sticking to their own game plan and didn't have to readjust too much. And in that sense, it shows that type of domination that we expect out of M80, right? It's not like oh crap, they're gonna have to pull timeouts and try to come back or like try to figure things out. Like everything worked out in their game plan for themselves. Yeah, I mean, I would like to add as well that like, how do you even prepare for a comp you've never even seen before? Yeah. Right. Like, but they can only do so much prep. Like they can be like, oh, this is Koala's, habits. But like, as soon as you load in, you're like, Yoru deadlock. That's that was not in the homework. Like, what do we do against this? Right. And obviously it kind of worked because they got the defensive prize factor. And it's just like, it's kind of crazy from there, to be honest. On Icebox, that one's a little bit more tame. So they probably had a little bit more homeworks, hence their better results on that side. But I mean, I'm kind of on your boat. Like I definitely see the uptrend here for M80, but also Core has not really been playing too well in the stage 2, to be honest, right? Like they took a pretty harsh loss against Dobros, and it honestly does not feel like they've recovered into the M80 match, which is kind of tough. But no, for sure. If anything, though, that was the point I was going to bring too. If maybe you weren't as prepped on a map like Ascent, well, at least Icebox has those reps for M80, and they're going to pull out, right? They're going to pull out that Omen on that map on Icebox as well. But overall, I mean, yes, it was sort of close, but with still a 13-8 scoreline where it didn't really look like M80 were really struggling in that fight or in that series, then you do have a little bit of hope here for this team. But you are right, it has been fairly slow for Core, but overall I still think that they flipped the switch here for M80, and we're finally going to see them back on top. I'm gonna stick to my I'm gonna stick to my point for that one as well, and see that M80 is going to be a favorite once again here from now on, especially with the agent changes, and we're going to talk about it a bit. If anything, I think there's two other small things we could note. The first one, I'm just going to skim through it at least. It's Fluffy AIMERS defeating TSM. Honestly, if you're looking at this on paper, there's a lot of people that might think that this may come to a surprise, but I think it's just because you're how can I say it? It's just maybe because it's a assigned team, so you're always like a big name or more of a hope, or exactly, you're going to lean towards that side. But I think skill wise, both of these teams are very, very close, even neck and neck, when we're looking at how these rosters are actually composed here with which players. And even Fame beat TSM on a 13-1 scoreline on
that's tough,
where nothing worked for them, dude. I think I saw like so many instances of like a X versus 1 that was at the advantage of TSM that they lost in a clutch against like Mame and Jonah on that map, and it's hard to bounce back from that one. At least they still brought it to a third map, but it's very hard to bounce back from a 13-1 loss. Yeah, I mean, let's do some quick maths, right? So it was a 14-round game. Fluffy Aim had a 1v2s, a 1v1, and a 1v3. That's four clutches out of 13 rounds. It's like almost quarter of the rounds were just clutches for Fluffy AIMERS. So maybe the game was a little bit pretty much. So like maybe the game was a little bit closer than we thought, but they just couldn't close out the key rounds. And I mean, obviously that's still a bad sign regardless. But I mean, the other two maps were pretty chill, I think. Yeah. And then at least if anything, like I said, it'll go back and forth. And I think for these two teams, it's always going to be not necessarily struggle, but there's going to be a lot of even matches when you're actually going into that mid pack, right? Outside of those top fours that we always mention every week. So it's always going to flip. It's going to go back and forth. If you're trying to do predictions or you're trying to count on a certain team to come up on top, I think you have more chances to get it right if you go on Google and just hit the coin flip and then just go on either or, but if not, the last match that I want to mention is the YFP versus Turtle Troop, because YFP now, I mean, in the first week when it started here for stage 2, it was like, okay, well, they got firepower. It works out pretty good. Now it looks even better because in week 3, you're also bringing out composition changes. Whereas on, I think it was Lotus, you had Jake play Clove, you had Penny on a Neon, and then you had Physic on a Breach, and they looked absolutely awesome against CTR. They still lost the series, but at least they won that map, and Jake had such good impact on a Clove, but I think it's a lot on this combination of this Penny and Breach, and this Penny on Neon and Physics on Breach. So I want to know your thoughts about this Poppy composition here that we see currently with this comp. Do you like it right now on a map like Lotus?
Yeah, I think I very much like YFP's comp on Lotus right now. The Viper, okay, the double controller meta just feels extremely weird right now in my opinion. So that's why a lot of teams are shifting off of it and they're going into like the double initiators. So that's already like a plus sign for YFP.
And sorry, in what sense as well? Because yes, I've noticed that as well. There's been more ciphers coming through too, instead of like a killjoy. So you could actually add a little bit more lurking capabilities or information you could gather towards this A side without forcing like a Viper to stay behind. But are people falling away from, or are people taking a step back from the double controller because of the Viper nerfs? Or is there another reason why here that you're seeing Viper being pulled out of this comp a little bit more?
I think it's like 80% the reason. Like Viper just feels kind of bad to play right now, to be honest, right? Like the committed orb, the committed walls, like the lack of a single Molotov, like that's pretty tough, to be honest. The snake bite nerf is pretty rough. But beyond that, I think it's just like the other 20% of the coin is it's just a little overplayed at this point. Like everyone kind of knows the lurk timings, everyone kind of understands how the comp functions, right? Like they understand the spreads. Like something needed to change, and people are always going to gravitate to the agents that are on the higher power curve, right? And that's like we're looking at Breach, we're looking at Gecko on that map. Like Ove is kind of like, in my opinion, like a lateral change to Omen. I don't think it changes the dynamic too much. I still prefer the Omen personally, but hey, they're making it work, so shout out to them. But the neon is really the big thing. And honestly, I'm sure we'll end up circling back to this because we are going to be moving into a new patch. But I think that this comp that YFP is running right now is I think they're trying to get ahead of the meta, and they're going to have a really, really, really nice time on that map because they're already ready to go for the new patch. So they're completely chilling.
Let's talk about that then. Let's talk about this new patch.
Yeah, I want to jump into it. All right, let's go.
Yeah, this week, in week number 4 we're going into now, we're already going to play on patch 8.11. So Challengers is able to see the neon changes and also all the duelist changes over the VCT Americas. That's only going to start this weekend only. So this is a nice little appetizer into what's to come, and let's talk about that, right? So you mentioned, you're getting ready for the meta for YFP. Neon's gonna have like probably the biggest changes that people are talking about a lot outside of ISO, but want to go through it one by one. So starting with Neon here, so there's been a few buffs and a few nerfs that came through, but overall it seems very positive in terms of buffs. I'm just gonna read through them right now, and I want to know your thoughts too. So Neon now has almost like an almost instant double slide now to her kit, and I think that's like the biggest thing to talk about. So let's start with that. Do you think this agent do you think the people are overreacting, that the fans are overreacting in Valorant now that Neon has almost like an instant double dash? Is it that?
No, I don't. Yeah, no, it's not only the double dash, it's the fact that you are accurate while you are dashing and you have 2 of them. Is wild. It's so wild to me. But yeah, I mean, beyond that, like the side strafing, right? Like if you think about it, if you're a Neon player, you could hold angles, and as soon as you take your initial shot, you have like a pseudo jet dash as long as you're holding really tight corners, right? Like because you can sprint sideways. Like that was never a mechanic before. You always have to sprint forward with Neon, but now you can go sideways at the same speed, which is kind of quirky in its own way, because now it kind of enables like a whole new like way of playing Neon, like where you can hold tight angles and be out immediately. And then the triple slide with ult is also a new mechanic. It was only a double slide previously, but now the double slide is the standard. So it's like they have a triple slide now. Like that's wild. And on top of that, that's the final point for me, is like the regen time for the sprint, like the stamina, I guess if you want to call it that. The stamina is only 20-second recharge instead of 60 seconds, which is also wild, because now you can go from point A to point B and back to point A and back to point B, and you pretty much have stamina the entire time, realistically.
Yeah. If anything, too, though, some of the buffs that people haven't been talking about is her concusses are actually are lasting like a 0.5 a little bit longer, and it also activates a little bit more quickly. So you could be very like, you could smother your opponents a lot, especially in these duels. And how she can be very quick from an AD strafe and a forward and backwards at the same amount of speed in terms of unit. It does actually add a lot of change to that. But also when you talk about the accuracy, that's pretty much there's no drop off in the accuracy when you're sliding, but the time to shoot when you're pulling out the weapon is also much faster as well. Not that much faster, but it's still faster than the old patch, which then means that a Neon could really put like a concuss, dash in, and get your gun up. Now, at this point, I don't want to really go into the metas yet into like what can counter it or not, but like I feel just looking at the Neon on paper for now, it does look pretty strong as an agent. And I wonder which players, if you're thinking about it from challenge, I might put you on the spot here, Roy, but if you're looking at players here currently in challengers, do you think there's going to be any type of these players that could really take Neon to its maximum potential? And what I mean by that is there's been some content creator that has been doing like forward dashes, backward dashes, and no scopes with marshals and stuff. So do you think somebody like Penny could do this, or do you think somebody else right now in challengers could currently do this type of play style?
I think Penny could absolutely do it. I'm just not sure if he's like the absolute zoomer of Neons. But a person that comes to mind when I do think of like the zoomer Neon is going to be Redux, because he's not new to the Neon role. He's played it previously, and he already kind of has a lot of the tech down. So he just needs to get used to the new tech and then the double and triple slide. So I think Redux is going to be a name that comes to mind that it will have like the absolute zoomer of Neon mechanics. I think there are other people in here as well, like like Okeanos will probably pick it up as well. He's a bit of a zoomer. And yeah, there's probably going to be like several good Neons, but how fast they adjust to the new mechanics is going to be in question for sure. I'm sure they'll pick it up pretty quickly. But yeah, to kind of circle back on your point, as kind of my final point on this as well, Vince, is like Neon is really strong in isolation, but when you add the breach and when you add the gecko and you add like that extra supportive utility on top of her utility, it just feels like, on paper, at least, it feels really, really strong. So I'm curious to see what these teams are going to be cooking up, to be honest.
Yeah. And I can't wait to start seeing that over at EMEA as well for VCTs when Miniboo is going to start using that with that breach.
Oh my God.
Right. Because we've already seen a bit of that coming through when they're playing on Sunset. And I believe that even they're at the forefront. Maybe they knew something that we didn't, that Neon's going to get some sort of a buff. But we'll get there when we get there. We're going to cross that bridge when we're going to cross that bridge. And I want to talk about more agents that are kind of like OP. And I've realized I didn't even put this in my notes. But I think the one that's the elephant in the room is the changes that ISO has gone most recently. And it looks like the changes for ISO has been so strong that I don't really even notice if these had anything that was like weakened in this kit. Like his walls stayed the same, if I'm not mistaken. The vulnerability still stays the same. So now it's just like really the double tap mechanics of this. There's been some great. I want to talk about the map rotation actually for this week.
Yeah, baby.
Exactly. The foreseeable future is that, you know, Abyss came out, but it's not going to be picked until potentially like week number 6 or until playoffs. That's TBD. But if anything, the biggest thing is Haven is definitely back. So Breeze is out. Split's going to stay. Haven's in with no changes.
Intuition is like the complete opposite. I feel like we're gonna have BO3s that are gonna last like an hour long. Like I feel like everyone's gonna run it down.
Oh, like the whole BO3 is gonna last.
Yeah. Like I feel like everyone's about to run it down, right? Like we might see a massive resurgence for Sage. And it's a name we have not even mentioned. We haven't even said the word Sage in years, it feels like.
That is true.
And it's about time.
That is true.
Because like the slows are gonna like, do you have 2 of them? It's probably the only like real stall you have against a potential rush meta. Like,
do you think they have good chances against a team like Oxygen with these changes so far?
No.
Next,
no, I think Oxygen is like the worst team to be going up against in this current meta. I think there's a chance. I just don't know what that chance is. That's the thing. If there's a chance, is it a 20? Is it
again?
I mean, dude, my man, shout out to that man. Dude, that guy's career has been so awesome to watch. He's just always up and down. I love it. I don't know. I'm still gonna go Turtle Troops, but I would not be surprised at all if Blinn came out on top.
Another week of Roy being like, "Oh, this looks so good here for Blinn," but Turtle Troops still gonna win.
Turtle Troops, man, they've shown time and time again favorite esports phrase. Like they're the best team. That's just what it is.
Bensley and I are great yappers, and we've gone over the time. So if you want to catch the rest of the episode, check out the rest of the video in the social links below.
It's a new patch, it's a new week, it's a new day for VALORANT Challengers North America. Welcome back, everyone. We're on week 4 and things are changing a little bit. I'm very excited for what's going to be this week 4, where things might change as they have been for the second split. I'm your host, Dryad, and today I'm joined by Wyatt and Marks on the analyst desk and also on the casting booth. And guys, let's talk first about the points that we have, Wyatt, because it seems like split 1 was that very standard, whoever we think is going to win, but this second split has been a lot of new surprises.
Yeah, for sure. It's been pretty crazy with YFP having a terrible stage 1 and now looking phenomenal in stage 2. Blinn, the new team to the Challengers stages, they qualified in through the relegation tournament and they've looked really impressive. Core having a tough time. It's been a total shakeup from what we expected, given stage 1's results, like you said.
And at this point, we still don't know, Marks, who is that number 1 team. As we were saying, that split number 1 was M80. Everybody was talking about M80 and how they were going to make it to Ascension. But now we see this Oxygen team that is looking unstoppable, as you see on that first group. The only one that's 3-0, and on the other side, Turtle Troop 3-0 as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the whole Oxygen idea, what they were trying to build when they were putting together their roster for this year of NA Challengers, I mean, to me, this kind of makes sense. Oxygen kind of came into this with the intention of building a team that is going to make it all the way. Well, M80 felt like they lost a couple of their pieces, and so, you know, they're starting to piece things together, but coming up against the powerhouse that is Oxygen now, like, Oxygen are a very dominant team in this split.
And I mean, I know we're going to have the chance to talk about them a lot today, because let's take a look at how this week 4 matches are going to look like. We have a lot of matches that I feel like they're a little bit harder to predict, but in general, I feel like at least for this first 2 matches, I would say even the 4 that we have for today and tomorrow, you can kind of guess who's going to win.
We're definitely going into this first game, obviously expecting Oxygen to win this. They had a couple of off matches in stage 1, but since the mid-season cup, they've just been on a tear. They haven't lost a single game. Winthrop have looked okay in this stage 2, despite being 1-2. They kept it really close against MXS. They lost 1-2 there. So listen, maybe they can keep this game a bit close, but you have to imagine Oxygen are gonna take this. They are without a doubt the massive favorites.
Insane team, and in general, Marks, as we get to see all the other matches, yeah, we're talking about the favorites today and the favorites that might win these matches for that week number 4, but there's something that we need to talk about, and is that the patch is different. There's gonna be new things coming up. There's Breeze is gonna be gone. We're gonna see Haven again, which I miss very much. This is my favorite map, Marks, and I want to know what the teams have been cooking, because they were already cooking with the patch before, so I don't know what they're gonna be doing today.
I feel like there's probably one of those situations of just too many chefs in the kitchen, because obviously, you know, week 4 changes kind of coming in here with Haven coming back in, Breeze, see you later. Breeze honestly needs a little bit more work before that kind of goes out there, but Haven coming back in is going to be a really interesting. Of course, these teams have been definitely thinking about how they want to play Haven, and on top of that too, lately, at least in NA Challengers, a lot of teams have been trying out new ideas. We're seeing a lot more rotation of different agents come into the map pool. And so kind of like you said, Dryad, I feel like we're probably not going to get that stock standard Haven composition. I think there's a real opportunity. We're going to see some pretty unique stuff this week.
I really want to see Haven. I'm going back all the way to the old G2, the one with Shazam, when they were playing the Neon on Haven. I'm like, guys, please somebody go back to the comp, please. I have a vision that this could work right now, because there's so many cool ideas, and like you were saying, a lot of people, a lot of ideas that are coming up in challenges that we don't even see in tier 1, and a lot of them are really working out for these teams. Everybody finding what is working out, what is best to play, what is maybe something that they're gonna have to change eventually. But talking about the creativity, let's talk about the match that we have to start us off. It's going to be Oxygen against Winthrop, and two teams that, to be fair, they've been keeping it pretty standard, Wyatt, I would say, when it comes to these ideas, these compositions, and that way they've been getting some wins. Obviously, Oxygen more than Winthrop, though.
For sure, Winthrop have looked pretty good this stage, honestly. I said it earlier, but despite being 1 and 2, I think they're playing better Valorant than they did in stage 1. We saw in just their last match, the man on the furthest left infiltrator, their duelist, was definitely stepping up for the team. He's beginning to look really fantastic.
And it's something that you need to keep doing, especially when it's a match against Oxygen. You know this is the favorite team, and you're going to have a dominant performance from the beginning, which a lot of the times it does rely on those duelist marks and that initiator, or that duelist rather, that is going to be infiltrator, and that support around them, because Winthrop, they've made changes since we've been seeing them for the last couple of weeks, and they've been looking really good with these ideas. It's just a matter of when do they start getting the wins with these new roster.
And I think that going up against Oxygen is a really good litmus test, if you will, about whether or not these changes, whether or not things are starting to work out, because Oxygen, like we've been talking about, has been on a tear, and the things from Winthrop are really starting to look like they're clicking together. We're seeing that support come in from Infiltrator, allowing that duelist really to just pop off. We're seeing some of the highlights right now, and it really does feel like it's just the Infiltrator show going off there. So Winthrop University, there's still a lot of potential there, but not. It's still a very hard match. You're going up against Oxygen.
And we talk about it, it is the pressure that this team has. Even if they're that collegiate team that we said towards the beginning, where we didn't really know where to place them, they have proven that they're really good. But that means that the new additions, they have a lot of pressure to not only fill the shoes of those who left, like Mooms, but also to perform to the level that we've seen in tier 1 and tier 2. And that is Screwface, for example, Wyatt, who we see being very honest about it, just trying his best, has been in a couple of different teams and has been really trying to get that success, and we're all hoping that it's going to be with Winthrop.
Yeah, Screwface has definitely been a player with a chip on his shoulder, trying to find his footing in a consistent roster, has been shuffling around. Some teams didn't feel he was the best fit. A lot of people are questioning how he hasn't really found a team to be with consistently, because he seems so motivated, driven. And in this tweet, I mean, he's mentioning the back-to-back losses that they had there in that second part, doing their best to tighten up week 4 versus Oxygen. But frankly, this schedule for Winthrop has been so brutal. They got a win against a much improved Fluffy AIMERS, and then after that, they go up against YFP, who are insane in stage 2. Then they go up against MXS, who everyone knows is a massive favorite, and now they're going up against Oxygen. Like, that is messed up. That is a terrible run of teams they have to go up against.
Yeah, it's not easy at all, and they've been trying their best. Last week, we got to see them taking a map away from Moist Shopify, and as you were saying, that's a team that is very good, very strong. We've seen them be at the top 2, top 3, even in the groups or even overall. So it's a lot of pressure. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of pressure marks for what this Winthrop squad is going to do, especially because now we get to talk about the other side. Let's talk about Oxygen, the favorite for a reason. They might be the favorite team in challengers to make it to Ascension, at least as of right now. Obviously, things can change, but this team has 6 matches where they've been undefeated, and they have a map record of 12-1 as of right now since the mid-season cup. It's insane what these guys are doing.
Yeah, I mean, I said it before and I'll say it again. The whole point of building this roster was simply just to win. And I feel like in this split, I mean, talk about going on a tear. Oxygen has just been tearing things up. And quite frankly, across the board, I've been very impressed by each one of these individual players bringing so much to the team, and seeing the synergy work out has just been fantastic. Obviously, I think Verno is one of those players who on that initiator has been getting so much value for the team, but Redux as well. I mean, you know, we talked about Infiltrator a lot, but Redux is just so fun to watch, so dynamic on that jet pick, and just the duelist pick in general. And so I think that that is a huge reason why Oxygen have been having so much success lately.
Every time that I get the chance to talk about Redux, I will, because this guy is insane. He's been playing since last year when we saw him joining. Everybody was like, how is he going to do? We seen him playing ranked. How is he going to perform with the team? Is he going to be disciplined? Is he going to have an ego? What is he going to be like? And he is this player that has been learning throughout. We've heard about him, and we've heard in interviews where one week he's like super confident, making fun of the other teams, and the other week after they lose, they're like, okay, we're gonna be respectful. We're gonna just play the match and see where that takes us. And that's kind of the growth that we're seeing from Redux, one of the youngest players that we have in Challengers, and one that has a lot of promise when it comes to what is gonna be when he gets a chance to play in Tier 1. But as of right now, again, that is why they are the favorites, Wyatt. And on top of that, you have a squad that, as Marks was saying, is just full with potential and full with different ways to set each other up for success.
Redux has definitely in part been able to be a standout duelist here in Challengers because of those pieces you're mentioning around him. I love the way that this roster was constructed, having the veterans in Dapper and Mitch who've been competing since 2020. And then you bring in these young upcoming players that have an immense amount of potential, Redux, Verno, Scuba as well. It's just such an exciting time always to watch Redux play, because he's absolutely on the top end of duelists that are risk takers, right? Like, he will go for those re-swings, those aggressive peaks way more often than you'll see other duelists take. And given how high his mechanical skill ceiling is, he gets away with these crazy plays so consistently.
And it's always a risk when you have that duelist that is so aggressive. It's like, hey, when do we have to pull you back to make sure that you're staying in the lane? You're not going in, you're inting. But instead, Redux, I feel like it's so good at finding that balance between the two, between the aggression and also just playing back and supporting the team, being there for the numbers when they need it. But I'm really hoping that we get to see some fun agents from him. Let's jump into the map select. Let's see where we're gonna be hated. I'm praying for a Haven. I don't know if we're gonna get it. It's kind of early still. And Mark, speaking of the maps, is gonna be Lotus, Bind, and Split. What do you make of them?
I'm honestly 100% with you, Dryad. I'm sad that Haven didn't get picked again. Of course, the 1 week it comes back, and no, we're not going to be getting any Haven. But I mean, just across the board, given all the statistics that have been kind of coming in here, Oxygen 100% look really good on a lot of these maps. I want to focus in on the Lotus. Obviously, they picked this map, and quite frankly, they look like they've been doing a fantastic job. I would have said that this is their top map if it wasn't for Sunset, which they currently remain undefeated. But Winthrop University doing a really smart job making sure that they take that map out completely, so they don't even have to try and knock Oxygen on Sunset.
But we're going to see what's going to happen in those maps, Wyatt, because I'm wondering if this, especially these two maps of Lotus and Bind, it gives us an opportunity to see those new agents, or the agents that are looking so much stronger, maybe bringing back the Neon meta that we saw on Lotus, or maybe staying a little bit of the same. And the reason why I'm thinking it, and it's not something that I think right when we see a new patch coming in, but it's because all these tier 2 teams, they have also been scrimming against tier 1 teams, against tier 2 teams, and they're all testing these new things. So I feel like there's a possibility that we might see something new.
If we see something new, it'll definitely be from the Winthrop side. Since Oxygen started playing this really exciting Clove comp in the Mid-Season Cup, they haven't lost yet. They have 3 wins in a row, with Scuba being this extremely aggressive component on that agent that allows you to be that aggressive. So I'm expecting to see that same thing from them, which is still new. I mean, they're one of the few teams that we've seen so far in NA integrating the new Smokes agent.
I really like to see that, Clove. I feel like, again, just bringing back the creativity that we've seen for these teams. There's some that have really nailed it and figure out how they're going to play this Clove and how they're going to play these different agents, like the Deadlock as well. And some that are still kind of learning from the others, learning from themselves. But Marks, I want to put you in the spot here because I know you do a lot of collegiate and you follow collegiate a lot more than we do. So I want to ask you, what is it going to take for Winthrop to win this match against Oxygen?
Oh my goodness, that's like asking how that guy who's supposed to push the boulder up the mountain, how is he finally going to be free of that curse? Yeah, that's his name. Yeah. It was something in there, but it's going to be really hard. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, Winthrop look really promising in the whole CVAL circuit. They've been doing a fantastic job. I mean, if you just look at their VLR, you can tell right off the bat, like, these guys are in it to win it. But then as soon as we kind of go into this challenger scene, this is where we're starting to see them really get pushed up against some of that top tier caliber talent, honestly. And so it's going to be really tough, but you know, they got to be a little bit more cohesive, I think, because they're in the CVAL scene. I think that they're able to get away with just a little bit more, just since they aren't playing up against the level of, you know, solid ground that Oxygen is kind of coming into this with. And that just foundational component, especially too for these players who are really good, could just really make this difficult.
Yeah, and that's what going to be when one of the toughest things going up against them too when you're talking about that team cohesion, just because this Oxygen squad have been playing together now with the Dapper edition for like 8 months, 9 months straight or something since the beginning of the off season, and it's a Winthrop that just made these changes, right? And were they good changes? I think for sure. But is that really enough time to go up against a team that's so experienced together now? It's going to be tough.
And I feel like in a way, and just going back to the tweet that we showed from Screwface, that's the pressure that he likes. He likes having to play against the best and having to perform against the best, really show how close you are. Even if it was a universe where Winthrop does not get a win, it's making sure that the match is close, making sure that they show that Oxygen, they're not invincible and there's a way to break them. But honestly, I feel like it's not going to be easy at all. One way to do it is definitely going to be bringing those surprises, bringing that slight difference. I just wonder how much creativity we're going to see, Marks, because when I remember Moops was playing for this team, he was the one that was bringing the ideas. He was the one playing the arena once in a while. And now without him, I don't know how much Silenx and Screwface are willing to play these different compositions and how much success they found in them when they play them in scrims.
That's one of those hard things to really balance, right? Like, ooh, do we try something new here? Maybe it'll give us an edge. Maybe we can catch our opponents off guard. That could be really fun. That could be really cool. But then on the other hand, this is not working out at all, but we've already locked into this composition for this entire map. And so now we just kind of have to stick to our guns. And then it could go really south really fast. And I kind of agree with you, Dryad. I think that they're going to stick just a little bit more to what they know, just because there's a little bit more of this unknown factor kind of coming in with this squad. I mean, sure, they could change things up, but when teams usually change things up, you can tell that the other team just kind of gets a read on it and then just steamrolls them.
Yeah, again, for the people that might just be tuning in, we are on the ISO Neon buff patch. And as much as I would love to see some teams trying those agents out, I mean, also with Reyna buff too, the new Dismiss is really strong. It's so good. Like, the repositions you can have now are crazy. Would I love to see those agents being played today? Would it be fun? Would it be silly? Yes. Is it likely? Sadly, no. Because the teams just haven't had a lot of time on this patch. Yeah, do you really want to risk it at this point in the stage? Probably not, especially for a team like Winthrop that really need wins at this point. But would I love to see it? Yes.
I get your point, and I get you saying probably not. But have you considered that this is Challengers NA, and they like to get silly more often than not?
That is very
have you
true.
considered? I feel like if we're gonna see it in any region, in any tier 2, we're 100% gonna see it here first. I actually saw the Fnatic today. We're running the Turtle Troop composition that they've been running for a while.
It's so funny. Turtle Troop have actually created the new meta of Deadlock. Adder has changed the game.
This is what everybody predicted, by the way, that the tier 2 in NA, this is what Fnatic is running now. Things are growing crazy, but yeah, the creativity is coming from this tier 2 NA. So we're gonna see if we're gonna see that today, or if it's gonna be a little bit more of the same. Let's jump into the agent select of this first map of floaters that we're gonna have. Let's see if it's gonna be that neon, maybe.
Oh
There's a neon.
my God.
There's a neon. Wyatt, take it. You see?
It's time to get silly. Oh my God. I mean, we saw YFP recently. They've been playing with a neon on Lotus and just going with this death ball approach where they play 4-1. They have their Cypher work one part of the map and the other 4 are just running around together. Maybe we'll see something similar here from Winthrop. This is going to be so silly. And I'm here for it. I'm excited to watch this.
It's one of those things where, you know, I talk about that decisional balance. The one thing I also forgot to think about was Winthrop, if they genuinely aren't sure whether or not this is going to be a win or anything like that, oh, maybe we just try something new and see how it goes, especially with these crazy new patch notes. So looks like Winthrop will be doing just that, getting both the ISO and the neon coming in on this first map. Why, this is going to be something.
I mean, listen, anyone who's played ranked since this patch has had at least one moment where they were prepared to take their keyboard and destroy their monitor with it because of an ISO shield peeking a corner. You break it and then he kills you because there's a neon with the ult just running around and you can't hit the shot. It is so obnoxious. I'm excited to see if it's going to be equally as annoying in pro play.
My bet is probably yes, but you know, I'd like to think that Oxygen will have at least done a little bit of preparation for this, especially too knowing that this was going to be the patch. They had to at least discuss that this could potentially happen.
For sure. I mean, I wonder how many teams have just sent it on these new agents in scrims, how often these guys are actually really playing against this. But this Winthrop starting things off really slow here, just making a little bit of their presence known towards Rubble, but just going to fall back. Make sure they're not getting flanked. They don't have any trips watching this area of the map, so they want to go for a bit of a re-clear. Maybe go for a full B split here, actually, as well. Looks like they're setting up for it.
Redux spots them out now. Understands what's going on. Throws down the paint shells. Flashpoint not going to get anything. A Dizzy scent flying as well. Just onto the other side. All the utility gets utilized just to make sure that it stops this potential death ball, but Winthrop are not really engaged just yet. Silence just on the other side. A little bit of a satchel. Not going to do any damage anymore thanks to this new patch. But now it's going to be Winthrop now getting this spike down, but Oxygen already ready to get this retake underway.
Yeah, 4 players stacked up the stairs right now. Mitch has 2 flashes. Just rotating over there now. They're going to be able to explode out of this area at the map.
Infiltrator hanging out up top. Flashpoint going to be good here. The Aftershock gets sent out, but Screwface already getting Mitch. Screwface gets yet another one. A little bit of a trade onto the site. Dapper able to find that kill right through that shield. Wasn't fully activated just quite yet. Scuba now coming in from up above. Nicely going to shut that one down. Verno, now the last one alive in this 1v2 scenario. Sends out the wingman just to be a little bit of a distraction, but this crossfire is going to be too easy. Winthrop University, they get that first pistol round.
I like the rotations around the map there, a little bit of that early A presence. And you mentioned it, that utility that they were able to draw out of Oxygen on B only to fall off, go back through tree. Those are some really nice rotations from them and a great way to start this map off. Of course, this would be, it goes without saying, a massive upset win for them if they manage to pull this off against Oxygen, who are just looking like the most dominant team in Stage 2 right now.
If they get the win, I'm saying it's because of Neon and ISO. That's what I'm saying right now, pre-nerf. But already it's so fast. Infiltrator goes in with Bulldog. ADS gonna find Redux, now putting pressure onto Mitch as well. Screwface just watching the other angle there. Actually, Pod up here has a Vandal as well. And it's just ring around the Rosie just on the other side of this door. Mitch gonna be now going for a, well, never mind. Not gonna be swinging around, but things slow down just for a second. Winthrop University, they are a little bit more spread out, but they're now committed here. Screwface goes around the corner, able to at least find one, but Dapper finds that trade. Infiltrator down to 1 HP as well. Nicely gonna go as well, able to find Dapper just on the other side. Scuba, and actually, everyone's just gonna collapse on the site.
When they're really just taking their time there, slowing the game down after getting out to Rubble, just trying to wait, bait out some peaks, and take fights at the opportune times. And they get a pretty clean eco win there. And with a couple pistols bought up for Oxygen in that round, look at the spread of light armors that they have, and recognizing that Jerk has the Outlaw. So going to be able to one-shot a couple players here from Oxygen.
You say the Outlaw, but actually I'm looking at Infiltrator right now with the Bucky. Especially, once again, this Neon patch. That could be extremely useful with the power slide, but not going to be aggressive outside of A this time. Oxygen, they force them back.
That Breach is so good early in that A fight to take the area on defense. They do exactly that, and now it is that 1-4. The death ball with this double duelist, with the Breach, with the Neon.
Trap gets shot down. A couple of peeks going around the wall, gonna get set up. And now just moving in on site. Mitch can't do anything to slow down this push. Spike should be able to get planted quickly, but look at this. Already Oxygen. They've made their way in. Infiltrator watching so far. Forwards finds Scuba. Things start to fall apart for Oxygen as they continue to try and make something happen. Screwface still getting aggressive with it. Redux has to back off, forced away. But look at this, Infiltrator just going in deep, really just using their body to make sure that Redux is able to find that kill. And suddenly, Verno down to a 1v2. The Outlaw, as well as that Guardian, still available, but Verno has no idea where anyone on this site is. Decides to actually opt out and just save this rifle into the next round. The death ball wins yet again for Winthrop.
And, I mean, Winthrop almost got way too silly. At first, I was like, ooh, this is kind of cool. They're pushing through Baby Door. ISO used his little laser through the wall that I don't know the name of because I've never seen an ISO in a game before. And they had a flash time at the same time, but then, yeah, that overpush may be a bit much. But regardless, it's a bonus round converted for them. 3-0, big lead already for the underdog. As I Google ISO ability names. Give me a second here.
I was just about to say, given how things are going, that one might be a good piece of information to keep in the back pocket moving forwards.
Ah, yes, the undercut. Yeah, everybody watching definitely knew that ISO's little ability was called the undercut. It's time to learn together.
Put the learning tag, educational tag on the Twitch stream right now. Screwface already moving forwards, has the double tap already popped. It's so aggressive. Dapper going to be holding things really close there, at least. Looking for something with the Bucky, will find Silence. A Screwface already onto the back of the site. As soon as that trap goes down, it's going to be a hard-fought battle. Yep, okay, Dapper goes down. Page shells get tossed in by Redux. It's able to at least find Screwface. Things are just getting a little bit crazy on this site. Finally, the spike gonna get planted. Redux tries to stop it, but Jerk is ready for it. Just so aware at this point. And now it's down to this 2v3. Oxygen, not sure whether or not they want to go in, but the fault line says that yes, let's push in just a little bit more. It's gonna be a lot of utility getting tossed out here, but Winthrop just waiting it out. We have an idea on where these final two agents are. The slide going to be coming through. Wingman gets shot. Infiltrator tapping it. Flashpoint goes yet again. Mix actually able to find one, but immediately traded back down to a 1v1 all of a sudden. Mitch actually wins that out for Oxygen. And just like that, Oxygen get their first on the board.
Mitch has really stepped it up recently. I think as far as that individual play at times in stage one, just a little bit too lackluster for the team, but has really started to show out in some of these crucial moments on this eco round. And at this moment here, I really liked from Winthrop that they slowed things down again. They found good moments to do that. They drew out all of this utility, but the gunfights just don't go their way, despite having the superior weaponry as well.
And it was so funny too, because it looked like they were just waiting for an opportunity really to pounce on the rest of the defenders, but such good utility usage makes that one work. Uh-oh.
Oh my God.
Send them to the gulag. Screwface in the 1v1, yeah. It's a little bit difficult when that shield is available. Scuba not even going to have an opportunity. And speaking of, laser beam going to be activated. Palpatine flying into the back of the site there, but Oxygen are more than happy to just give that one up for free. A little bit of an awkward buy here, but still that spike goes down.
I'm getting PTSD from my ranked games. They're just brute forcing it into the site. They make Scuba disappear. So even if Screwface loses that, they could just go where he's going to reappear and get the kill. This is a fast attempt at a retake, though, from Oxygen with a showstopper.
Looking around for the corner, able to at least find one. Now the Rolling Thunder going to be underway as everyone going to be pushing in. There was someone on the spike, but immediately gets taken out. Nicely able to find one as well. Oh, just sticking the defuse. Mitch doesn't care for a second. Hiding out inside of that ruse. And yeah, even though everyone collapses, Oxygen get that second.
It's going to be some serious damage to the Oxygen economy here. Going to be a couple awkward buys. And now one thing that we haven't discussed yet is the tilt factor that this comp from Winthrop creates. 2 times already, Mitch has died because he shot Screwface with the shield up, so he lost the duel, which is just significant mental damage.
Yep. Hey, you know what? On the other side too, we might. Okay. All right.
My God! What a shot!
These shields. This is just something else. This is completely unconventional. Is Screwface continuing to look for more? Verno, the only other anchor onto this site, but with that shield back activated, things get more complicated, especially to the neural theft. Verno actually wins that duel out. Faultline gonna go a little bit wide, so Verno finds yet another, sees the teleport onto the site, doesn't matter, taps Jerk's head, and now just have to deal with one more onto the site. The crossfire is going to be good. Now it's all up to this Neon Infiltrator. Going to look for something, but there's just too much utility. Verno gets the ace to shut it down as Oxygen, they tie at the scoreboard.
It was a fantastic start for Winthrop, but it feels like things are beginning to devolve just a bit. The swing timings there to try and trade for each other were just so off. That first fight taken, their breach here. You can just see how late Nossi is on this attempt to trade. Verno's already more than prepared to take that second fight. And a timeout is going to be taken at a good time here, honestly, because Winthrop have 2 rounds now that were extremely winnable, that they probably should have won, that they've thrown away, and now that was so sloppy. So a good time here to take a little bit of a mental reset.
Yeah, I was going to say on that last round, you talked about the tilt factor, but there's also the overheating factor. And especially, too, with the way that this composition runs itself, the let's just go faster and faster and run over our opponents, it's so easy just to then isolate yourself and allow your opponents to find these timings where they can find a 1vx scenario. And it feels like Oxygen were really starting to lean into that on that last round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so dangerous from Redux too, as a side note, to pick up the operator when you're playing against this ISO. I mean, Screwface hit that crazy first shot, but even if he didn't, I mean, what Redux gets the shot, breaks the shield, and still goes down. He picks the operator back up here, they recover it, and I'm just waiting to see if that ends up being a situation he finds himself in.
And keep in mind too, Screwface just 1 away from getting that kill contract back online. Could make things a little bit uncomfortable. A good flashpoint at least. Scuba's able to find one. Scuba, the redemption arc, is able to take Screwface out. That's going to be the double duelist comp completely shut down. Cyber Cage goes up as well just to deny any of that space. Winthrop University, they've lost their 2 largest chess pieces, but are at least able to find Verno.
Yeah, Jerk trying to make some space over towards A, but Mitch in the corner should just be shutting the round down at this point. Looking so solid here individually. The mechanics look sharp today.
And even though Jerk gets that one all the way over onto this A site, it's all but over because Oxygen, they've got that spike locked down onto B. And quite frankly, this round was pretty much just a result of Scuba being able to just overpower that double duelist.
He's been a player that I think has deserved a shot on a tier 1 team for years at this point. He has been one of the best mechanical fragging controller players that I've seen since all the way back to his days on Pittsburgh Knights. And, you know, with Clove's addition to the game, this controller that offers the ability to play aggro, to take fights, get the reheals, you know, with the ultimate, obviously, to revive yourself. I think it just lends itself perfectly to a player like Scuba. And it's just exactly what we see right there.
And you talked about it a little bit too. You know, Oxygen deciding to go with this Clove in here makes a ton of sense. And once again, kind of talking about how NA challengers can influence all the way up to Fnatic. I wouldn't be surprised to see more of these teams try and utilize that Clove, especially understanding that the frag power that it lends is just so much better than like an Omen, for example.
For sure. I think it's about time we're getting a big shakeup in the meta. We're going to be seeing more Clove. We're seeing a lot more Deadlock. And obviously with all of these duelist buffs, again, I just wonder how many teams are actually scrimming with this. How many times Oxygen have ran into this in the past couple weeks, if this is actually going to be a big shakeup, if we're going to see in challenges this week, not just Winthrop, but other teams just sending it, trying both of these duelists out.
Screwface, kill contract now available. And you can actually see the rotation from Oxygen. They're so aware that that could happen again, where you just get yoinked out of the site, that they're playing so far back. But inadvertently, that's given so much space for Winthrop University. And so they just take that C site nice and easy, and we'll be able to get the spike down.
Yeah, these game plans from Winthrop are pretty straightforward, right? I mean, they just have the agents that can fast hit the site. They've done it on the majority of the rounds. Being able to scale into the site with that impenetrable wall from ISO that goes forward. Thrash here for the retake, though, from Oxygen. 5 versus 5.
Well, actually, it's going to be a 1v1 Screwface using the kill contract, looking for it. Yeah, Dapper didn't even have an opportunity, but the retake from Oxygen is going to be underway. A nice little sashling just around the edge there. So Redux finds one, and it's going to push them out, actually, into the direction. And yeah, Oxygen just kind of come in, and they've got a broom in their hands, sweeping the rest of the site up. Now it's all down to Screwface and Jerk, trying to spray that one down, but they stick the defuse. And just like that, Oxygen find another. Right now, it's just running away, but Jerk able to at least carry that rifle forwards.
The plant spot just became so awkward for Winthrop, having it back towards the stairs with the Thrash and the Rolling Thunder from Oxygen coming back in on the retake that just forced them totally out of the site, so they have no angle on the spike. Just all too easy for the defuse, despite Screwface now being 2-0 with the ultimates.
Also, dude, Screwface has 9 kills already, and given how easy it is for ISO to get that ultimate, I'm imagining we're going to be seeing a lot more of that.
Trying to go for a fast take of Rebel or Winthrop, but if they do, they're going to have to deal with Redux and Verno here. Here comes the utility. They're trying to bust out of the door.
Redux smartly backing out of there. Uses both those satchels. A little bit slower from Winthrop this time. A little bit more of an emphasis. Push into tree. Gonna be the undercut tossed in there. A molly comes out just to make sure that it denies any of the space, but Infiltrator has already made their way inside. Be the wingman just to clear things out as well, but it's an excellent little flash that's going to come around the corner, and yeah, able to escape thanks to that fast lane. Redux still holding down the site, and the call gets made. Winthrop University now going to be moving over to this B side. Dapper going to be advancing forwards and catches Silence off guard here. Now the sport's coming through. Screwface still on the back line, though, at least able to find one, but is now the last member left standing in this 1v4. Decides to try it anyways, but this is going to be a lot of utility, and Dapper gets the spray down, so Oxygen, they find their 6th.
These rounds that aren't fast hits have really devolved for Winthrop. Things just not falling into place. Players having different ideas of where they're attempting to go. The positioning just getting really, really awkward for them. And we see it again there. I mean, I'm definitely looking for this team to be able to play the rotate game a bit more in these rounds with the Neon. Is obviously the speed of the rotates is something that it offers, but those are the situations so far where they've definitely been struggling the most.
At this point, Oxygen have just given up peeking that angle, just knowing that what could be on the other
definitely.
side.
Do not fight that.
Worth it. Nah. Already, it's gonna be the attack moving through. Ruse gets utilized. A lot of utility getting tossed in here. The shield already broken as well is going to be huge. Mitch uses that flashpoint. Dapper actually able to find one. Dapper swings out, but immediately gets shot down. Now it's just going to be a gunfight with Winthrop usually coming out on top. Scuba at least able to find one. Everybody's so low, and it's just going to be a firing squad from Scuba alone to shut down all of Winthrop. A 4K from Scuba to close that round.
He's just so lethal mechanically. I love how they've integrated the Clove into their game plan. This cage from Dapper was so cool too. He was able to fight the common Omen TP spot up on the box with the cages, keeping him completely safe, keeping him completely covered. And already on this attacker-sided map, Oxygen are just running away with it here, making it so evident why this is their go-to pick.
And this is so hard because, once again, at this point, Winthrop University, they've used this composition, but it feels like they've revealed all of their hands on what they want to do. And Oxygen are just doing such a good job at matching that and completely shutting it down.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like Winthrop believe in the buffs to these agents, that they are strong, but just haven't had enough time with them yet. It's just
Infiltrator.
This big C hit from them again.
At least able to get one. overdrive popped, looking to electrocute some people. Dapper going off this weird angle, but it's actually Scuba again in the back line. Does get shot down, but Infiltrator still alive. Uses the lightning, clearing out that smoke. Paint shells get tossed in, but at this point, Winthrop, they have it down. A little bit of a showstopper available here. Oh, it's going up top, and Redux at least able to find one as Verno sweeps in from the side, catches the back, suddenly down to this 1v1. Infiltrator versus Verno. At this point, Verno so aware, spots that Neon out. Gonna be dancing around these pillars. The slide, though. Oh, the slide accuracy is too darn good. Infiltrator wins that out with Winthrop getting 4.
Finally, one of the big C hits working. That has been the name of the game for them. I mean, just slamming into the site, which obviously is really effective with this comp.
This goes here.
They just don't have a lot of layers to the game plan yet.
That goes there.
And perhaps when they have more time with this comp, when more teams figure things out as to what you can do with it, how you can get the maximum of it, we'll see it become more effective. But yeah, right now it is pretty one note.
Actually, Screwface once again has that kill contract available. It's so quick that it's back online, and yeah, Oxygen already have all sorts of protocols ready just in case that gets activated. And even though Screwface won those the last time, wasn't enough to actually win the round for the team. And Redux spotting a little bit of information is going to back off, but gets stuck into the kill contract.
Will he go 3
Redux
for 3?
Versus Screwface, looking for it. Redux actually wins that out. Plan doesn't quite work. Verno was watching us on the other side, jerk spinning around. Will actually use the neural theft. Redux still able to escape, uses paint shells to deter just for a second, but it is a paranoia that makes it impossible for Infiltrator to see anything. And that's a friendly paranoia too, as Redux just anchors down the site. Jerk trying to stay alive, able to find 2, but Oxygen just so prepared, so ready for this. They find themselves 8-4 in this half.
Redux is just way too sick. Screwface finally met his match, and one of the best duelists we have here in Challengers. I like the idea there from Winthrop. It was cool. You know, they get that kill contract, they make one player disappear, and then they have the Neon and the Breach to try and fast scale into the site when the defenders are -1, but it all just goes awry, gets way too chaotic for them in the moment, and they can't find the resolve to clean things up and actually take the round. And now Oxygen already with 8 on defense, the less favored side on Lotus. You have to imagine here they should be able to close things out. Winthrop with a huge uphill battle.
And this is going to be so interesting because I want to see how this composition is going to work on the defense for Winthrop. We're already seeing a little bit of a combination from the Initiator and the Neon, but leaving ISO actually all alone while Jerk anchors down to this other site. I would have expected to see a little bit more aggression, but it's actually pretty static from Winthrop thus far.
Yeah, they just have a trap play set up with that stun from the Breach. Infiltrator jiggling for information, and if he saw someone, it would have gotten triggered, excuse me, but not going to be the case as Oxygen slowly contact towards A. Pressure on Jerk.
Making their way onto the site. Jerk still hanging out in the back. Yeah, Infiltrator already in here. It's an excellent little flash, but Mitch at least able to find one with the Aftershock. Redux, though, isn't done. Swing to the back. Infiltrator says they had enough. 22 HP left. The swing is going to be good from Scuba. And suddenly it's more chaotic onto the side. Silence coming around. Scuba's still able to find that somehow. And uh-oh, Screwface has a shield. Doesn't matter. Dapper wins that one. And Oxygen, they get that pistol round.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Every time I see Screwface go down while he has the shield active, it kind of warms my heart a little bit for all the times that I haven't been able to make that happen myself, and I just start to rage so hard. It feels like a vindication for me as a viewer. Not to be biased here or anything, but yes, it is very cathartic.
Oh, man. And honestly, I think this is one of those things that we're starting to see right now where Oxygen, despite the shield, are still able to find the kill onto Screwface pretty consistently. And that's making it a lot more difficult for this ISO to get as much value, specifically in a lot of these gun duels.
For sure. This is a huge trap play from Winthrop that Oxygen might walk into. There's a paranoia. The Breach utility is there. Screwface as well had a lineup from Waterfall where he wanted to use the undercut, if I remember the ability name correctly. Perfect. So Oxygen in danger here, maybe, despite having the gun advantage. We'll have to see. It just depends on if they pull the trigger on the C site here, but it's aggression actually from Winthrop.
Ooh, and somehow the boombot actually finds Nicey. At least they're able to find Redux, but Verno was ready at least to trade that one out as well. Infiltrator so aware, Dapper fallen. And just like that, things get a little bit more complicated for Oxygen on this one, but they still have that weapon advantage. They're going to be making their way over to this B site. Already Infiltrator spots out the information. Little bit of a wingman flying through, gonna get that spike down as Winthrop, they get themselves ready. They're all splitting up on this one. This is an interesting strategy, Wyatt.
They do have 3 sheriffs. Could get some headshots. Oh my god.
Speaking of cathartic, I'm so upset seeing that. Thankfully, Scuba ready on the other side. Contingency does get used. Shield blocking for a second as Jerk goes in up top. Scuba still wins that duel out. Screwface in this 1v2. Aware that both of the members of Oxygen are up there. But Oxygen just playing so smart off that timer. And yeah, Mosh still available as well. Just goes a little bit to the side, but Scuba just has to show a little bit of presence here. Screwface does find one, but Verno shuts it down. Even though it's a win for Oxygen, the economy's not going to be looking good in this next.
Luckily, they didn't invest too much with the double ghost, so they are able to get a pretty decent buy going here. I'm looking to see if they opt for an outlaw anywhere, because so many sheriffs were bought from the Winthrop side that they're either going to be sacrificing utility or sacrificing that heavy armor for the light, but not going to be the case. Oxygen instead, they're going to have a Redux get a Bucky, so maybe time to double satchel through B here, but they're going to be walking into this trap setup again that Winthrop tried to use on the pistol round.
Winthrop really just loving these trap plays. And already some utility from Oxygen to try and flush it out. Screwface holding such a far angle as well, just in case Oxygen aggress. So many resources being tossed into B, but with the Neon being able to walk so quickly, it kind of works out. They're able to rotate around quickly, and Silence wins that against Redux. But already Infiltrator ready on this defense. Ooh, nicey up top. It is going to be going down before things even get competitive at all. A little bit of damage on Infiltrator, but not going to be enough. Oxygen gets shut down at the door. Winthrop win that.
I love this, but I hate this. That's 2 rounds in a row where he's gotten the sliding kills. I can't. I've seen enough. I have seen enough. Our Oxygen here, though, they are going to be onto that full buy now. 5 rifles, no Buckies in sight. And Scuba already has the pick-me-up, the Clove ultimate to take an aggressive line this round. Maybe be that point of contact for Oxygen, immediately get the res so they can keep fighting.
I'm wondering whether or not we're going to be seeing Infiltrator go for the overdrive. Seems like that's going to be the case. Does find one, but immediately traded out. Excellent understanding from Oxygen. As Dapper watching the backline, spots one out. That's going to be Omen taken out of the equation. And Scuba still not done. Finds Nicey as well. Oxygen so aggressive, and Winthrop University read them like a book on this round. Sorry, other way around.
Yeah, it's on many rounds going to be the case on attack here. When you're going up against the Neon, the Breach, there's of course going to be rounds mixed in from the defense where they just go all out aggro to catch you out. And if you do a good job as the attacking teams, just holding the proper angles for each other, baiting out that aggression and finding the kills, you will have rounds like this where you can essentially just get it for free. And surely at this point, yeah, Jerk and Screwface, they are relegated to the save and no other options.
Yeah, their original attack plan just didn't work out. Couldn't deny the spike plant, and given the amount of firepower that's available for Oxygen, it's best just to back off. And moving forwards too, I mean, we're going to see Verno have the Thrash available in this next round. So Oxygen, they're doing a really good job with their ultimate economy in addition to just being able to win these rounds.
Absolutely. That is just the perks and benefits of having the Gecko in your comp. Just the wingman being your little plant machine, getting you orbs every single round as well. You just get thrash after thrash after thrash on the attack side.
And just
the
like
results, they could be enough for Oxygen to get 12 rounds here. We'll have to see. Winthrop, they're going to have more than enough cash for a full buy here.
Yeah, and moving to this next one as well, if Redux is able to get that showstopper online, they just need to capture one more ultimate orb. They could do an excellent job at just running over Winthrop. And this is where things start to get dicey, because Winthrop, they lose one more round. Suddenly Oxygen find themselves at match point. Winthrop economy is not going to be good. This is a very crucial timeout from Winthrop, because they have to stop Oxygen now if they want to come back in this map.
Yeah, absolutely. It's either the beginnings, or at least the hopes of making a comeback, or it is wraps for Lotus. And we're going to be heading to Winthrop's map pick of Bind next. You know, they've tried to mix in some aggro rounds. It hasn't really worked so far. We'll see what the adaptation is going to be from Winthrop. We'll see how they try to respond here to the Thrash coming in, most likely from Verno on the site hit to clear everything out. And frankly, though, you have to expect that in a situation where the Thrash is going to come in on site exec, that Winthrop can dodge that and then flood into the site so effectively. With the Breach utility coming back in, the Neon can get in deep so quickly, your ISO can follow up with the shield active. Floods should be fantastic with this composition. Your Neon as well with the other stun in tandem with the Breach one. That's a situation where they should be really, you know, maybe not favored necessarily, but it should be a situation where they can absolutely dominate the team sometimes when they're, you know, forced to go for that plant and you can flood.
And this is interesting. Oxygen, they're fully aware of this defensive setup that Winthrop University have kind of set up. They know that A site is probably where they want to go. Caught that lurking ISO. Now the initiation going to be underway. Ooh! Jerk not able to stay alive. Mitch does an excellent job clearing things out with Shorty in hand. The paint shells get tossed up as well, just to deter them for a second. Get set up as Scuba goes up. Might have bit off more than they can chew. It's gonna be the slide come through. Not able to find a kill on the slide, but will get traded out. Redux not quite done yet. Throws the Shorty instead, but it's absolute chaos on the site as now Scuba looking in the back here. Does have a little bit of overhealth as well. Contingency gets tossed out, and yeah, that's gonna be the shield, but Scuba's not quite dead yet. We'll be backing off, and Dapper on a side angle catches both of the members of Winthrop looking the wrong way, and Oxygen clean house.
Yeah, those final two from Winthrop just getting a little bit baited in by the pick-me-up, trying to capitalize off, you know, Scuba having that second or so when you get out of the ult where your gun isn't really out yet and you're not able to fight, but Dapper just cleans them up with ease. These defensive rounds, I would really prefer to see Winthrop essentially just living and backing up from the site, giving it up, not trying to hard anchor, and then just playing together for the flood. They're losing players before that even becomes an option.
And now Oxygen, foot on the gas pedal. Nobody's home on C, let's just run it. And they're so confident about it too. I mean, it's just Gecko utility really just clearing out the site, and well, the Thrash will be able to be picked up yet again. Showstopper still available as well. Footsteps get heard. Screwface now moving in, does have this kill contract active, spots the head out a bitch. Might not even get an opportunity to use it. Finally, will be going. Grabs Redux instead. This could be a deadly competition. Uh-oh, that's the wrong weapon that you don't want there, but at least able to break the shield. Screwface still comes out on top of that one as Infiltrator finds Mitch's head. Now Infiltrator will have a weapon upgrade as Winthrop, as predicted, will now flood the site. And they do find as well. Dapper just spraying through, able to find Screwface. It's gonna be the Dizzy up top, finds one. And the Neural Theft actually will do more than enough to give away the position. Time running down, they have to flood through, but somehow Oxygen just find all the kills necessary. The members of Winthrop University line up and Oxygen knock them right down.
Oxygen just look way too good on this map. Since they started playing this Clove comp, still now undefeated. That is 4 wins in a row for them in Challengers with it. The opportunities it gives Scuba, a fantastic mechanical player, on the Clove to take fights, be an aggressive component, has just been so good for them. This comp is really cool. Love watching them play with it.
And on top of that too, they were able to shut down the Neon ISO combination. I'm still a little bit surprised that we did see Winthrop decide to pull that one out, but we're going to be throwing to a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have map number 2 ready for you. Let's see if we see a little bit more silliness just after this.
Got me into gaming. I'll just say like I started gaming in general as a kid. I mean, I have an older brother who played some games here and there. He wasn't really a big gamer. I think I was entirely like I was a competitive kid growing up. So I had like a bunch of sports and whatnot. just ended up trying some games and whatnot. It was kind of competitive at the time. I had fun competing with my friends, so started liking it. Started playing more.
Someone that got me into gaming was just my uncle. I used to come down to like my grandma's house and like we would just play like Pokemon on the DS or just like something like that. Just something small, like not anything on like the consoles or anything, just on the small DSs.
My older brother got me into gaming when I was like really young. We played Pokemon, and when he got me into PC gaming, I played like my first PC game was like World of Warcraft. But yeah, my oldest brother got me into it. His name's Brett. He's awesome. He's a day one gamer in my family.
Mostly my brother, I would say. Like, there's like a cliche, like, you know, older brother like games, and then the little brother kind of joins after watching him. That was pretty much the same for me.
Definitely been gaming all my life, so I gotta say my big brother, you know, growing up watching him game made me start gaming also. So yeah, my big brother.
Who got me into gaming? I have to say my brother. I mean, back in the day when I was a kid, my brother got me into, I think the first things were like the Nintendo 64 with the Super Smash Bros and all that stuff, but eventually we went to like the PS3, and then I got really big into like Call of Duty and whatnot. So I was like really big on COD. Like he showed me all like the pros and stuff like that. Nate Shot was there and Scump was there at the time, and I always fell in love with pro gaming. But yeah, it's gonna have to be my brother.
My brother got me into gaming when I was like I don't know, like 3 or 4.
I actually don't even know, to be honest. It's like more of a game itself that like got me so hooked on gaming was Minecraft. Minecraft was like my first game, and dude, I still be playing Minecraft sometimes, like every now and then.
Who got me into gaming? Definitely just my older brother and my dad. They both played games their whole life and got me into it when I was younger.
Ooh, all right. My dad was the one that got me into gaming. I was like 5 years old, and he made World of Warcraft accounts for me and my brother. So was grinding since I was young.
Who got me into gaming? I'd have to say probably my brother. I grew up and he had a bunch of consoles, so I would kind of just like steal some time away from him whenever like he wouldn't be playing, and then it kind of got me into PC gaming eventually one day.
The game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
A 13-5 win for the side of Oxygen as they take the map against Winthrop. And we saw two very unique compositions. One that we've seen a little bit more on this side of Oxygen with that Clove that they've been running for a while and finding success. And on the other side of Winthrop, that we're getting silly in the best way possible too. And honestly, towards the beginning, Wyatt, I saw those 3 rounds that they got and I started to believe. And then that was pretty much all the rounds that they got.
Yeah, tragically after that, they lost 2 rounds that they just should not have lost. One of them where I think they just let Mitch stick the spike and didn't kill him in time. The other where they were in that 3 versus 2, and Mitch again, he was the one who stepped up. He got 2 kills, 2 headshots with the Sheriff, and then won a 1v1 to win the round. So they could have had a lot more momentum for that attack side, but it really fell apart. And after that, they just weren't dynamic enough with this comp. They didn't have enough game plans with it yet to really put together a fully comprehensive map.
I feel like if you have the chance to go, if it wasn't Winthrop going against Oxygen, but going against a different team, you could have gotten those rounds out of the heroic plays that we were seeing from the Neon and the ISO, or at least the attempt to do so, Marks. But it was definitely an Oxygen that those 3 rounds they lose right at the beginning, and then they look so good. They know how to counter it, not only with the utility and the ideas that they had for those set plays, but also in the just soul firepower that we saw for the set of Oxygen, which we know about, but when we see it against a Neon and an ISO, it's even more impressive.
Yeah, if you saw there, Winthrop got 13 first bloods in that, and still they lose out the map 13-5. I mean, just completely honestly, Oxygen, even though they lose one member really early on in some of those rounds, you could tell that they've got the protocols ready. They know where to look for. When Winthrop are showing a sign of weakness, Oxygen were ready to pounce on it. And every single time they just kind of went in and were playing so smart around any of the shenanigans that Winthrop were going to throw at them.
There were about 2 or 3 rounds where the biggest highlight, I mean, there were a lot more, but 2 or 3 that I have in my mind where Scuba was just doing so well. And it was not even the Clove utility itself that was being the difference maker. It was just Scuba going in one by one, shutting these players down. I mean, and you see it over and over again. There's no Clove utility here. There's nothing in depth that you could see, oh, is the agent that is the reason why they're winning this. No, it's just Scuba. This is the round for me that I was like, wait, I mean, he's just shooting and there's nothing you can do about it, Wyatt.
In that moment as well, he did have the thing that I forget the name of because there's too many new agents. Let me Google Clove ability names here really quick. Which one is that called? Which one is that called? Oh, yes, the pick-me-up, where he had the pick-me-up popped, and so his little movement adjustments, taking those fights, were just way faster than they would be against any other agent. And so that was kind of just allowing him a slight little advantage in the duels there. But yeah, at the end of the day, it really comes down to the mechanical skill that Scuba has and has had for years. And is one of the main reasons why I will say again that this guy deserves to be on a tier 1 team. And, you know, honestly, Oxygen, they might just be that team. They absolutely could win the Challengers year and qualify for partnership. No doubt in my mind they could do it.
They could absolutely do it, especially with the way that they've been playing. When they have some trouble, they always adapt, and we see it in a composition like this one where it's honestly hard. You mentioned it, Mark, so the first kills the other side of Winthrop was getting is not something easy to deal with, but it was a side of Oxygen that was doing it over and over again. But now my question is, as we jump into the map of Bind, how different things are going to be. I don't know. I mean, on Lotus, I told you guys, I saw it. I saw the vision of them getting a little silly, maybe with the Neon. I didn't expect the ISO at all. But on Bind, Marks, I feel like we might just go back to the standard with a race.
I mean, so this is definitely possible. Obviously, for Oxygen's side, I'm assuming that we're going to see a very meta composition. But, you know, it's not unprecedented that Winthrop might try this goofy composition in Bind as well. Wyatt had mentioned during the break to me that they actually ran it in a little bit of a tournament earlier, so they do have a little bit of practice with it. Right now, I think the only question that's going to really determine whether or not they run it is if they think at this point Oxygen are going to be able to hard counter it.
Yeah, they played it 4 days ago, actually, on Bind in the Fun Haver Cup. So when I saw that, I thought the name spoke for itself. They're just there having fun. They're playing the new agents. They're being silly. I didn't really factor it into chat what they'd be doing in challengers at all. But evidently, they were playing it because it's legitimately what they are playing. So at this point, I'm expecting it on Bind, unless this loss with it has just boomed them so hard that they're just going to go default back to the meta comp, which is what Oxygen play here.
And I actually like this pick on the side of Winthrop of going into this map of Bind for the second one that we're going to be seeing today, because the last time Oxygen played this map was 2 weeks ago, was against TSM, and it actually went the distance. It went all the way to overtime in a 14-12 to close it out. So that is a map that you have a lot of VOD on to review, a lot of things to study and learn from this Oxygen that, as we mentioned before, are undefeated in matches since the mid-season cup, and also in maps they've only lost one. So they just look insanely good, and you're looking for any amount of VODs to try to stop them on, to try to shut them off, and that is going to depend a lot on the agent select, which I believe we have it almost ready. And Marks, I just want to ask you, when it comes to these two teams and when it comes to Winthrop, I feel like they actually do stand a chance here on Bind. Do you feel the same?
This is such a hard question to answer
like,
right now, because if they run the Neon ISO again, I'm gonna be honest. I think that this one is an open and shut case. But like you said, that's the other side of things, right? Like, they've got a lot of footage to review if they are going up against Oxygen. I don't know if that's gonna be the Neon ISO coming out if they're trying to counter. So it's really hard to say, Dryad.
Okay, let's jump into the agent select. Let's see what the agents are gonna look like for this set of Winthrop, especially. Which,
come on, we got it.
It's the same thing. The Neon and the ISO again. We technically already saw it once. Technically a little bit more than once, but I'm gonna leave you guys to it. I think Winthrop wins this though.
I love to see it back to back. They're not giving up, and I respect it. On that map, it was crazy. I thought that I was seeing things incorrectly on that stat sheet where it said that they had 13 first kills, Winthrop, and lost, but that is actually a fact. And Screwface, 5 of those was 5-1 for first kills to first deaths. Infiltrator 3-1. So obviously these two duelists, they're really good at getting first kills. As kind of expected with ISO, you have the shield, you take the first engagement, the enemy player's first bullet breaks the shield. Even if you have worse reaction time, you could kill them. So, definitely lending itself to that, but is also just a testament then to how Winthrop overall are still really disconnected with this new comp, whereas Oxygen are just rock solid with the meta stuff.
And that's honestly my biggest concern, because once again, Oxygen look like they have prepared for this coming into this matchup. And already we're seeing Screwface just swing out, the shield immediately broken simply by the number of bullets that were going to be flying in Oxygen. Well, that B-site's just going to be nice and easily theirs.
And from here, things you would imagine would be easy to clean up, unless Mitch goes down here. Wow, what a right click to start things off. And at this point, he just needs to live. He doesn't even really need to fight Hacker, but Redux is with him now, and they can actually hold this ground effectively.
And it's such a weird retake coming in from Winthrop. All of the members split up around here. Finally, Nicey going to be falling down. Redux down to 9 HP as well on this pistol. Still 4 members of Oxygen lurking on this site. Silence be poking and prodding forwards first. Jerk just on the other side of the smoke. Might get a good timing with that. Okay, yep, just spots the butt of their opponent, but Dapper ready to shut that one down. Oxygen, they get there first.
And you can't blame Screwface for trying to take an early fight when he has the shield, right? But was not ready to be facing down all 5 players. So, yeah, that shield a little bit flimsy in a situation like that. On the opposite side of the map, too, of note, was just the fact that 3 players from Winthrop with the Neon taking point were actually pushing down short. They just didn't have anyone to meet. So, we'll see if these really aggressive pushes are going to be the name of the game, continuing for Winthrop from Lotus defense to Bind defense.
Screwface back at it again. Gets blinded out, and so Mitch ready for it. Silence in the back line. Gonna get gunned down as well, and now rotation coming extremely quickly from the flank from Winthrop. Wingman will get that little spike down. And now, Infiltrator gonna be first on point, immediately gets shot down by Mitch. It's already such an easy round for Oxygen. And now they're just isolating themselves, Winthrop, all the way down to just one member left. Jerk in this 1v5. Nobody losing their weapons on the side of Oxygen as Jerk just kind of shelters down into this corner and hoping that one of these right clicks will find something.
Oxygen actually cycled around weapons, so Mitch can just go hunting for this kill as he's the closest on the team to getting the orb. Well, he's going to get one orb because he dies.
Consolation prize at the end of it. Now they know exactly where Jerk is. Next up is going to be Verno, just on the other side, and yeah, gets the spray down onto Jerk, get another ultimate orb, get closer to Thrash, as that's Oxygen with the win.
So Winthrop already Screwface 2 rounds in a row now going for these early walk pushes, gets shut down both times. Bind is a map where it's pretty easy for the attackers to play passive early on because it's not like you're sacrificing a lot of map control. It's not like Lotus where you have to fight for rubble or fight for mound. You literally start the game basically at the site over on A. So there's not really any control to lose. So they can afford to play passive and wait out pushes.
A little bit of a difference in look this time. Yeah, they're just going to funnel the ultimate orbs to Screwface, try and get the kill contract available online. But I like the combination of that Neon and ISO. Though, speaking of the Death Ball, that tends to be a pretty good way to make things work. Redux taking a lot of space, but immediately zoned out by the Viper's pit.
And speaking of the Neon, that speed, Infiltrator has already rotated here.
Gonna be Mosh tossed on top. It's gonna be clear now into the back of the site, but immediately Jerk on the inside is able to take him down. Redux finds the trade, and actually Verno and Dapper ready with the clapback. Winthrop University fallen like a house of cards. Screwface, the last member left standing, usually the first member down, and now might just have to save this rifle into the next.
Oxygen are fundamentally just such a rock-solid team, and it's a testament to how long they've been playing together with Dapper since he joined early fall last year. You can see in site execs like that how well they are scaling into the site and playing off of each other in the proper positions, despite Infiltrator having rotated there, despite having to hit into 3 anchoring players. They just make it look so easy.
And Winthrop University, once again, trying something new here. You can feel that they're unprepared for some of the stuff that Oxygen are throwing at them. And I think that really does come down to just not having enough practice with this composition. They're trying different things out, but it feels more scrimmy, puggy than any solidified strategy right now. And, well, Oxygen are just always going to come out better in that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, how long is this patch actually been in the game at this point? Like 2 weeks, not even? I mean, how much time realistically, if you're running this comp on multiple maps in scrim and in, downtime cooking up strats for multiple maps, like it's going to be tough to flesh out your game. And it's one of the reasons why things have just been so one note from them, pretty straightforward. Again, it's just early fights going down and a free round here for Oxygen.
Yeah, about to say it's not over yet, but yeah, this one's pretty much done. Redux already getting so close to the showstopper. Jerk still is hanging out, does have a judge in hand. At this point, it's just so easy for Oxygen to be able to make their way in. And I gotta say, Wyatt, I feel like Winthrop, they're going for these early duels and just kind of dry swinging it. They don't have any supporting utility and are immediately just getting gunned down.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the difference versus Lotus, where they had that breach and they, at least on defense, were trying to set up a lot of trap plays, mix that into the game. And with the Sky at the moment, they just haven't had any situations like that. It, like you said, it's just been all dry fights. It's been a bit lackluster to start things off.
And I love this kind of counter strat that we're seeing Oxygen actually go for. Every single time they're going in for that initial fight, they're making sure that 2 to 3 members of their squad are going to be pushing in together, because especially with that ISO shield, just having the pure numbers like we saw on that first round is a surefire way to make sure that the shield immediately gets broken and they get taken down. And well, every single time Winthrop just swing into them, they're constantly being met by pure numbers and then losing out as a result.
And here we go again. It is a double face from Screwface and Infiltrator. Those 2 duelists, they had 1 flash that time. But ultimately, Showers is going to be irrelevant. It's going to be Oxygen hitting the B site with the Seekers activated and the Showstopper.
Good flash there. Mitch already on site, though. Does get traded out. Showstopper goes in. Not able to find any kills. Oh, there we go. Walked right into the mosh. Gonna get burned down as a result. And now Oxygen do seize the site. Still 3 members alive on Winthrop University. Bit of utility still available as well, so this one isn't quite over, but they have to be so careful about how they push in. An excellent crossfire from Oxygen being set up, watching that. Just gonna sidestep a little bit of that utility. Scuba finding an excellent timing. It's such an easy spray down when you line up like that. And now Screwface does have the shield activated, but immediately it gets shot down by some spam, and Scuba from all the way across is gonna find that headshot. Oxygen, they look like this is the easiest map of their life.
Yeah, absolutely. They're running away with this. Winthrop, I'm a little bit disappointed so far that on their defense, every single round, including Lotus, they are just trying to anchor these sites so hard against Oxygen's execs, which, I mean, you look at the last one, they just crossed every T and dotted every I. There was a molly for every single spot. They're scaling off the Gecko utility well. And when you have this Neon with the Sky, the utility that it offers you, you should be able to flood retake really effectively on some of these rounds. I want to see him just give up the site and try to go back in fast while the spike is getting tapped.
Silent's going to move up, get one closer to that orbital strike. A completely different style on this map where it doesn't feel like Winthrop have won a single first duel just yet. And Oxygen, they slow down the pace. Jerk will have a shotgun ready to go just in case someone floods into hookah, but everyone's so spread up, that flood back in just doesn't seem possible with how Winthrop are playing this defense.
One of the key elements of this round is just the fact that if you scroll down the names, look at the orbs, check in on the ult economy, there are 3 players on Winthrop that are 1 away. So if they get a kill or if they die, they're going to have ults ready for the next round. Verno as well is 1 away from getting the thrash. So we're set up here for a very important round 7, given Oxygen win this one where they're heavily favored with the superior weapons.
Nice and slow. Jerk, I don't think spotted anybody out there. Immediately gets shut down. Finally, Spike is going to get planted, but look at all this space that Oxygen have taken. They're already back into the spawn, and they're not giving anything up. A single smoke is going to just slow things down with an orbital strike ready for deployment as well if Scuba decides to use it. Understanding now that people are going to be flooding in. Molly going to get deployed inside the smoke. Oh, hey, that's a little bit of ISO hair. Dapper just on the other side, and now the paint shells fly through as well. It was so easy for Oxygen to just take the site. They still have all of their utility. And now Winthrop, they're getting shut down by a single smoke. A mosh pit used as well. Gonna toss it, all the Gecko utility in the middle of it. But they're not even given a chance to enter. Infiltrator finally is able to get 1 kill, but Scuba ready to clean up on the other side. Screwface at least able to find Mitch, but the time just trickles down. Oxygen so clean with this round.
Yeah, Redux gets a little silly at the end when he's jumping into the smoke with the shorty. But Oxygen are really not playing around, even though they are absolutely dominating the map right now. They're just playing so patiently there. When you're on Scuba's POV, you're just seeing him cycle smokes, then puts down the molly, then Verno puts down the mosh, just not giving Winthrop any opportunity to push forward, even though Oxygen, they have better guns. They're massively favored. They're dominating them. They're not messing around. They're here to win.
This might be the press X to win round. Winthrop, like you said, accumulating so many of these ultimates now. The Viper's Pit going to be the first to turn on that B site. So far, Oxygen have generally been favoring B. Don't think that we've seen them plant on A just quite yet, but this Viper's Pit might make them second guess it. At least it does give free ultimate control, and Dapper, so aware, already puts so much damage into Nicey.
That's crazy that he expected that. Thrash is going to come in to clear out the pit, and it will do so.
Going to be detained, and yeah, that's going to be the pink shells in here. Oh, Redux. Not exactly able to find it, but Orbital Strike going to be incoming as well. Jerk going down. Infiltrator could potentially hold the line still. Hanging out just inside of the smoke. Counter orbital strike going to get utilized, and oh, Dapper walks in with the shorty and still able to find the kill there. So Silence at this point might just decide to back off. Oxygen, though, still have not pushed into the site. Looks like Winthrop are considering fighting this one yet. So Oxygen just bide their time in the meantime.
It's slowing things down. Oxygen are abusing the shorties like it's early 2023. I haven't seen so many kills with that gun in straight up a year. Wingman gonna do his job and get the spike down. Pressure on Scuba now. Important 1v1 against Screwface.
And Screwface wins that one. Dapper just on the other side actually goes down. And suddenly it's all up to Verno. So far away from the spike as well. Does have the mosh pit available. Will toss that one onto the spike, but Silence, I'm pretty sure, will be able to just stick it. Oh! Just killed at the last second. And now it's up to Screwface just on the other side, but Verno wins that one out. Oxygen. They close out the round. It got a little bit closer than they probably would have liked.
Oh no, that is just disaster for Winthrop, and I feel like that's the nail in the coffin, especially mentally speaking. When you're already down that much, you have a winnable situation. You're in a 2v1, and you just fall over to the mosh. This one is all but done. The rest of the rounds really feel like a formality. Winthrop right now, they're gathering up on short. They're going to go for another really aggro play. Let's see if they have more util behind it.
Looks like that might in fact be the case. No, still Infiltrator can't find anything. Even with that flash, just hold the left click down. We'll do its job. Screwface's shield already popped as well. So much utility flooding in from Oxygen to counter that potential push out just at the start. And Oxygen walk out on top.
I think with hindsight, you know, as fun as it has been to watch Winthrop play this on both maps and try to make something happen, maybe would have preferred, well, I guess I'll make this point later. It's Redux taking the first fight.
Yeah, Wingman can't necessarily get the clap off just quite yet. Amali just flushing out the positioning, clear things up a little bit. And now that whole investment of all of that utility to push back the death ball is kind of biting Oxygen a little bit more. Silence slowly moving up here is going to just find a timing potentially on to Scuba. Swing it around and yeah, take Scuba's head off. That's an excellent kill.
Just gonna fall off as well, play the man advantage that they have. It's a good decision. And Winthrop now, they are in a position to play for retake. They don't have to do anything particularly proactive, just if they want. They can just play this slow. They are gonna try to set up a crossfire here though. Crucial kills from Nasi.
That one's huge. And now this round is over. At this point, Mitch just trying to find a couple of kills, get the Seekers closer to being online. Of course, denying a little bit of economy from the opponents, but Winthrop University just standing like statues. Make sure that nothing funny can happen here. Mitch still going to be going around, is able to at least find a Screwface. But that's Winthrop. They finally get around.
7-1 scoreline. Perhaps. No, I still don't believe. I'm gonna need to see a lot more to believe. But I was just gonna say, I do, as fun as it is to see them run this comp on multiple maps and debut it, I think it may have worked out better for them if they feel that these agents are strong enough for pro play to just really hone in on one map, come in with a really comprehensive game plan. Because playing it on multiple maps with such a little time, it just feels like they, with that little time, were unable to come up with too much. It's just, you know, kind of out of their hands at that point. Perhaps too bold of a risk to take to already be running this on multiple maps in a series.
Different look this time as Screwface walks forward. Dapper, going to be spotting that one out. The Trailblazer now scouting things out, make sure that things are more or less clear back there, and that'll allow Dapper to take a little bit of extra space. But while this is all happening, the spike getting funneled over to the B side as Redux now onto the site. Was spotted out for a second, so is going to back out. And Oxygen haven't committed anywhere yet, so they're still able to really reposition. Dapper wins an important duel, and now the call gets made to move on to A as the pit gets deployed.
Yeah, that pit is going to extend into the site as well. Covers up all of default, so Wingman's going to be pretty safe getting over there.
Excellent little combination. Okay. Infiltrator finds Redux as they fly up trying to get on top of that box, but Verno just trying to poke and get that spike. Will be able to do that. Drops it, picks up the wingman one again, but it's just about ultimate orbs right now. Silence trying to spray through it, unable to find anything. So Winthrop will have to play this retake here. Actually, Silence is able to find the spike, which is crucial, but Mitch on an absolute tear in the back line. Looking for it, finds 3. Unbelievable stuff, and the spike gets down just in time. And now, nicely up against 3 people inside of a Viper's pit. This one is looking near impossible, Wyatt.
I can't express enough how much Mitch has elevated his individual play from stage 1 till now. I remember the last game in stage 1 where Oxygen suffered an upset loss when Core beat them. Mitch was just seriously struggling in that series, and post that game has turned things around massively, has been consistently stepping up in those moments individually since the mid-season cup. I mean, this last kill he got onto Jerk was just so clean.
Yeah, Mitch single-handedly destroying any chance that Winthrop had on that retake. And things are really not looking good for Winthrop as Oxygen, once again, just completely barreling forward in Winthrop. Their economy is not looking fantastic, just light shields being bought all around. And Infiltrator going for the peak again, but Dapper not able to find that this time.
Screwface has that kill contract. I'm just ready to see the 1v1.
Happen at any point. Oh, excellent little shot there. Redux immediately going down. Shield going to be activated. The Thrash going to be now flying through. It actually doesn't actually stay on site. Kill contract now going to get activated. Screwface able to pick Verno out of this fight. Shield gets broken here, but Screwface still able to find Verno's head. As Nicey finds Mitch as well. And this time around, Winthrop, they find theirs and shut down Oxygen.
ISO just playing to that advantage with the shield. It's already so funny to see the little metagame within the kill contract fight. I mean, again, shout out to the shield. Screwface just should have died there, but lives. Really fun ability to play against.
Oh, I can hear the pain in your voice when you say that.
No, I love fighting against ISOs with the shield. It's such thrilling gameplay to be involved in.
Still Oxygen trying to make this one hurt for Winthrop. Yeah, Scuba able to go across, actually finds 3, unbelievable stuff. And now it's Dapper just in a 1v2, but that's okay. Quite a bit more damage there as, you know, Scuba doing Scuba things. Winthrop went out that round.
Listen, it might be pure cope, but perhaps if Winthrop can just get the last couple rounds here and win the pistol. Listen, we can certainly see this comp just being significantly better on attack, where they can just brute force sights together with big execs.
I can see it happening, actually. I mean, at that point, it's just purely the death ball, just everyone running in and trying to take it over. But like you said, Oxygen really trying to get more rounds this time around. Makes that second half a lot easier. And Guiding Lights being traded on the other side as Infiltrator takes a very aggressive angle. So the Seeker's going to get utilized as Infiltrator doesn't quite find the shots. And now it's going to be a little bit of a squeeze coming through. Somehow Mitch is still able to find one. And now it's going to be the showstopper from Redux. Going around the corner, tosses it in. Nicey gets eliminated from this matchup. And Winthrop, 2v4. Okay, Verno not quite done yet. This is a little bit bold if I do say so myself. Infiltrator able to find that pick. Have the snake bite ready to go. It's just going to be zoning them out at this point, as Oxygen should be able to secure this round easily.
Yeah, Verno, now we're getting a little bit silly where we already feel like we've won the game because it's 8-2 and we're just running through into our own mosh to take a fight. But it doesn't really matter. These Winthrop players are going to be forced to save. The time is just so low.
Yeah, an excellent round coming in from Oxygen yet again. And this is something so important. I think that in these initial matchups, like Winthrop, they have to find those first bloods. They can't be kind of getting away with, you know, Mitch, they have to triple swing and Mitch still is able to find 1 or 2 people in the crossfire. Those kills have to be clean if they want this to work on their defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved Oxygen's play on that round. It was a fast exec. They kept things simple, but so effective. With Mitch just getting the information using the Seekers towards showers, while the rest of the team just you know, absolutely into down short with the pace, flanking the shower players. Just a really nice hit. And again, pace from Oxygen.
Whoa, speaking of pace, Winthrop Cavalry has arrived. Redux already on the other side, but finally the death ball works out for Winthrop. Finds so much value on it. Infiltrator finally finding these headshots, so important. Dapper though trades that back. Trailblazer gets shot out as well. Final two are known by Dapper, but the spike all the way on the other side. It's not impossible, but everything slows down just for a second.
Yeah, I'm going to be sending Riot an email about that extended shield audio that keeps playing. A little bit of a glitch discovered here. Yep. Going to be sending that one after the game.
Dapper clear in the corner, but yeah, the double swing will be good. Winthrop find 3 in this half. I don't know if this is still winnable, Wyatt, but hey, you know what? There's a curse for a reason.
If Winthrop get this pistol and their site execs look really effective, I could see them making a game of this, but at this point you have to believe that Oxygen have done more than enough to close this out, even if Winthrop begin to piece some kind of comeback together.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see how Winthrop decide to exec on this. I mean, based on the last map that we saw, it was very just like, hey, just send Screwface in to find a couple of kills and then we can just clean up the rest of the site. But it stopped working for them towards the end of the map last time. So if they rely on that, to be honest, I think that Oxygen might be aware.
Definitely. Oxygen right now, they're on the verge of winning their 7th match in a row. That includes wins against Moist Shopify, Turtle Troop, M80. This team has just been unstoppable since the mid-season cup.
Infiltrator, so much cover available. And now it's going to be the Storm back onto site. Screwface, though, able to find one. Mitch trades it back. Mitch finds yet another one. And Silence just on the other side here, but understands that Mitch is just on the other side. And yeah, that one kind of goes down. Oh, didn't know you could knife the orb in midair, but that's going to be Winthrop, a very fast hit, and they take the round.
This could be the beginning. This could be it. We saw how effective, at least at getting first kills, Infiltrator and Screwface were on attack on Lotus, despite losing that 13-5. Remember, they had 13 first bloods, which is just crazy. And a lot of that was Screwface taking first engagements on attack. So let's see what they can do here. Already 4 of them gathered up towards Fountain on B. Looks like they want to get up long fast here.
Also, too, bringing in 3 Vandals. To me, that says that they're very confident on this one. And to be fair, with this composition, you kind of have to be. I like, though, this anchoring that we're seeing from Jerk all the way in the back, just so aware of people who might be coming around. But Dapper might have actually just spotted out Silence.
See what Jerk can do here. Timing is scary. He's going to get one. Does he try to hunt for more? Gets punished for it.
Okay. Macy able to go back and take Dapper out as well. The spike now planted. At least Oxygen, they've got 1 Vandal. As they slowly make their way up a B long. A complete flip around on this map. Actually, Redux just going to take that Vandal away and make sure that they save it into the next one. It's Mitch looking for an opportunity just around this corner. Verno goes for the first swing, but immediately has their head taken off. Verno at least able to find Nicey. An Infiltrator, yeah, not able to find that final pick. Redux just going to watch just in case anybody comes out around the side. But Winthrop, they're starting to slowly accumulate their rounds.
Redux actually gets rid of that damage. Just wants to try and deal some more economic damage. Not going to be able to do so. Winthrop get their 5th on the board. An opportunity now for a bonus round win, one that they definitely were investing in, bringing all those Vandals into round 2. We're going to opt for a couple stingers, though, here, actually. Jerk and Nasi. Actually, a little bit of mental debate back and forth from Nasi, trying to figure out which weapon they want to buy up. Going to opt for the Vandal in the end.
Yeah, this is going to be the round that Oxygen. Full weaponry available for them. Kind of like coming out top. Spots out a little bit of information, Mitch. Just going for the jump peak as well. Understands that they saw quite a few members there, and you can see already the peel from Verno happening in the back line.
Pretty standard opening from your Sky defensively on bind, where you send that early guiding light the guiding light, excuse me, the fountain, see if you get a ping.
Poison orb emitting.
Relay bolts go in, but nothing found for it. Just the snake bite deterring them from moving in, and Winthrop completely just kind of pumped the brakes on this one. They're not really engaging super fast, just applying a little bit of pressure and not committing to anything just quite yet. But it does feel like their final destination is A, as Screwface going to make a bit of noise on B, but Oxygen are not biting.
Yeah, Mitch rotated over to A pretty quickly when his second guiding light didn't get a ping on B long, so they've got 3 here.
Ooh, spotted out. Redux puts in quite a bit of damage. Not able to find a kill, though. Mitch is going to have a lot of work to do, is able to find 2 there. Not quite done yet, though. Not as aggressive this time around, though, being a little bit more disciplined. Not completely just inting over your own utility. As the smokes do come down, Winthrop are able to take a little bit more space. Dizzy goes up, immediately shot down, and Scuba spraying through. The undercut coming as well, but Mitch watching for it just in case Screwface goes through. Scuba falls down in the middle of that fight. Now Screwface has a good opportunity. Somehow this round is slipping away from Oxygen as Macy finds Mitch as well. The swing around, Redux able to find one, but that orbital strike is going to be so dangerous. And now Dapper found in this 1v2. Opposite positions from both these members. Has to be so careful around these boxes. Looking the wrong way, Screwface finds it. Winthrop University, step by step, round by round, are now only 3 down in the series.
What a recovery from them. In a 3 versus 5 there, with such low HP as well. Massive credit to Silex, who frankly was struggling so hard on map 1. It can't be ignored. On Lotus was 2 and 16 to end the game, but right now top fragging for Winthrop and was the hero on that round, putting down that ultimate as well. Perfect timing in lamps. The pivotal moment to win that round.
Ooh, Mitch still able to find one. That's unbelievable. Screwface not winning that duel. Return to form from that first half. Zverdo does move up into Hookah, gives up the site for free. The rotation now coming around.
Spike is going to be planted default. This is going to get Nossi the Seekers here as well. Could be big in this post plant. Going to be popped straight away.
And Verno's position now going to be revealed. Ooh, a little bit of a stun. Nossi slowed down for a second as the flood on site comes through. Somehow Redux able to find one. And yeah, your shoulder's peeking around the corner, but it's just excellent angles being held down. Silex finally coming alive. Verno gonna be the last person spotted out here. Actually gets a nice little dink, but it is through a corner, so not able to secure the kill. And in this 1v3 scenario, looking near impossible. The swing from Dirk happens, and yeah, finds that kill. Winthrop win that round again.
Silex again looking really clean with the aim now. Used the orbital strike to win the previous round, and already halfway to the next. Still top fragging for the Winthrop side. This was a nice little play from Infiltrator there. Off that molly that Silex placed over at the main door, was able to isolate 2 fights. And all of a sudden, this comeback is looking very real. Winthrop's attack side way better than the defense.
Not the 9-3 curse again. This time Redux gonna be taking a little bit of an aggressive push, but Dapper able to find one. Be the contingency there, just standing onto the other side of it. The Seekers give out so much information. Sprays coming through. Dapper able to escape. Trades just some bullets, a little bit of HP. Nothing coming out on top, but except for Verdo finding the head of Nasi, sorry, as Redux just around the corner as well. Needs to kind of get out. Will use the double satchels. Horizontal, not nerfed at all. Now Winthrop down to this 3v5.
Here.
Yeah, we really thought that Raze was about to get hard nerfed, and pretty much no change. I mean, the satchels barely feel different at all. That was such good movement from Redux to get out of there.
Oxygen are aware. So aware. Dapper finds Jerk, and look at this, just a spray through. Redux able to find one. Redux finds the second. And Oxygen, they find a flawless one. They say, we see what you're doing with that comeback, then we're gonna pass.
Lovely round there from the veteran Dapper. He got that first kill a little bit earlier than the one from Verno over towards short, and then that reposition he had over to market was super nice. Winthrop, though, more than enough for another buy. Screwface has the kill contract ready. It's been a very fast half from Winthrop. Fast executes, excuse me. So we'll see if on another fast execute, Screwface is just going to make someone disappear 1 versus 1.
Redux again. Love this little tech. Tries to win it. Actually does. I thought Redux was going to be able to win that one out. It's so fun to me to see the shorty come out just to break the shield and then immediately just swap back around. And all the meanwhile, Winthrop, they get that spike down. It's going to be 4v5 on this retake.
Yeah, the little meta of the shorty break on the kill contract, ISO shield and stuff. It's super cool. I mean, it's really heads up. I suppose it's one of the main reasons that these guys keep buying the shorties, honestly.
Destabilizing. Still valuable. And yeah, Screwface just on a tear right now. Scuba's been able to find a little bit of value by taking out Infiltrator. And just holding it down. Screwface holding such tight angles. Finds Verno, and now Oxygen have no choice but to back out of the site and save their weapons into the next one. The kill contract still being pretty valuable for Winthrop University.
Yeah, no doubt what we're seeing from the kill contract on attack, I think is absolutely the best value that you get from it. Because even if Screwface dies there in the 1v1, Redux is just going to get pounced upon by the other attackers. That Neon is going to be on him so fast when he comes back. Look at the Neon on the map right now. Already outside of Shower in case Screwface lost that. Like, they're still getting that pick, and they're scaling all the way into site for free.
And previous map, it felt like Oxygen were ready whenever that kill contract came out, making sure that they were covering the flood in onto the site. But that time around, I mean, it didn't quite work out, and now it's just going to be a lot of early utility here. Redux going for a swing. And Dapper able to find Silence in the middle of it. And Infiltrator, no value found out of that ultimate. So now the Thrash comes out as well, just completely ready to shut things down. But we'll just return home. So Verno will be able to get that second go. And an early skirmish win for Oxygen now finds them at an advantage, taking out 2 members of Winthrop.
I'm not really sure where Dapper stands as far as, the hierarchy on the scoreboard for Oxygen, but you have to give him big credit for the kills that he is getting on defense. They've been really high impact.
Redux spotted it out. Has that showstopper available as well. The Viper Smoke defensively used. Verno ready for the flood-in with the Thrash. Detain him and blow him up, but Winthrop, now understanding that their position has been given away, decide to back things up and start making their way over to A.
Time to hunt.
This dog from Nasi has to be used so deep, fearing that players could have been pushed down, so it's not even able to clear into lamps.
30 seconds
That's
left.
something Winthrop have to be worried about here, but it's all just to insert Screwface to draw attention towards A while Winthrop... Wow, they are really indecisive. Look at their positioning on the map.
Oh, and that's so important for Scuba to win, because now it's like you don't know whether or not that's clean. You just kind of have to risk it. And Scuba will be able to toss down the molly as well. Doesn't quite make it all the way around the site, but at least isolates things to allow Dapper to swing around. And now Jerk just has to watch this like a hawk, but look at that. It's the fish and EB swimming towards you. Thrash looking for its target, not able to find it. And well, don't have 2 snake bites, just 1 this time. So Dirk has to move forward, but Scuba ready for it. Oxygen at 11.
The decision-making at the tail end of that round from Winthrop just becomes so disconnected. It looked like Nasi was using the Trailblazer to just insert Screwface deep in A, apply some pressure so they could go back to B, but then Nasi goes back to A, but then Screwface died. It just really falls apart. And now late into the game, 11 rounds for Oxygen. They have really crucial ultimates active and ready to go. Redux with a showstopper. Dapper has the Viper's Pit. Scuba is 1 off of the orbital strike. That should be enough to close this game out.
Oh, look at this. Screwface with an operator this time. Doesn't even pop the shield either. I would have thought the shield would go hand in hand with using this operator first, but not necessarily going to be the case. Still finds Mitch jumping around the corner, though. And so that's not how you want this round to start if you are Oxygen. Is Winthrop ready for it, but Scuba just better. Diffs Nasi. And Screwface taking a lot of damage as well. It's going to be, oh no, you can't win that one, but actually still will be able to find it. It's going to be the snake bite tossed out as well to deter people from moving forwards. Quite a bit of damage done onto Winthrop. Oh no, Verno just walks right into Jerk. That lurk has been crucial, and this time around, they have made up their minds and they're going to A.
Scuba got that kill though, so the orbital strike is ready.
Ooh, so close. Not able to secure the kill here. Scuba moves through, but gonna get caught out of position, and yeah, Winthrop University, they've already taken enough of the site. We'll be able to take the rest of Oxygen's lives.
Got a Redux experience, the Ray's worst nightmare. Just having the showstopper versus the ISO shield is so annoying. At least he's still got the killer. That would have been mental damage minus 5,000.
Oh, and now Oxygen. Speaking of mental damage, trying to mitigate some of the damage that has been done on this half thus far. They started out so dominant, but Winthrop, they've gotten that death ball rolling, and it seems like it's not stopping at all.
Yeah, no doubt this attack side from them has been significantly better than the defense. I do love them bringing the AWP into that round, something they haven't done, I don't think at all. I'm pretty sure they haven't picked up an AWP a single time in this game, and that's including Lotus. So not something that Oxygen were prepared for. And Mitch gets punished hard with the jump peaks, but of course from him, his perspective, just never really thinking that that's going to be a possibility.
Yeah, up until that point, no operator had really been bought. And to be fair, with the speed that you would expect Winthrop to kind of fly at you with, it wouldn't necessarily make sense for an operator to be something that could be on the field for that team. But I'm assuming during that timeout, Oxygen will have talked about that, because Screwface will have this into the next round as well. The kill contract available. That would be interesting if we get the kill contract with the operator online.
Surely not. We'd be headed into extremely far too silly territory if that happens. I mean, maybe he'll just hold an angle here with the AWP, wait out a push. They are playing a slow round right now, Winthrop, something they haven't done particularly often. And then when they do go for the site exec, maybe swap with a player to have a rifle fight with the kill contract.
Screwface thought about it for a second, pulled it out, but maybe that's not the best idea, and immediately put it away. Getting that operator back out, and just a couple of bullets being traded on that A side. But now, the aggression from Winthrop, the space being taken from Hookah, should make them lean a little bit more that way, especially with that spike in hand. Infiltrator and do their due diligence to move things up, tosses up the fast lane, and that's all a fake. As Winthrop continue to move forwards onto A.
Yeah, they've done a nice job taking shower control off all that noise made. Scuba is going to be really important here. Look at his position, pushed up so close on short.
30 seconds
Was in
left.
Cloud admitted. Scuba, got fake cleared. That's not going to be enough. Infiltrator goes down. Scuba doing so much. Able to find two in the midst of all of that. And sure, Winthrop, they will be able to flood onto the site now. The kill contract gets activated. Screwface does have a rifle this time as Dapper breaks the shield there, looking for it, and Dapper wins that one out. So Screwface taken away, and no one is going to be ready to nullify Dapper, as it is going to be the Viper Spit gets utilized on the site after things get spread, but Dapper going to trade back one of his own. It's now down to this 3v2, exploring the pits on both sides. Little bolts can tickle you down, and oh no, the shot goes wide. And suddenly Jerk in a very difficult situation, a 1v3. They're all hopping around looking for it, and yeah, the shorties this time around don't need it to shoot down that ISO shield, just use it to shoot down Jerk.
Yeah, it is really funny to see them buying up these shorties just to counter the rounds where the kill contract is up for Screwface. It's so heads up. Oxygen just not messing around. They have every little detail in mind. But listen, at the end of the day, it just comes down to Scuba there. That is such a nasty 2K from him. He should never be allowed to get 2 there for the millionth time in this series, displaying just how fantastic he is with the aim, with taking the duels, the little micro adjustments with the movement in those situations. Such an immensely talented player.
And now Winthrop University will be the ones taking this time out. 3 rounds in order to force this one to overtime, potentially forcing out map number 2. And meanwhile, on the other side, Oxygen, it feels like they're back in the driver's seat. It feels like that last time out that they took really helped them settle down, figure out some anti-strats there, and just completely counter this death ball push that Winthrop have consistently been doing.
Unfortunately for Winthrop, despite this attack half being considerably better than the defense, their lack of defensive rounds has just kind of caught up to them, right? I mean, this comeback was always going to be a bit of a pipe dream for them. And if they could work out those defensive sides, you know, this comp, this game plan could have some legs to it. But at the moment, still for me, it's just coming down to the fact that they haven't had enough time with it. They're trying it on multiple maps. They've given themselves a tough task with it. But they've certainly had some good rounds. They have some good ideas, no doubt. We'll see what their idea is going to be out of their final timeout into this game. Perhaps their final round if Oxygen take it.
Oh, able to at least get that orb. Going to allow the Seekers to be online, but Oxygen go for the Flood. Well, Seekers no more. Oxygen find their first, and now the Flood and onto this B site's going to happen. Dapper just on the other side. Won't be able to see anything thanks to that fast lane. Going to go for a spray, but decides to actually back off. And it is Screwface in the back here with the double tap active. Dapper just completely looking the wrong way. Will get taken out. Actually traded in the middle of it as Scuba comes in. The savior. Able to take Infiltrator out of the equation. And suddenly Oxygen look like they're in a really good spot right now. This 4v2. Dirk just on the other side. Mitch, not okay. Does actually clear that one. The Spectre spray just a little bit too chaotic. And suddenly it's all up to Silence in this 1v4 scenario to keep Winthrop in this. Wingman going to be going for the defuse. Silence has to peek through onto it, able to find one, but Redux from up top with the shorty. The shorties are back as Oxygen. They win out the series 2-0.
Listen, massive shout out to Winthrop for playing the crazy ranked comp that every team is running, debuting both of the buffed duelists. It was really fun to watch. They made this series very enjoyable, but at the end of the day, this Oxygen team is just in elite form right now. 7 wins in a row for them in Challengers, and only 1 map dropped of those 7. They just feel unstoppable right now.
And also, too, what I want to talk about something that you mentioned earlier, specifically about kind of reining it in, try to get this to work, because Winthrop were starting to look like they had a lot of signs of life, really potentially bringing back that comeback, but I think they just need a little bit more time, a little bit more practice to solidify some of the mechanics, and then, honestly, they could be a really good team.
Yeah, I definitely agree. If they continue to run this, and I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, maybe one map where they feel like, okay, this is the map where this comp is the strongest. Let's just go hard, spending time developing our playbook on that map so we have the depth to be able to win out on defense and on attack, mix things up consistently. Because I think the biggest thing, the biggest detriment to their ability to try and win this game was just that the playbook across both maps was a bit shallow. And I just think it's due to the lack of time that these agents have been in the game. Or rather, not been in the game, sorry. But these buffs to the agents have been in the game.
Couldn't agree more. Andrade, what do you think about it?
It was so close and yet so far. Winthrop, they really shine, and we saw map number 1 now, especially more map number 2 of that map of Vine. They were looking really good on the attacking side. That's when they, obviously with this composition, with the double duelers, with the Neon and the ISO, they get to shine the most. But it's, first of all, it's an Oxygen that, as Wyatt was saying, and as we've been saying, look really unstoppable. And on the other side, you just have a Winthrop that have a lot more to work on before they can make a composition like this one work. It's a team that is really good. They showed us some really good ideas, but beating Oxygen, that's something that nobody has been able to do for a few matches now. So Oxygen, would they absolutely deserve victory here in a 2-0 fashion as well. So yeah, you're mentioning that the 7 win streak that they have when it comes to matches, but even only if we're only counting that this second split, they're undefeated on maps as well. So that's just insane for Oxygen, the way that they're adapting on the fly to these weird compositions, which I feel like, Marks, they had no idea that the other side of Winthrop was going to run.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They looked a lot more prepared on Lotus for this funky composition. And to be fair, on their defense, or sorry, their attacking half, Oxygen were just kind of steamrolling Winthrop, but especially on that attack, Winthrop, we were seeing some of those moments happen where they were just completely decimating Oxygen, running over them with kind of the speed and power in their hands. And it was looking scary. I would love to see Winthrop clean a lot of this up.
I also gotta say, I've never seen Mitch have a bad game of Bind. Mitch is so good on this map. It's insane. Every single time the utility, you see the guiding light going in, trying to get the support with the team, also individually, just having such a good performance. And that's just a thing, Wyatt, for a lot of the players that we have in Challengers, that there's just one specific map that for them is insane. And for Mitch, I feel like it was this one. He really got the chance to shine and to also shut down that comeback that was taking place for Winthrop.
Yeah, I totally agree. Mitch has been so good since the mid-season cup onwards individually. He's stepped up so much. Massive credit. In that game, there was that one really pivotal round too, where things were getting a little bit out of hand, where Winthrop were starting to piece together some rounds, and he got that 3K on A. It was just super sick. So yeah, huge credit to him for sure.
Yeah, and honestly, the entirety of this team that has been so well. They've been undefeated so far, and it seems like they might continue to do so, but we have the post-match interview ready, and we get the chance to talk about Scuba a little bit, because Scuba, you are undefeated on the split. Congratulations on this win, by the way, against Winthrop, but I gotta ask you first, were you expecting these compositions from Winthrop at all with the double duelist, the Neon, and the ISO? We saw them playing it in the Fun Haver Invitational, but we didn't think they were gonna transfer it to it. Did you guys think that it was gonna be the VCT comp that they were gonna run?
Yeah, we also saw that they were playing it in the Mr. Fun Haver, and we kept a mental note like they might play this, but we didn't worry too much about that. We just played our game and we thought we'd win.
And I like that you talk about playing your game, because something that has characterized you recently has been that Clove on Lotus, and you did so well on it today. Tell me some of the abilities and also the ideas that Clove allows you to play to get the performance and to get the results that you individually are getting on it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's been super fun playing Clove. I think my favorite ability so far has been the ult. You know, it's completely game changing, being able to come back to life and throw smokes while you're dead. So yeah, I've been really enjoying it.
And even speaking a little bit on that map number 1, I don't know if you guys noticed, and that's kind of my question, that Winthrop, they were getting double and a little bit more than double of the first kills that you guys were getting. Was that something that you were aware of as you were playing that map to, you lose one of your players and then you were able to turn it around and turn around those rounds?
Yeah, at the start of the game, it was especially like obvious. I think I started like 0-5 on Lotus, but we reset and we're like, yo, just calm down and like let them throw all their util and be completely fine.
And also when it comes to playing your game and, getting the chance to see all these Challengers teams that are running a couple different things, a couple different ideas, can we expect anything crazy or a little bit different for Oxygen in the next couple of weeks, or are we keeping it safe?
Nah, I think we're gonna keep it low key for the rest of the regular season.
And I mean, hey, it's been working out, so I feel like that makes a lot of sense. You're undefeated again. But my last question for you is that next match is almost the last one, but not just yet, is going to be against Turtle Troop. How do you feel about them? They're also one of those teams that like to run a couple of different things.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're the first seed right now for all of Challengers, so yeah, they're obviously a really good team, and I'm just excited to play against them.
Okay, we're going to see how that match is going to go. Congratulations once again, Scuba, on your win. And with that being said, we're going to close out this interview, but we have one more match after this break, so stay tuned and we'll be right back.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers North America. We just got the chance to watch Oxygen take that win 2-0 against Winthrop, but now it's time for that second match, and once again, Dry joined by Marks and Wyatt. And we have this match, which is M80 against Fluffy AIMERS, and I'm very curious because I actually don't know what's gonna happen. Fluffy AIMERS, Wyatt, have been looking great, and M80, they have this new edition of Net, and we're trying to find where they're gonna be standing for the matches that they have left.
Yeah, both teams making really exciting roster moves with Fluffy AIMERS. I mean, they just did like a 2-for-2 swap with YFP. They did a little wife swap, and both teams got way better, which is crazy. But like, seriously, both teams have gotten so much better, and it's kind of wild. And then for M80, I'm really excited to see Net play. Frankly, I think they got a straight-up upgrade. Net is really good. I think he offers the team a lot of experience, a lot of calling. He was really vocal when he was playing with the guard previously. So I'm excited to see more of him with this M80 team.
And for Mark's M80, the way that M80 started in the second split, it wasn't the greatest. So I feel like Fluffy AIMERS, they're just in time to see if they can get a win against M80 before they continue to get stronger and stronger. And this is a team that makes sense. If they find success today, if they find success in what is left of the split, I feel like they have so much potential to be one of those contender teams that nobody is expecting.
And you hit the nail on the head with that, Dryad, because this is a team that consistently you can feel them start to creep up all of the rankings. I mean, the solid gunplay that we're starting to see, and on top of that too, really going blow for blow against some of the topper teams in this whole thing. Fluffy AIMERS has genuinely surprised me as these weeks have gone on, because I only see them getting better and better. And so kind of like you said, I mean, this is going to be a pretty important match for them to really see if they can hang with the people who are at the top of challengers.
And the way that I see Fluffy AIMERS right now, it's kind of the way that I saw Winthrop on that first split, where it's the match that you think they're not going to win, and the other way around. So the first match that they had was against Winthrop. They lost that one. And then it was a Fluffy AIMERS going against SAD Esports and going against TSM. And both of those matches recently, they won. Obviously, that TSM one was a little bit harder to go on their side, but they ended up winning at the end. So on Fluffy AIMERS, Wyatt, that is looking amazing. And I feel like the individual pieces are allowing this to happen. I feel like Pancakes has had such a good performance as that initiator. It's one of the only initiator players that we have right now that I consider are on the top 3 even.
Super good on the initiator, was playing controller for them in stage 1, just a litany of different agents, and has been able to find success on all of them with this team. But part of the reason that Fluffy AIMERS have gotten so much better is because of these good role swaps that bringing in Jonah and Bones allowed them to make. His play on the initiator, fantastic. And then Mame as well has been finding a lot of success on the controller. So yeah, it's really nice to see them round things out and find themselves in a far more cohesive place than they did in stage 1.
And sometimes it's only about finding out what works inside of the team, right? Sometimes you see teams going outside, going for different players, going for different ideas, but it seems like Fluffy AIMERS, as you're saying, why they're finding what just works out for them, and that is these small changes, these ideas as well inside of the maps that look so great, Marks. And now we get the chance to talk about M80 as well, which I feel like is a team that started so well, and I mentioned it so many times, they started so well towards the beginning of split 1, and now we don't really know where to place them. They've been struggling, honestly. They lost their first match against Oxygen, the second one against Blinn, which was the surprising one, and just last week they won against Core. So it's kind of a back and forth where is M80 back, and this might be the match to determine it.
I feel like there's so many question marks surrounding this team right now, because exactly like you laid out, M80, everyone's so high on them after how they finished the last season. This is the team that everyone was watching, and Split 1 really convinced us that was going to continue to be the case. And then they kind of were the meme where you put the stick in front of your own bike wheel and trip, where as Split 2 started, it felt not good for M80. But I think that last week, especially to going 2-0 against Core and honestly making it look kind of easy, that was a really big step in them gaining their confidence back, remembering some of the fundamentals that they really were so good at. And like Wyatt said earlier, acquiring Net, a huge upgrade. We just need to see them now all coalesce together. And I just want to highlight too, in some of these replays right now, like we're seeing a lot of different agents kind of coming out here, specifically on that Ascent map, where they had the Yoru and Deadlock composition. So they are trying out new things, and quite frankly, it's looking good.
It's looking good. The small ideas, and this is where I've seen why the most teams find success, is when they bring a little bit of these new ideas, the Deadlock, the Clove, but not too much, not going too far, as we've seen other teams try, maybe cook too much and it's just not working out. But I feel like for M80, at least when it comes to the different compositions, is just where it needs to be. Now they just need to have those convincing results, as they did for that match against Core.
Yeah, the two agents, the Deadlock and the Yoru, for this Ascent defense just really allowed them to play a dynamic style where the Deadlock can shut off part of the map. The Yoru gets the easy rotates back and forth with the gate crash, depending on where that attacking side is going to be finishing. And it was really cool to watch. This was in their game. This was Net just playing against Blinn, where they had that really close loss.
Yeah.
But honestly, I'm kind of writing that game off a bit because it was the rarest of serious underperformances from Xander. That was the only time all season that has been the case. But that is the person I really want to focus on. He's coming in to replace Nitro. And Nitro was solid, no doubt, but it was always going to be a tough task integrating someone back into the game into your team. It had been years since he was competing on a top level with 100 Thieves, whereas now you have Net, who was just playing with G2 in partnership, was playing with the Guard for ages, has LAN experience. This guy has a lot to offer in that regard, and also when he was with the Guard, he was doing a ton of calling with that team, which I don't think a lot of people necessarily know. And that was a reason he was really highly valued kind of behind the scenes at the time as well. And so I think bringing him in with his ability to, bring that to the team with the experience of someone who's been consistently competing in Valorant is going to be huge for them.
And this is something that M80 really need. We've seen the frustration on social media when they lost those first two matches of the split. You could tell that they were really disappointed in themselves. They knew that they needed some change. They knew they needed like a fresh air, and that's what Net has been bringing and is hoping to continue to bring for M80, to bring them back to being that team that everybody puts in that number one, that everybody puts even winning Ascension all the way towards the end of the year. But for that, we need to take it step by step. So let's jump to the map select for the series between M80 and Fluffy AIMERS. Let's see where we're going to be headed. And we got Sunset, Lotus, and Ascent marks.
Okay, the Sunset pick, I want to focus in on that first, because straight up, Fluffy AIMERS coming into this, they beat TSM on it last week, I believe 13-1. So I'm imagining they're still kind of riding that high, and they're feeling really confident here in their Sunset play. M80, on the other hand, they haven't looked very consistent when it comes to this map, and so I'm wondering how things are going to kind of shake out for them. To be completely honest with you, if I was M80, I think Sunset would have been one of the maps to ban, just understanding how well Fluffy AIMERS are on this map.
It's just one of the things that you think maybe they have a game plan around what they got the chance to see. But as you were saying, Fluffy AIMERS, it was a 13-1 win against TSM. It's a pretty quick VOD to review, if anything. And Wyatt, for the other two maps, I feel like this is going to go the distance. We might go all the way to Ascent, which we just talked about it. We talked about the Yoru, we talked about the Deadlock, and I feel like that's on the table today.
It's definitely possible. Could definitely see a world where each team wins their map pick. M80 have been consistently playing Lotus a ton over the entire course of this year to a lot of success. They've only lost it a couple times, and that was only to Turtle Troop and Oxygen, our undefeated teams right now. Yeah. And M80, they've been up and down. They've been trying to find their footing. So that's their home map. It's where Nismo gets to play Raze and really pop off as an individual. Ascent, I'm really excited for if we do get there, just to see more of that Yoru Deadlock comp that they have, brought in as their own unique look for the map.
And I want to bring another factor as well, and is that Fluffy AIMERS, pretty much every single one of the maps that they've won, except for one, they've been able to close out in where the enemy gets less than 10 rounds. So they have a little bit more of those convincing wins. Now, when you look at the other side, M80, it's been quite the opposite. Those maps that they've lost, when they lost against Oxygen and when they lost against Blend, which are some of the maps that we're going to be seeing today, it was so close. It was overtimes. It was 11-13 in a bunch of them. Actually, 3 of the 4 maps that they lost 11-13. So it's been just slipping through their fingers, and I wonder what is it going to take, Marks, for them to turn this one around, because M80, they're so good. We've seen them since last year, this core of M80 that has been incredibly consistent, but with the Fluffy AIMERS that has had the time to study and that is making so much progress, I don't know, and it can honestly go either way.
See, this is one of those hard questions that you're posing here, Diane, because listen,
I throw every single one at you, by the way. I don't know if you noticed.
I'm pulling out these names out of a hat. I'm just hoping that one of these predictions is going to be correct here. But that's one of the biggest things that I think Fluffy AIMERS will have the advantage for. I've done a lot of school in my day, and being an academic, studying up on your team, I think that there is a lot to pull out of there. And so that's kind of why I'm hoping that we do get to see that map 3, because I think that's where we will really get to see the impact of Fluffy AIMERS doing preparation for this map, because like we've been talking about, it's an unconventional composition that M80 are most likely going to be bringing out on Ascent. But on the other hand, I do genuinely believe that M80, they've had now enough time to really just solidify themselves, shake off the mental damage or anything like that from the previous matches. Like you said, able to take it the distance every single time. And so to me, that says that they've got a lot of mental resiliency. And the longer they play together, for me, that means that we're going to see M80 start to rise back up to that expectation that we had for them at the start of the split.
See, this is why I ask you the hard questions, because you give me really good answers. I feel like I need to just keep doing it. Every time we just get a more difficult question, and in the meantime, Wyatt is just chilling on the side. It's all good, but the teams are getting ready. We're almost there. We're almost about to jump into the map. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with a match.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now loading in to map number 1 of M80 versus Fluffy Aimers. And Wyatt, what do you make out of this, Agent Select? Pretty stock standard, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'm snoozing. After the last game, I'm ready to fall asleep at these comps. Where's the ISO? Where's the neon? Boring, but that's fine. M80 are just playing the pretty standard meta comp right now. Fluffy Aimers playing almost that Sans Gecko for the Sky, like it's late 2023. Though you know what? I will not critique them. They absolutely owned TSM on this map, 13-1 with this comp just last week. So I'm excited to see what they can do with it here against M80. One of the favorites heading into this year for partners to win Ascension, and make it 2 partnership.
Yeah, and kind of like we were talking before we loaded into this map, it really does feel like all eyes are on M80 right now, especially with the signing of Net. It's starting to work out a little bit, but they really start to have to pull things together, while Fluffy Aimers, this team that no one really had super high expectations for, so far in Split 2 have honestly been impressing everybody.
And it's since those roster changes, since bringing in Jonah and Bones from YFP, they've been the recipe to success, allowing them to make a couple of role swaps that have really paid off. Mummy moving over to the controller, Pancakes to that initiator role, and both have thrived respectively.
Now Fluffy Aimers just doing their due diligence to make sure that they've got mid control under lock. Of course, M80 are starting to get that rotate, but they don't have any information to really track whether or not someone's going to pass through mid into their spawn.
Right now, playing in front of those tripwires, focused on B main. Market now being smoked off, so he doesn't have to worry about being shot in the back.
Trap play
push
ready.
is going to come. Yeah, but focus from Fluffy Aimers coming through Market.
Excellent guiding light. It's going to at least push Xander away. Fluffy Aimers will now storm the site. Trapwire are going to be going off, more or less just confirming what is going on here. We are in this 5v5 retake situation. M80 already in position, just waiting out some of this utility before they start it. But already the Mosh going to be tossed in, as well as the Aftershock, just try and clear out some of the area. Mummy and Bones, actually Bones finding 3 in the midst of all of that chaos thanks to a little bit of utility. Net still able to keep this one alive, but eventually will go down. Bones with a 4K to start off this match.
And doing a great job, our Fluffy Aimers, of just putting their focus onto that smoke in Market, where 3 M80 players were trying to get out. They were trying to apply some pressure so their 2 players in B main could swing out, fight at the same time, try and pinch some of those players on site. I actually really liked the positioning from M80 there. I liked that Net and Xander got into B main, but ultimately Fluffy Aimers did such a great job of shutting that retake down that the positioning just didn't even matter.
Yeah, this time M80 really stacking things up on mid. It is going to be a smoke to really deter them from moving forwards there, as it does feel like Fluffy Aimers want to take the push onto A. Such a classic setup right now with the fault line just going through, able to clear that right side of A site, but nobody going to be home, so Fluffy Aimers should have no problem taking that space.
It made it look like they're just so ready to explode in mid if a player made any noise to contact Market, but it's not going to happen. Clean shot from Jonas. The rest of these Fluffy Aimers players just contact into the A site.
Okay, Bones, ready for Nismo. The one way now finally getting set up, but it's already a little bit too late. They're actually going to give the spike to Bones to try and get the showstopper just a bit closer to being online. Jonah about to take the Cypher dual. Net looking the wrong way. But is he going to get quite a bit of value? But Neptune on the other side is ready to punish it. And yeah, they're all going to be swinging out and immediately just swept off the board. M80 collapses. Fluffy Aimers win that second flawlessly.
And that is so dominant. The most cash Fluffy Aimers lost there was from Neptune having to rebuy an armor. No one else even going below 25 on it, I believe. So they're going to have a pure bonus here and an opportunity to really get the snowball going. Bones right now, only 2 off that showstopper, closest in the server to an ultimate by far.
As he goes up just to try and get a little bit of information, but Fluffy Aimers actually have the protocols ready. It's going to be the stun coming through, but Xander throws out a paranoia, pushing everybody back off that one way, as M80 refused to yield any of that space just in a lobby. Doesn't matter though, Fluffy Aimers take that mid presence right now, and it feels like they are getting ready to go into this market push.
And in the meantime, Pancakes just re-clearing B main, getting the information there while the rest go through Koala
It's so much utility. Koala able to get one, but look at that. It's going to be the dog taking a bite out of him, as Neptune is able to find one as well. The entry is going to be good from Fluffy Aimers. They go back onto their first strategy on that first round, and it works out perfectly. Now M80, 3v4. They have the utility to do so. Quite a bit still available as they poise up, getting ready to slowly make their way in. BCJ, Xander, make their way into market. Cypher camera just on the other side will at least tag out Xander. The time is already ticking down. Fluffy Aimers stack themselves outside of B. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of utility getting tossed in there, but everything should work out well for Fluffy Aimers. A lot of stall utility coming in. And yeah, it doesn't feel like there's an opportunity for M80 to even stick their foot in the door, so they will be running off and saving their rifles into the next round.
Now, Xander not using his smokes either to actually get that one way up in B main, or even the one to just put in front of it so they can try and get some space there. Pancake's going to go down chasing for kills, but chasing for kills because he has so much damn money, it doesn't matter. And now a pure bonus converted for Fluffy Aimers. They didn't lose a single player on the round prior. And look at the state of their economy already. Bones is actually going to pick up an operator on the attack side here as well.
Meanwhile, Net only going to have a Stinger here. We've seen the Stinger do disgusting things, but with the momentum that Fluffy Aimers feel like they've accumulated, I don't know if we're going to be seeing as much value. Koala Noob this time poking and prodding up mid, and I think this is very important for them to seize if they want to put a wrench into Fluffy Aimers' strategy.
I'm looking to see where they try to position this operator as well in the hands of Bones. Just holding these passive angles towards mid. They are expecting some aggression, and they have the right read. The timing here could be everything.
Surely Koala Noob must have an idea. Well, speaking of timing, we'll be able to find one, but oh no, they're not able to convert off of that one. It is going to be a lot of utility coming out here for Koala Noob to try and secure that kill, but they're simply unable to. Xander, meanwhile, moves up, but Pancakes is able to find that kill, and finally Koala goes down. Fluffy Aimers, they just dig their heels into the ground, wait for M80 to send their members in, and they just shoot them down. Now with the one-person advantage as they decide what to do next.
This camera is so tough for the attackers to deal with. Pancakes just finds the angle to destroy it. Starving Net of information in mid, unaware that Fluffy Aimers are actually posted up to pressure. He's going to have to fall back because of that dog, and he's not going to really be able to take range fights here with just that Stinger in hand.
Yeah, Net has to be so careful. The time is really starting to go down here. They have to get that spike over. And yeah, they should be able to do so. Not able to actually find one. We'll get the weapon upgrade as finally Neptune gets that spike down. But keep an eye on mid. Mame could actually potentially flank here. Decides actually just smoke things down and then continue to hold mid while M80 group themselves up. And this should be a coordinated push.
Spike planted in an interesting spot here. Mummy, the pivotal player. Oh, wow, what a 2K.
Oh, and then on top of that, too, distracts Nismo from that final swing from Neptune. And yeah, that positioning in mid right now for Fluffy Aimers has really been saving them in so many of these rounds.
Early just domination here from Fluffy Aimers, forcing M80 into the timeout. They've only gotten 6 kills so far across the entire team. In that last round, Fluffy Aimers brought the operator in. Their economy is so good already, and it paid off. They were able to shut down M80's attempt to push down mid, support Koala Noob when he got that first kill in tiles. It just baited them right into that scoped weapon. Fluffy Aimers are playing just so well so far. Really impressive from them.
And even when you take a look at all of these cameras, like You see smiles come out from Fluffy Aimers. I mean, we saw them 13-1 TSM last week. And quite frankly, if they keep on this trajectory, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a scoreline that is very similar. Once again, a little surprised that M80 allowed Sunset to go through, given how comfortable Fluffy Aimers are. But, well, we're here now, and it's going to be a nice, good old buy-up from Fluffy Aimers. Well, M80, they're scratching the bottom of the barrel to try and scrape together their money for the next round.
Yeah, M80 have only actually played Sunset 3 times this year, which is pretty crazy because teams have definitely been leaning into this map. It's got to be on the higher end of just maps being frequently played. And of those 3 games, they've only won it 1 time against Winthrop, a loss to Oxygen, a loss to TSM. It's looking like it might just be their 3rd loss here, honestly. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Of course, it's early days, but Fluffy Aimers are just at such an advantage. They can buy up for so many rounds in a row, even if they start losing so many rounds in a row.
And why this is interesting. Right now, we're seeing M80. They quadruple stacked the top of mid there. Nobody from Fluffy Aimers taking space this time. And as a result of that, it's going to be the site open. At this point, M80 are aware after hearing a single bullet of what happened, and they slowly make their way over, but this operator from Hume could be dangerous. Okay, a little bit of a spray through the smoke. We'll do pretty good justice there. But still, Pancakes gonna find the first pick onto Kuala Noob. Amidst the gunfight, BCJ wide open. Neptune able to find that as well. And Pancakes isn't done quite just yet. Trailblazer flies into the back line, at least scouts out Xander. Just finally, this spike goes down, but it doesn't matter. Fluffy Aimers, they're just running it right into their enemies here. Nismo can't even find a single thing. I think that was a judge in hand as Fluffy Aimers find their 5th in a row.
2 times now, Fluffy Aimers on an anti-eco have not lost a single player. And it's why their economy is looking like it is. 7K, 7K, 6K, 4K, 7K. I mean, they can buy up forever. They're snowballing into ultimates. And funny enough, both their anti-ecos played out the exact same way. M80 are setting up a trap play top mid, and Fluffy Aimers just contact into A and win the easiest rounds.
Truly the struggle of the proletariat right now for M80. As Bones pops that showstopper, goes around the corner, but Xander actually able to secure the kill before being exploded by the giant rocket. And now, Fluffy Aimers start to make their way through. The Seekers are going to get activated here. Just a trap out front, but at this point, you know what exactly is happening as M80 just completely yield the site, allowing that spike to get planted.
It's going to be planted directly for B main, where 3 players are gathered up. Kuala Noob. Investment into the operator doesn't pay off.
Net goes down as well. Jonah just absolutely on fire. Finds 3 before finally going down, but Mame with an operator on the other side will win the round. Fluffy Aimers are on fire.
They were a team that in stage 1, watching them, you could see that they had good team play. The fundamentals were solid. Despite them just coming together as a team right before their first game, they had this natural chemistry, but they were lacking firepower. Bringing in Jonah and Bones has added that much-needed element to their game. And in moments like that, you can just see how much it's paid off for them.
M80 still struggling. Find a solution here. We're going to be flying down. Neptune getting ready to do the trap again on A elbow. Noob just on the other side. Does have a showstopper available, though, so if the flood does come through, we'll have something to potentially deter. Pancakes has that guiding light ready. Going to be utilizing that. Should get the information, deciding to back off of it. Trap play will not be activated this time. As M80, they start to rotate here through mid. Jonah gets a lot of information, but I'm not sure that they're aware. Oh, no. It's all going wrong right now for M80. They get the space, but BCJ falls down in the middle of a spray. And now Fluffy Aimers are just waiting for the aggression to come through from M80.
They've slowed things down so much, and it's worked perfectly for them. Expecting a player could be pushed down that deep. They were right, and Xander gets punished hard.
Yeah, now that neural theft gives up all the information. Kuala Noob alone onto the site. Bones goes for it, but oh, Showstopper comes out in response, doesn't find anybody in the midst of all of that, and now pressured with the fault line as well. But it doesn't matter because actually Fluffy AIMERS, they decide to take their talents over to that B site. We'll be walking through market. We'll get scouted out by Net's utility here, but should be able to move through. Net might be able to get one, does find that first pick, dropping the spike, but the timer means that Fluffy AIMERS have to make their way onto site.
With that operator playing with Bones, it's a really good stun from Nismo. Can Koala Noob capitalize? He gets that
Spray
first, evens things up.
Gonna be absolutely clean. Mame now looking for it, shuts Koala Noob down. Sees him for a second, that's all that's needed. Now it's a 3v2 here. As Net and Nismo need to move through. If Nismo gets one more, we'll also have the Rolling Thunder online. Flashpoint gets utilized first. Mame holding such a tight angle. Doesn't quite find it. Nismo does get traded though. That option is taken off the board, and yeah, it's a swing around from Neptune. Fluffy AIMERS is so dynamic, moving themselves around, and now 7 in a row.
Yeah, you said it. Dynamic in that post plant. The positioning was beautiful. What a lovely round from them top to bottom. Waiting out that aggression bottom mid, faking towards A, 20 seconds left. They get into B, and then that setup. Mummy, and who was that? Jonah in B main. They double swing to fight when the spike is tapped. Gives time for Neptune to flank market. It's just all perfect from them on that round. You can clearly see why they're up 7-0. Absolute dominance from them right now.
And they're just so aware. Like, you can see all these little plays that Fluffy AIMERS are kind of utilizing, whether or not it is playing slow, these trap plays that they set up in order to kind of take out individual members of M80, and just the shakiness that it feels like M80 are playing with. Fluffy AIMERS have been able to take advantage of that doubt, and quite frankly, these have been really clean rounds for Fluffy AIMERS.
And now they're just silently contacting up mid. They break that cam pretty early into the round. Cage gonna go down to allow them a safe passage here to top mid where Nismo's lying in wait.
Nismo's able to find one at least. Neptune now aware, will get caught in the fault line, but should be able to back off, okay? Aftershock as well, just to deter as Xander stands their ground. Oh no! Turns away at the last second here. Should give a lot of information, especially too with that, but they're not expecting that on the other side. Bones getting caught off guard. As meanwhile, BCJ holding down mid, looking for it, but Neptune just finds a timing. Is able to find that kill. Now they're going to be storming in onto the site. Only Koala Noob anchoring here, hiding behind the back of it. And yeah, Fluffy AIMERS, they might be aware of what's going on. They might not have the utility to do so, but that's an excellent Rolling Thunder, pushing them right into the crosshairs of Koala Noob. And now it's all up to Jonah. It was looking so clean, but not going to be this time around. It finally happens. M80 get there first.
Great round there from Nismo.
Don't worry.
Shuts down that contact push initially from Fluffy AIMERS when they were going all the way up mid. He had that crouched angle, gets the first, falls off, and then into the Rolling Thunder that connects with all three players. A little stun at the end too. Stepping up to get M80 their first on the board here. See if they can make anything more of it, or if they're just going to get shut down on the following round and send a couple of their players back into a dire economic situation.
Koala Noob spots it out, but has to abort, actually. A little bit of pressure going through, and now M80, they swap up their defensive positioning a little bit. So we're going to be seeing Net move over to A site this time instead. And that could trip things up for Fluffy AIMERS a little bit. Once again, it's that hesitancy that we're seeing, that patience from this team.
Yeah, and if Fluffy AIMERS were taking a fight here, look at this setup. There was a Paranoia and a stun ready for Mame and Neptune. They don't end up taking the fight. They're able to just get the space for free. They've been able to contact here on A quite a bit. But M80 knowing that, they're set up. High-low, facing into elbow.
A moment's notice. Things could work out perfectly. The smoke going to be coming in. The spray happens, but the up-down is simply just not enough. Yeah, utility going to be coming through as well as Net just immediately gets overpowered. Bones satcheling right into their face. Pancakes now using the Trailblazer to at least get out the back. Doesn't necessarily get a kill, but a lot of damage inflicted onto Koala Noob in the middle of that. M80 will be able to retake this 4v5.
Some good post plant positions here too. Neptune and Jonah able to play off of each other. The thrash could be big though. Doesn't get a connection.
Paranoia is going to be good. Koala Noob doesn't find anything. So much utility being tossed out. Neptune in the middle of the aftershock isn't aware of it. And now BCJ cleans up another, but Mame with the run and gun will win, and Bones finds Xander as well. Just in case, Pancakes was on the other side, but Fluffy Aimers completely shut down M80.
They look so well drilled in these post plants. That setup on A was fantastic. They had Jonah and Neptune ready to play off of each other on the link side, with Jonah taking contact, jiggling from A main, while Neptune, played tucked, crouched. And then over on the spawn side, you had Bones playing top on the box with Pancake swinging from elbow. I mean, they're just set up wonderfully. This team just look so much improved from where they were at stage 1.
Walla back with the operator. Wants to make this one work. Just around, not one way. While Neptune. That could be deadly. But appears no swing is going to be happening. Fluffy Aimers still playing very slowly, but this time opting to push a little bit more on mid. Walla might find a timing here as the boombot gets utilized, but smoked off will have to retreat.
All these utility pieces are just being placed at the perfect time. The boombot clears left, the smoke goes up right, and it allows Bones to get inserted here deep on A. Fight against net! Bested him in the previous round. Just makes some noise and falls off. Look at the rotates that he's drawn, though.
Oh, BCJ finds that first one, finds a second. A little bit of a redemption arc, finds a third as well. Yeah, the fault line will slow down Neptune. The spike in such a hard position. But Xander now hanging out on top like a gargoyle. Waiting for someone to potentially push through market, but this one is going to be very tough for Fluffy Aimers to recover.
See, maybe Bones can get this first. He does still. It's going to be a 2v4. Trips to deal with and surrounded on all sides. Surely Fluffy Aimers don't recover this.
Whoa. Neptune finds net as well. Spike will be able to go down here. A little bit of a trade. Allows Bones to get the showstopper online. The aftershock and flashpoint now getting utilized as the flood comes through, but the fault line from Neptune will be good. Bones pops the showstopper, looking for an opportunity, launches the rocket, finds Xander. BCJ trades back. BCJ now in ace territory. Needs to find this final kill onto Neptune. Does have the support of Nismo as well. Mosh gonna be flushing him out of the back there, and they line up. Neptune with the 2-tap. Shuts it down. Fluffy Aimers, they get 9.
Absolute disaster for M80, and that's gotta be the nail in the coffin on this map. BCJ opens it up with 3 here, just straight 1v1s. These swings from Fluffy Aimers, the first time in the game where they've really made a significant mistake. The fundamentals there totally off. BCJ takes full advantage of it. 4 in the round, and they lose a 2 versus 5. At this point, how can you get back into this game, not just in terms of the gameplay itself, but mentally for M80?
At this point, it might be even beyond mentally. I feel like almost emotionally, too. That one was such a heartbreaker for M80 to deal with, and they're still trying. I did call this squad resilient in the pre-show, and they really have to showcase that if they want a chance at pulling things back on Sunset.
4 sheriffs for them right now. BCJ at least got that thrash as an option, getting all those kills in the previous round. The smallest of consolation prizes.
Yeah, it was a simple tap and go for Fluffy Aimers. BCJ does spot out Jonah here, but you do expect to see the Cypher lurking. Let's see if that's enough to really call M80 over. Well, once again, Pancakes takes positioning in mid, ready to potentially push any over-aggression from M80 that we have seen, while Fluffy Aimers, they're running amok in the back lines.
Their map control game is so
30
strong.
seconds left.
They've been controlling elbow with ease, taking mid when they need to. Absolute dominance over the map.
A little bit of a trap play here for M80. Pancakes coming in from the side, is able to find one. Dizzy will make that a little bit more difficult, but time now counting down. Fluffy Aimers have to make their way in right now, and they have to get that spike down. Time goes down. It's going to be a detain, and yeah, M80. They run down the clock, and now Mame, the last person alive, They hold their ground with their utility, and Fluffy Aimers lose that one.
And finally able to get one with Fluffy Aimers just picking the wrong site to hit, not getting the proper information, and they run straight into that stack. The Thrash ending up being very significant from BCJ, so that small consolation prize of getting it from all the kills in the previous round did end up paying off. Still, the only 2 right now on defense.
Come on, little homies.
The hill they have to climb up is Mount Everest sized right now.
Fault line this time being used defensively potentially as this trap play is Xander getting so close. Knows where the guiding light likes to push. Will redo that one way. While Fluffy Aimers, they just really stand their ground again.
Not something Xander done previously. Koala Noob! Third round he has the op, and the first one where he really gets some impact.
That also, too, gets that showstopper available for Koala Noob to use. Fluffy Aimers are moving up now onto A. This time, Net will not be here to scout this out, but Xander, holding ground, has another smoke available, thanks to that reset, but the utility should be coming out from Fluffy Aimers here to really re-clear this, and yeah, Trailblazer gonna happen. Nismo now tosses things in just to stall things out as Koala Noob ain't quite done yet. Showstopper gets activated, launches into the back, finds that third, launches the paint shells as well, not able to capitalize on it, misses a shot, so Mummy able to get that one. But the spike is in this weird position, and with the push coming out just the way around, this is going to be so hard for Fluffy Aimers to do anything. Walking through the smoke now, Nismo just on the other side. Neptune looking the right way and finds both of their heads. So M80, they do get this to a 3-9 half.
Maybe the smallest amount of momentum coming from that as well. Just in regard to individual players having some moments where they can kind of start to feel themselves a bit. Koala Noob, for the first time in this game, having some significant impact. For the first time with the op having some significant impact. So at least able to round out that half, getting 2 rounds in a row. And now we're going to see if they can at all capitalize off that with a must-win pistol round for them.
And it's really interesting because I feel like we do have to talk a little bit about that Sky being brought in here instead of the Gecko. I think that these flashes that we've been seeing from Pancakes have been very effective, and we're seeing that they've got so much additional utility, really just to kind of scout out some of those corners. It shouldn't work as well as it is, but Fluffy Aimers with that Sky have looked really darn good.
Yeah, absolutely. Was really hoping to see some more proactive play with the Breach and the Gecko on the defensive side from M80. It was mostly passive trap plays. They never really fought forward for space. Fluffy Aimers dominated the map control game. Gonna look to see if they can do the same here. But M80, they're gathering up in B main now, so pressure is gonna be on Jonah, the anchor of the site.
Have at least one cage ready to go as a one-way. Will decide just to opt out. Koala Noob actually spotted out exactly where that was going, and yeah, BCJ ready for that just in case. Now Wingman gonna get the spike down. Dizzy will get reacquired as the flood from Fluffy Aimers comes back around. Smoke dissipating already in market, so they know exactly where they are going to be hiding out here. The Trailblazer goes in just to clear out the site yet again from Pancakes. Know exactly where your opponent is. As Net goes around for this flank, and this could be crucial. Finally, the flood comes through. Smoke is going to be up. Wingman gets sent in again. Clap is going to go off here as Bones floods through. It isn't going to happen as well, but yeah, it's going to be the nice little right click from Koala Noob to take out one, left click for the other. Right now, though, someone's sticking the spike. Doesn't matter. The flank from Net is going to be good as well. And, sorry. M80 do win that round?
No, M80 lost. It was just, listen, it's all right to be confused because for some reason the game did not show the diffuse bar. So I was a little confused for a second as well. But yeah, Fluffy Aimers won that. They just stuck the spike. No one got the spam kill. That is a tragedy. This map should simply be over. Bones is picking up the Outlaw here. M80 are going to force it. Simply a must-force round for them. I mean, they got the spike down. They're down 10-3. You have to bring this back right now.
Koala Noob with an outlaw right now. Might be on the other side of Bones. Wins that. A little bit of a quick scope. At least able to find that first kill. You see Fluffy Aimers are moving all over the place, just trying to get a little bit more ground, but M80, they've found their first chance at winning this round.
Yeah, Net's investment of buying the Outlaw, giving it to Koala Noob, and sacrificing any decent weaponry for himself, it pays off. At least with that first kill.
Rotations are coming around, as Mame is going to be taking sight here. Or space, I should say. Xander on the other side. Not sure if they're aware of this omen, but Stinger always wins that, especially in that close range. Neptune, meanwhile, spots out one. Fault line going to be good. Can't quite find BCJ. Will in the end, but immediately traded back. As now Koala Noob spots out Jonah running through things as well. But the spike has been recovered. Are you kidding me? Through the smoke, finds the headshot onto Nismo. And is going to back out of there, make this a little bit more evened out. Fluffy Aimers do have a little bit more room to work with, and the overgrowth makes sure Jonah's ready to brawl again.
And maybe they're trying to flip the site here.
Guiding light. Nice and early. Xander, though, completely not spotted out. Will be able to finally get that. Jonah, a 1v3 scenario. It's going to push in, and excellent timing with that paranoia from Xander. Now uses the shadow step to reposition themselves. Tosses down a smoke. Still going to be taking the opportunity. Net going for a little bit of a spray here, but caught with another weapon out. Doesn't matter. Koala Noob is good for it with that sniper rifle. M80 find their fourth.
And they're going to recover from that tragic pistol round loss with a force round win, investing it all really in Koala Noob. It was Net that tossed him that outlaw so he could buy up the heavy armor as well. It didn't end up mattering, but if Bones hit him with the shot with his outlaw, Koala Noob still would have won that fight just because of the armor difference. So Fluffy Aimers, they're relegated now to the eco. They're going to have two sheriffs here in the hands of Pancakes and Neptune. Pancakes might have an opportunity to get a kill with it.
Oop. Pancakes actually finds Koala Noob first, just a sheriff in hand. No fancy scope necessary on that thing. And M80, not exactly how you wanted this round to start out. Fluffy Aimers as well, applying pressure out mid, so we'll force Xander away. Net has taken a lot of space, but we'll have to back off thanks to that spy dart cam. And M80, they slow things down. The spike is still in their possession. Fluffy Aimers, it's been a little bit of a truck and truck rotate. They're just kind of going around all over the place, making sure to cover all of the ground and really just show presence everywhere.
Yeah, comfortable risking a big rotate as well, given they have the bad weaponry and have to take a bit of a gamble, a bit of a chance to still turn the round on its head despite having that man advantage.
Engagement coming through. Pancakes does get spotted out. One more guiding light available. Bit of spray through, try and cancel things out. Bones just trying to escape right now, but Nismo walking through. Nismo able to find two. Xander finds another. Pancake still in the back here. And yeah, it's just going to be a cleanup from M80. Get that spike down and slowly climb their way back up.
A little bit scary. Fluffy Aimers had the full rotate there. It was 4 players heading into 5, but at the end of the day, those Vandals are always going to win out against the Classics and the Sheriffs, at least the majority of the time. M80 finally getting some footing into this game. It looked like they didn't even stand a chance. I was expecting to see the same score line as Fluffy Aimers against TSM when they beat them 13-1 just the other week. Not going to be the case today.
All right, this is creative. 4 people on B. Full weapons, by the way. So I think right now Fluffy Aimers expecting that aggression from M80. But actually on the other side, M80 ready for it as well. All rifles pointing forwards, expecting someone from Fluffy Aimers to go. Stalemate, Pancakes gets caught in the stun, barely escapes with their life. 32 HP. A lot of damage, but at least able to flush out a little bit of that utility. And the call gets made. M80 start to rotate over to A.
A dog just re-cleared all of B main, so Fluffy Aimers should be rotating off this. They're trying to re-clear B main now, actually, on the opposite side of the map. But They're just going to halt their Fluffy Aimers. So it looks like M80 should be getting this site entirely for free, setting us up for this full 5-on-5 retake, where BCJ is the one player with an ultimate. Thrash to clear the site, not going to see anyone. Going to bring it on back to him and have it for the fight later.
And honestly, I have to wonder whether or not this is part of the strategy from Fluffy Aimers. We've seen them be really good on attack, and so I wonder if they've got these retake protocols down. They're all regrouping now. Paincake's a little bit worse for wear. Better weaponry definitely available. Thrash gonna get tossed out now. The aftershock gets utilized, but Thrash able to get a couple in the back line there. Slowing things down for a second, while Neptune just kind of poking around the corner. Now they are going to be engaging onto the site. Bones able to find 3. Unbelievable stuff. Neptune on the flank, at least able to... Or sorry, Net catching Neptune on the flank there, but Bones simply cannot be stopped. Ace territory needs one more against Net. Looking for it, will do just that. Fluffy Aimers win the round with the ace coming through from Bones.
How did 3 players from M80 end up in the same spot, I think? What just happened? I need to see that on the replay. I mean, Xander was up top. I think he got stunned and flashed and pushed down. And I saw that there was a little bit earlier, there was like the breach flash that came in with the guiding light at the same time. What was this? Yeah, they were just all flashed up. All the players tried to retreat into that one little corner. It made it all too easy for Bones. Didn't need a, doesn't really need to be a pro to get a 3K there. I think you could find your local silver 1 to be able to get that 3K as well. That was just way too easy for him.
Well, at least, M80, one would argue that they're on the same page, at least about where they want to retreat to. This is really not looking good for M80 right now, and so we see them take this time out to try and figure out what is going on, but Fluffy Aimers have just been so dominant so far on Sunset, Wyatt.
You mentioned them you mentioned your expectation for them to have some solid retake protocol there, given how good they were in the post plants on the attack half, and your expectation was definitely correct. I mean, they had that great first cycle of utility. The Thrash comes out, and then after the Thrash, they have that next cycle with Bones double satcheling in, the paranoia, the stun. That was just really well set up from them. Looking so cohesive in these big post-plant moments.
And that's the thing too, especially with how that original skirmish happened out front, you didn't see Fluffy Aimers really use any of their utility. It felt like they were holding on to it, and that's why they were more than happy to yield the site. Only if they saw M80 rush into them were they going to let some of that utility rip. But this time, Bones going in deep. Showstopper is available. Trying to go for a potential trap play just outside of A, but M80 half funneled themselves onto B, and it's a fast execute this time. Tilde gets tossed out. Neptune using a flashpoint just to potentially stall things out for a second. Bones just on the other side now has a showstopper. Gonna just let it go and somehow still finds BCJ. Middle of all of that, Colin, gonna trade it back, doesn't even get an opportunity. Xander, though, becoming a hero for this squad as Pancakes uses the paranoia, and it's excellent, but it's just trade for trade for trade, all the way down to a 1v1. Seekers now get let go. Information given as well. This is so back and forth. Both players aware of where the other one is. Pancakes versus Net. Both of them did take a little bit of Vandal damage on the other side of it, but the advantage for Pancakes. Understanding that Net does have to go for this plant. Net swings out and Pancakes wins that. Mental damage inflicted. Fluffy Aimers ready to close out map number 1.
They were so fast on the flood there. M80 did a nice job of shutting that down, at least temporarily. That was such a good showstopper from Bones to start things off. Didn't think it was going to be as close as it actually ended up being. So credit to the M80 players for hitting some nice shots there, but Pancakes, who has really been the standout, frankly, for Fluffy Aimers. We highlighted him on the desk earlier, able to win out that 1v1 clutch. Put his team in position to finish this game on Sunset, win out their map pick in dominant fashion.
Dizzy scouted. This time M80, it looks like the protocol is to apply a little bit more middle pressure, or at least deny that from Fluffy Aimers at the start. And now they all group up yet again, ready to run the gauntlet back into Pancakes, just on the other side, but that fault line could be devastating. Dizzy gets tossed out. Fault line still lined up here. But more than enough time for Pancakes to be able to escape here and re-engage. Koala Noob looking the wrong way here. Not able to really secure a kill one way or another. But Jonah, thankfully, just around the corner for Pancakes to fall back into. And M80 already lose one on the entry.
That's so nice. Pancakes just baits Koala Noob into that swing, and Jonah is ready there for the double face, and then they fall off into a crossfire.
Ooh, it's dicey at best. A trade happens inside the smoke. Also, too, a paranoia makes sure that nobody really knows exactly what was going to happen. Left click and swing that mouse around as Jonah looking to use the neural theft, but can't quite find a body. So finally, Plant comes through. Fluffy Aimers take this 4v3. Already wrapping around, and the neural theft now gets activated. Spot the position of where these players are. Bones aware that Nismo's just on the other side. Fluffy Aimers now slowly creep their way in. Xander completely hidden away, swings out, doesn't necessarily secure 2 kills there, but at least puts in a little bit of damage and scouts things out. Nismo alone in the fight, and just like that, Fluffy Aimers, they close out map number 1 pretty dominantly.
With a great final round, too. That play from Pancakes and Jonah towards elbow to bait out Koala and get the first. And then in the post plant, we watched Bones on that flank just biding his time, playing patiently, just keeping Nismo's attention while the rest of the team flood in together. What a great map from them. I mean, this Fluffy Aimers team just looks so high level, so much better than they were in stage 1. You have to give credit to Jonah, Bones, the 2 new players on the team for sure. Both of them were great on that map.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things too, especially too with the role swaps that you mentioned, I've really liked seeing Mame now playing that Omen. Quite frankly, Fluffy Aimers, if you're facing them, you might want to reconsider choosing Sunset because they look so good on it. Now, we're going to be throwing to a quick break, but when we come back, will it happen again? M80 looking for that first win, just escaping them. We'll find out just after this.
Fluffy Aimers, they get their map pick in a 13-5 fashion. Welcome back, everybody, to VALORANT Challengers North America. Once again, I'm Dryad, joined by Marks and Wyatt, and we just watched domination, especially on the first half when it came to Fluffy Aimers. They started this map 7-0. M80, they could not find an answer no matter what, Wyatt, and it was just in that second half a matter of time until Fluffy Aimers was able to close it out.
The time and preparation that Fluffy Aimers put into this map is so unbelievably evident, especially on attack, when you were seeing how they worked the map, how they dominated the control of A main, B main, getting up into elbow, and then their post-plant setups were phenomenal. I mean, they are just at such a high level here on Sunset.
This is something that I respect so much because this is one of my favorite maps to watch, Marks, because of those set plays, those ideas that we get to see for a bunch of these teams. And Fluffy Aimers were definitely bringing these ideas to the table, as they have been recently. We remember, as you mentioned, that Santa that they play against TSM. It was a 13-1, and yeah, we were asking the questions of, should M80 ban this map? Is that something that they should do? And the answer was maybe, yeah, because Fluffy Aimers were so good.
You know what? I'm going to take that maybe and actually turn it around to a, yeah, they probably should have banned this map, because for a second there, it looked like Fluffy Aimers were about to do the TSM to them. And it was just so dominant from Fluffy Aimers. I think the only rounds that we really saw M80 be able to solidify their positioning was when big hero plays happened, when, you know, one person's able to find a triple kill or something like that. And then suddenly M80 were back into the running. But even then, I want to call back to a round where once it was a 5v2 retake that we got to see from M80, and Fluffy Aimers, like, they just live and breathe Sunset. That much has become apparent to me.
That is something that we've seen last week, we get to see this week, and now it's a point where we were wondering what was going to happen here for M80, and the truth is, even as we saw for the first kills, they were kind of even 10-8, but when it came to converting those rounds into wins and even turning around the rounds that don't go your way, Wyatt, that's where M80 needed to fix some stuff, and we're hoping that they can do it in this map number 2. Obviously, a big part of it has to be Koala Noob, but I feel like we always put pressure on this guy, but is the duelist of the team that everybody likes to talk about. And Koala Noob that last year was incredibly consistent, continues to be, but the team sometimes relies on him a lot more. When Koala Noob is having an insane game, everybody in the M80 is having an insane game, but when he's having an okay game, that's when everybody needs to step up, and that's something that we need to see for M80 if we want to see them winning this series.
Yeah, 100%. I actually forgot that it was just the very last time, and it was the only time that Koala Noob was actually playing Raze for M80 on Lotus for the entire rest of the year. It had always been Nismo, and Koala Noob went over to the Omen, which he had been playing there, playing on Icebox as well. So I'm looking to see if they end up running the comp that they ran last time, the only time where they had a Cypher as well, or if they're going to go back to what they had been playing in the majority of the year with Nismo on the Raze. And not that Koala Noob is a bad Raze by any means. He's good on the Agent. But you have Nismo on the team, and Nismo on Raze is goddamn sick. He is incredible on that Agent.
It's finding the balance, and I like when teams like to bring this, when 2 players can play a Raze, 2 players can play the duelist, and you just give who's better at that Raze to play that Agent. But there's also that mentality that other teams have of, you know, if we have one duelist, we want the duelist to be able to play every single duelist that we need, and that brings a little bit more of the role staying the same, Marks. But yeah, as Wyatt was saying, we're going to this map of Lotus, and I feel like in a way it can play very similar to what we saw in Sunset by the side of Fluffy Aimers, and also a map that especially can be very momentum based for them.
And honestly, this is going to be the biggest test of M80, making sure that they're keeping their mental in check, using their resiliency, pulling their head back into this, because, you know, just to be frank, Sunset might have been a little bit of a tilter, and especially with how this entire split has been going, the expectations that are upon M80, you can understand that they might start getting frustrated, but the series isn't over yet, and they need to be able to bring their A game into Lotus, cool off that head, make sure that they're ready to go, because they still have a really good roster, and they can't let that first map really slow them down if they want to turn this thing back in their favor.
Last time that we saw this map of Lotus by the two teams, it was week 1, M80 playing against Oxygen and losing it 11-13. On the other side, Fluffy AIMERS playing against Winthrop and actually winning it 13-11. So both of them very, very close to see who was going to win and who was going to lose. So I feel like we can expect that for this map. Let's jump into the agent select. Let's see if there's going to be any differences, Wyatt, as you were mentioning, or it should be about the same with the race. I mean, and there's the answer. Koala is going to stay on this race as we saw him in that map number 1, and that composition for Fluffy AIMERS, that is with the Deadlock and the Astra, a little bit different compared to what everybody else is doing. I'm going to leave you guys to take it away.
Thank you, Dryad. And yeah, important. Deadlock inbound for Jonah. Wyatt, what do you make of that?
That is pretty crazy to see. Though I say pretty crazy, it's not like this is the first time we've seen a team playing Deadlock on Lotus. Most notably, Sodhawk over on Loud was playing this in partnership. They ran it a couple times. The second time they did to some major success. It looked really good. There are a lot of good lineups for the barrier mesh where you're executing on C. You can get it over into waterfall really easily. So we shall see what Fluffy AIMERS have cooked up with the Deadlock as she continues to just become more and more a part of the current meta.
And I'm going to say NA Challengers, that's the only reason why we're seeing a lot more Deadlock now. But I mean, a lot of teams have been really innovating with that specific character. Another interesting pick is Mame actually using the Astra, something that we don't see that often. The Astra smokes lasting the longest out of all of the smoking agents, but once again, a little bit unconventional, but yeah, it's going to be a nice little wall setup, so M80 won't be able to move through. His Bones already swinging out, and already drops the spike, so hey, that's pretty good info.
That was a nasty little shot from Bones, who already top fragged the first map in that dominant victory for Fluffy AIMERS on Sunset. If M80 try to re-clear this, they are walking into a massive setup.
This is going to be bad. I can already feel it. Neptune just on the other side, and yeah, okay, Bones, Pancakes able to find 2. It's good utility, and yeah, no one on the other side. Cyber Trap does go up, but bullets will go through that, and Fluffy AIMERS a very fast pistol round.
They make it look all too easy there. Bones with that crazy first kill, and M80 just feel like they can contact to re-clear it. And they absolutely do so to their own demise.
Now I wonder, Fluffy AIMERS, I mean, they kind of play around a lot of these trap plays, especially too when you have that Deadlock. I think that allows for just a bit more of map control, kind of funneling the other team into some of the traps that you might have set up.
For sure. And listen, as much as I'm excited to see Deadlock as she's becoming a little bit more common in this meta, the Astra is honestly the weirder pick on this map, I think. I think I've seen less Astra than Deadlock here.
Net just absolutely trapped out. Won't be able to escape out of that one as Neptune sprays the back here. Barrier mesh gonna get tossed down as well. Everybody gonna hit the floor, but too much gun pressure. Gonna allow for MA to actually be able to come out relatively unscathed compared to their opponents. Down now to a 2v2. A little bit unexpected as the gun upgrade will be good, but Mame finds the pick onto Net, and Kuala in a 1v2 now. Looking for any opportunity. Does have the paint shells available. One more satchel. Spike now recovered. Don't know if they're aware of where Bones' position is, but should at least be able to get the spike down.
Bones does have that grenade. Are they gonna... Wow, it looked like they almost had a combo there. Gravwell nade or stun nade. They try for it right now, but it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, the swing out. Bones has been absolutely on fire, and usually Kuala fantastic aimer for M80, but it's so hard, especially too when Bones has been firing as accurate as he has this entire game.
Yeah, it has been a really, really solid series from him so far. And for Mame at the end there, a nice shot. I mean, you put the scoped weapon in his hands, and he's been consistently great with it. Going all the way back to 2020. I mean, playing with Envy. He's just always been so talented with the operator. Let's look at this defensive setup now, though, from Fluffy AIMERS. I'm looking to see where the deadlock is going to go. There's a sonic sensor placed on C to give Mame a little bit of help if an execute comes in there. Star placed over at A main. Definitely a lot to pay attention to on the defensive side with these setups. They are going to be very unique.
Very unique, very tricky as well. Neptune just on the other side, spots out net. This is the guiding light, get a bit of space while another skirmish happening just at Mound. Mame does get taken out by BCJ, but Pancake's at least able to take Kuala Noob out as that B pressure completely dissipates. And now M80, unsure whether or not they want to go C, so instead they make their way over to A. The Trailblazer, though, should have spotted out some information, as once again, Fluffy AIMERS are going for a little bit of a push, and Pancakes does not miss those. Nismo goes down, and it feels like this push just completely just halts, and still the sonic sensor should be able to get more information as soon as M80 walk out.
Those Fluffy AIMERS players, Pancakes and Jonah, just find the perfect timing to go for that double peek, and the accuracy from the former has just been fantastic. Pancakes with an electric stage 2 here.
Finally making their way on site. BCJ tosses out that haunt. Oh, never seen it do that before. But Spike now should be able to get planted. Fluffy AIMERS get ready for this retake. Might not have the superior weaponry, but they have the numbers. BCJ evens it out. A little bit of a stun coming through. Bones at least able to find one, but does get traded out. Now it's down to this 2v2. Neptune very low HP as well. That a single bullet will do more than enough. Neptune going to be dropping down. Has to navigate through that dark cover. Xander just on the other side. Neptune able to find Xander. That's an unbelievable flick. Is now unaware of where Net could be hiding. Just tucked away. The smoke dissipates here. Waiting for a signal of when they go for it. Oh, yep. Just bait out Neptune, low HP. Pancakes wins that one out. And timing is going to be close, but defuse will come through.
2 times in that round, 2 displays of great fundamentals from Fluffy AIMERS. The double swing with Pancakes earlier out B, where he gets that kill in the mid-round, and there, the jump for the swing to close the round out is really clean. But in the 2v2, how the hell did Neptune get that first kill? That was a nasty flick. How does he hit that? What did he have, like 1 HP as well? He instant headshot flicked Xander. That was mental. And now 2 maps in a row, Fluffy AIMERS start the game with a pistol round win into a bonus round conversion.
It's really not looking good. Bit of a trap play this time. The haunt actually marks Bones at least. But Showstopper, Bones isn't afraid to let it go. Does at least disperse the party, but not able to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Kuala Noobs with the paint shells actually finds Pancakes. Kuala Noob still alive, but only 25 HP after that explosion. BCJ just a little lower.
It was a cool little play from Fluffy AIMERS towards C, where Mame places a recall smoke in that one-way position, so they're able to push up close on Mound, and then when they go for the ult, it goes away, so Bones has full vision. A really unique little way to take an aggressive line there.
It's so annoying. Just shuts down one of the locations until you shoot it away, and sure, Xander backs up, but now they're all shift walking up. A is the call, and Fluffy AIMERS have read this one.
Not only have they read it, but if this execute comes in, dealing with the sonic sensors, going to be so obnoxious for M80.
30 seconds left. They get pushed, and able to at least find one, and yeah, the sonic sensor is going to work. That also gets the void, slowing things down. Bones on the other side. Oh no! Not able to find anything. Jonah at least able to stay alive in the middle of it, but up against the world, and simply too many bodies. No matter how much HP they have, they will run it down. So M80 find their first on this map.
Now that's one of those we're playing an FPS game moments where you can do everything right, but if you don't hit the shots, you are not going to win. And that was simply the case there, and it's put Fluffy AIMERS onto an eco, which is surprising to see, given they won 3 rounds in a row, but M80 have just been dealing so much damage, getting so many kills regardless of the round losses, that it's given them a bit of an inroads to get a little bit more back into the game here early. Fluffy AIMERS again, some aggro C pressure early. 3 players walking forward and all spotted.
Yeah, BCJ, you might want to back out of there. With 3 people aware, you see M80 calling for the fast hit onto this A site. Mummy's still in the back of sight here, but gonna get challenged and taken out. Not able to find anything, and they're not done quite just yet. Moving right into the spawn, catching Joda with a bit of utility out. That is going to be okay. They're all crouched down, so hey, crosshair placement not gonna help you that time. They just want to play the game, but they can't see anything. Pancakes does find 2, but does get traded out by Nismo, and it is that aggression that is going to be paying off. Suddenly Bones, in this 1v3 scenario, already getting pinged up. 84 HP, unaware of where the flank is right now, is backing into net. Actually catches it for a second, but net still wins that one. And it's M80 winning yet another round.
Sometimes we're just reminded that we play a silly, silly game here. those poor 2 players in heaven, man. You just hate to see what happened to them. Just the grav net into the double flash, just cannot do a thing. Actually, so tragic for them.
But hey, this next round, M80, they've got 4 ultimates online. And I love the calling that they did on that last round. Just based on a single haunt, they stormed the castle, and it works out so well. Fluffy AIMERS trying a bit of aggression, but not really committing to anything just quite yet.
And again, the setup being mixed up here. Both sonic sensors on C, 2 players anchoring it. Maybe we're just going to slow things down now. Prod around the map a bit. Prowler to get some info close B.
Pancakes gonna take the positioning around. Straight through. Bones stays hidden. That gives no information, and actually M80, based off of that Trailblazer, decide to backstep a little bit, but now they shift walk in. And spotting out Neptune there. They're aware of what's going on. We'll be pushing into tree, but I'm not sure if they're aware that Bones is here with the judge. Now they should be. Bones going around the corner, at least able to zone things out as Neptune actually finds Quality with the spray down through a smoke. Bones under a lot of pressure, able to somehow stay alive in the midst of it. As Xander goes for the far TP, and Jonah gets the annihilation underway, and that's not how you wanted this round to go if you are M80. Trying to get Xander out, actually able to do so, but ready for it anyways. Fluffy AIMERS, the utility, the ultimates, they all work out in their favor, and now the spike is in such a hard position for them to recover.
BCJ caught in the grab well. Only 13 seconds. I mean, there's just no way M80 can do this, surely. Fluffy AIMERS don't even have to face. They can just bide their time.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah. At this point, just hunting for ultimate orbs as well, so BCJ might be able to stay alive. Deny that. At least carry the weapon through onto the next one. Is able to at least find that first kill and yeah, save that weapon, but it's just a little bit of a misplay from M80.
That annihilation from Joda was so nice. I mean, that wasn't the most complex annihilation that I've ever seen with the lineup, but players that are on Deadlock are definitely getting more and more value with that ult, to the point where I just started to think, wow, it's actually pretty effective. I mean, it felt like a joke early on, but as time has gone on, it's actually finding some significant importance in a lot of rounds, getting pivotal picks. Just captures Xander, gets the spike dropped on site.
Yeah, the annihilation is always a fun one to watch. Sometimes people have some crazy bounces off of some weird angles to be able to pull someone out, and you can tell the panic. I mean, when you see your teammate get kind of lifted up into this net, everyone starts to spray through, and that in itself can be a lot of information as to where a lot of these players are. It almost kind of reminds me of ISO's ult, where you can pull someone in with that kill contract, but then you kind of have to take a duel, versus the annihilation, if you isolate that 1v1, is super effective.
Yeah, 100%. M80 forced onto a timeout pretty early into the game, but you can't blame them for taking it. Lotus has been an attack-favored map. And, you know, already taking the lead 4-2 on defense, you want to stop the bleeding here early if you're M80.
Prowler going to get utilized, and it is a bit of a trap play. Thankfully, utility will be available to zone things out. It's just going to be a trade back and forth, keeping it very neutral ground outside of B. And yeah, the wall gets set up. Immediately sprayed down, though, so not going to be that much of a deterrent this time around. And different strategy from M80. Anchor down and spawn, and let Xander do his thing. Get a lot of space before you make a commitment with that spike.
M80 exploring the map quite quietly, just trying to work their way towards A, where Xander had gotten them that space, fake a little bit of utility towards the A site, and then end in this B split. So Jonah is going to have to be the pivotal player for Fluffy AIMERS here.
Face your fear!
Oh, Nightfall gets utilized, and unfortunately not able to find anything as the double swing is going to be good. Nismo cleaning up the on-site as well. Oh, Bones just goes for an easy, nice little swing. Able to get out on top, throws the paint shells. Are you kidding me? Nismo goes down in the chaos of it all. Koala Noob will be the one to get that spike down. It's going to be a 3v3 onto this retake. Fluffy AIMERS ready for it already. Bones just on the other side, poking around, waiting for a little bit of support. M80 spread themselves out, leaving net just outside the door. As it's nice and slow, ready to play explosive. Bones be tapping in on that entry. Koala Noob immediately zeroed in on. Net goes around. Perfect timing there as Net finds two. Contract trade was going to be a good one. M80 find the win.
Bones did so much great work in that round, unfortunately, only for it to be undone by awkwardly throwing that nade out in the open, allowing Net to catch the perfect timing. It's well played from the new member to M80 there in the 3 versus 3. Out of the timeout. Winning a crucial round, forces the Fluffy AIMERS onto an eco here, and it looks like they want to go for a bit of an aggro play towards A.
Walla walking out with the outlaw, but oh, that spray, enough to deter, and the paint shells, enough to deter as well. Nat, are you kidding me? Gets the kill on to Neptune there. Neural Theft going to be activated. B is wide open. Net continuing to take space. Uh-oh, spots out Mame, able to find the headshot. Shorty doesn't get any value whatsoever. Showstopper gets utilized, and Bones goes down before the rocket can launch. Yeah, that spike gets ferried all the way over to C. Should be a nice, clean, easy plant as Koala Noob looking potentially for a little bit of value with that outlaw. Doesn't find much. But this one is all but over for Fluffy AIMERS. Only 2v5 on this one.
Yeah, surely there's just no way for them to get back into the round here. It seems like Bones is really starting to get ahead of himself in these situations.
One enemy remaining.
As this one gets cleaned up. But in that previous round, just getting the nade back up, immediately trying to throw it while he was out in the open. On this one, 3 versus 5, with all of them in Baby Door, trying to get back into the site through a smoke, and he pops the showstopper. That's such a big investment. That seems, massive risk for low reward, frankly.
And I think that this is one of those issues right now with how dominant Fluffy AIMERS were on the last map and then starting out this one. When you're feeling good, you think, oh yeah, I can go in there, I can clutch this up. And that's when you don't think as much about how much investment you're really going in because you're just so focused in on trying to win out that round. And now Fluffy AIMERS will be taking that time out maybe to address some of those issues, slow things down a little bit just to regain their focus into this next round.
Yeah, Xander over on M80 has been doing a nice job of controlling A, getting space towards rubble. That's been an area of the map where M80 have pretty much had free reign. Fluffy AIMERS on most of these rounds have really just been committing one anchor towards that site, oftentimes it being Mame, kind of playing passively towards Tree. There was the one round with Bones with the Judge in Tree. Haven't really been going for a lot of control there. Their focus has been a bit more towards Mound and trying to find timings to fight B. They've expended so many ults in the past couple rounds doing so.
All tied up right now, 4-4. Cosmic Divide available for Mame. Side of Fluffy AIMERS, while Nismo does have that Rolling Thunder.
Listening.
Quite frankly, I like me a good old Rolling Thunder when it clears out the site, or at least pushes things back, and especially too with the kind of retake style that Fluffy Aimers have been using, it could be a really important tool to stop them.
Fluffy Aimers are looking ready to go for an aggro play here. Flash for info, stun off the back of it.
Waiting for a trigger before they execute the play. Bones is just watching like a hawk. Wallanoob has the backup of the rest of the team flooding through. Spots out the barrel, able to find that first. Now those protocols get more or less ruined. Fault line might be able to go through, especially after that, as Bones goes to the swing, able to find an excellent shot there, but it is going to be the Rolling Thunder now just to push things back a little bit. But unfortunately, M80 cannot swing off that one, so they opt to go A, but there's so much deadlock utility there, Wyatt.
Yeah, in the meantime, again, it's Xander getting some space on this side of the map with Net. They just have to break this wall. And after that, they'll get the site pretty much for free. The Net, pretty good timing. Catches a couple players, excuse me.
Yeah, they're just kind of running through and able to get so much space. Bones completely unnoticed. Actually going in, and Jonah's able to find the spike. BCJ falling in the midst of all of that as well, and Xander gets completely collapsed upon. Fluffy Aimers, they swing right back in before the spike goes down.
That was a really great flood. You know, that grab net didn't actually immediately set Fluffy Aimers up for a kill like someone is caught. We swing and kill them while they're crouched. But it did just enough delay that it allowed the players to flood in nicely. Jonah getting into Waterfall, Bones facing from heaven. And again, it's the fundamentals from this team. The satchel from Bones to go to the left side of site where Jonah was in Waterfall, face together, trade for each other. They're just so good at that. Fluffy Aimers actually with basically the same setup in this round.
Cheeky little TP peek strat coming in from Xander there. Just gets the information, and it's more than enough to at least get them to back off, spotting the deadlock. And Mame this time going to be the one to spot the rest of the flood from M80. So the rotation for Fluffy Aimer should be coming through. Outside of B, being a little bit more careful as M80 get ready to infiltrate the site. With the door opening up here, it's going to raise a couple of questions. That does slow down that rotate. Oh, execution. Going to be underway. Net, excellent position here. Looks away. Pancakes able to find the timing there. Beautiful little micro play. And now they have to commit to this site plant. Jonah just in the back line. Grab net out. Oh, hey, that's okay. Even if you have utility, still able to find the kill. And it's going to be shooting down all sorts of things. And somehow Xander is able to come out on top. But now Fluffy Aimers, they came in and they were aiming directly at all of M80. It's going to be the defuse coming through.
Those grab nets are so annoying to deal with when you get caught. You're just searching for the timing to be able to, you know, be able to stand again. But it's so tough to find the timing to commit to that and put your gun away, so Xander is just completely caught. Things just get so haphazard from M80 here, though. Nismo's just trying to find a timing to swing through the smoke because they're down a man. He wants to make a play. He wants to even things up, but there's no real util coming through off the back of that. I mean, he's the breach. There's no util to really be thrown for him. And things just get so awkward for M80. This is such a great defensive half already from Fluffy Aimers. 6 rounds, they've done more than enough here for Lotus.
Yeah, and on top of that too, I really want to commend Fluffy Aimers because I think when it comes down to like those micro plays, they always are on top of it compared to M80. I think M80 overall are doing a really good job at the macro map control, you know, rotate around, play off information, but it's just coming down to Fluffy Aimers using a little bit of utility, finding a couple of kills, and M80 not having a response. So Fluffy Aimers definitely looking like they are coming out the successful ones on this half.
Look at this from Fluffy Aimers. They've got the read. They are expecting this C hit to come in. 3 players anchoring the site right now with the stun ready to go.
This is going to be deadly. Bones actually walking through. Oh, Wallanoob goes down. Nightfall going to get activated. It's all popping off onto the site, but M80, they walk in and they clear their corners. We'll find a couple of kills. Neptune still walking in, is able to get away with one, but immediately gets traded out. Yeah, Fluffy Aimers, they get zoned down. Jonah in this 1v3. Oh, uses the Annihilation. Okay. gonna go for this one. Spots out net as well, finds the headshot there. Nismo is gonna be freed from that prison. Oh no, Xander goes down as well, and somehow Jonah saves the round. Annihilation, well worth the ultimate to find that location.
That is some nasty work from Jonah. The Annihilation doesn't get the kill, but intelligently uses it to isolate the first fight, picks up the perfect angle for the second. God, that is so nice from him. The new addition to Fluffy AIMERS was with YFP Stage 1, brought him in, and has just looked so solid in this team. What an addition. Again, that Annihilation. Just getting so much value.
All the Deadlock mains at home are taking all sorts of notes based off of this single player. It's BCJ at least able to find Bones first. Start this round out exactly how you want to if you are M80. Well, Xander so deep in, but Neptune is able to walk in there and at least eliminate that. So evened out 4 on each team. As M80 continue to pressure up A.
It's just so heads up from Fluffy AIMERS re-clearing that side of the map. Oh wow, look at this great utility play onto Neptune.
And now Neural Theft going to be online. Pancakes can't quite find a kill, so Mummy's position gets revealed as well. Actually, based off that intel, they're going to run it down onto A, but yeah, there's a lot of Deadlock utility here, which is going to make it all the more annoying, giving Fluffy AIMERS at least an opportunity to get themselves set up. Cosmic Divide now going to get activated as well. Jonah in position, as well as Mummy, just watching both sides. The hunt goes down. Koala Noob now aware that people are up top. Spots out the gun here, able to find Jonah, looking for the next, and Koala Noob wins the round for M80.
That little util combo into Baby Door to find the kill onto Neptune. Really nice from M80. They called that quickly and on the fly. The flash, the nade, the seize. Nothing he can do there. As soon as they get that accelerating into A. A good round to finish off the half for M80, but again, in totality, significantly better half for Fluffy AIMERS. I know it's only 7-5, but Lotus has always been, at least historically, an attack-favored map. So when you have the advantage on defense, you always have to favor that team pretty significantly on side swap.
And that's an excellent point that you bring up. I mean, on top of that too, just how cohesive Fluffy AIMERS have been playing together. I'm a little worried for M80, but this is still more than winnable. M80, a pistol round in front of them. They have to get this one.
Set up here with a seize nade combo for B. A stun as well, so if any noise is made from a Fluffy AIMERS player, they are surely going to go down to that. Way too much utility to contend with. Not going to be the case, though. It's Net just jiggle peeking, has the camera. He's going to be the one getting the information here.
Now, everything going to get utilized here. Bones, a little bit of shallow with those paint shells, but still going to be able to take the space anyways. Net just going to be on the other side of A net. Unable to walk forwards at all.
Right there.
Spike still waiting, getting planted. Finally, should be going down shortly, I would imagine. Pancakes, tapping the spike, expecting to see M80 do a little bit of a rotation. Yeah, Net walks out. Immediately gets taken out. The Paranoia going to be coming in here. All the while, the spike has still not been planted. But still, it's going to be a pistol fight on the actual site. Bit of a trade happening. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Bones unfortunately blows up Pancakes. Makes up for it with a couple of kills. Nismo at least able to find the right clicks. Oh my goodness me, they're so accurate.
Oh, that is ridiculous. They nerfed that gun with the right click a long time ago, sure, supposedly. So
They
I've
say
heard.
that, but I don't know.
I mean, unfortunate for Bones. He did so much that round, but sadly, blowing up his teammate may have had a little bit of impact in regard to their loss there. A bit unfortunate. Big pistol round win for M80 on the defensive side. Koala Noob going to bring that Marshall into the round, is considering an outlaw. Doesn't need it. The Marshall going to be enough against these unarmored players.
Excellent first pick, and as well too, you can see M80 so aware now. They're making their rotations over to this C site. They're definitely not pushing A, and now Koala Noob might actually be able to find a timing if Fluffy Aimers decide to disengage, but it's going to be moving their way up to C.
Qualinoob is pushed so far up that these players feel comfortable to just stack towards C right now on the defense.
Guiding Light ready to go. Counter utility ready to go. C's, keep him in place. Could be deadly. Yep, now it's gonna happen. Xander, as sharp as ever. And the C's makes it all too easy. M80, they get that second round.
As clean as an anti-eco could possibly be. Not a single point of damage taken on the M80 side, so they're able to bring every single thing into this next round. Only need to spend a little bit of money on utility. I mean, the most anyone spent was net with 600, so they're going to be able to really build up the bank here. Neptune is going to pick up the Outlaw here on the attacking side. Couple light armors to get that one-shot kill.
M80 slowly making their way forward outside of C. Xander getting smoked off will add a little bit of spray pressure, but Fluffy Aimers undeterred. Moving forwards, just clearing out the corners very methodically. There is a bit of Cypher utility here, though, on this A site, which might make things a little bit annoying to push into. They're still going to do it anyways. The Trailblazer gets utilized. Bones walks through the cyber cage. We'll give that information up. A little bit scared to walk through it. Shuts down one of the traps. Xander just on the other side of that smoke. Tosses out the paint shells as the smoke dissipates. Xander able to get out of there in the middle of all of that. An excellent fault line, actually, to slow things down. And Bones falls in the middle of the chaos. Picking up the ultimate orb. They don't have to commit onto this site yet. But it feels like they might just be doing that. A little bit of a back off from M80 as they're suspicious whether or not Fluffy Aimers go B.
Yeah, they've done a nice job cutting noise, slowing things down, Fluffy Aimers. Great pick. The trouble is just getting the spike down when M80 can just explode onto them, flood so quickly on the tap.
And now, fault line gets tossed in, the C's gets utilized, and look who's down there, it's Jonah. It's 2 clean kills. Uh-oh, the Annihilation available, off the wall, and yeah, that all falls apart, and just like that, that is going to be the round, the Fluffy Aimers. They went out there, the rifle round.
Really well done from Jonah. And M80 just pulled the trigger on the flood a little bit too quickly there. Not clearing that lower angle, trying to go so fast that, you know, results in those little mistakes that Jonah was able to take advantage of. That first pick from him as well. That was such an important one.
Also, Wyatt, these Annihilations, they're fantastic. Like, usually with these types of ultimates, you want to see them used a little bit more, like, with care, because they take a little while to get up. But quite frequently, Jonah's just been doing a fantastic job with just popping the Annihilation and finding immediate value.
Yeah, he's 3 for 3 right now with them. M80 full bought into this round, though, of course. So their economy hangs in the balance. Qualinoob with the biggest investment. He has the operator. But that's over on the C mound side. So not totally relevant right now, outside of the fact that it's going to allow Net to push up a little bit more aggressively.
The door will shut. It's Qualinoob still looking out, waiting for someone to swing the corner. And Fluffy Aimers now aware of that operator's presence. Neptune took a lot of damage there, but still alive. Guiding Light gets utilized.
Yeah,
doesn't find anything.
Through the wall. Rotations are being drawn from M80. You can see BCJ and Spawn moving all the way over. Wow, they commit the showstopper to this even. Just to try to allow those 2 players on A access into the site.
30 seconds left.
Nismo's still here, though. Oh, spotted out the weapon barrels, able to find one, finds the second, and it all falls apart. Fluffy Aimers. They played their hand a little bit too willingly, honestly. And on top of that, too, they use the showstopper, Wyatt. It's such a heavy investment just to sell a fake, and it doesn't even work.
Yeah, they try to sell that one so hard, but Nismo just a little bit too wise to it. No reason in that moment really to just full rotate off with the haste that Fluffy Aimers were hoping he would have been baited into doing. Smart from him. But with those 3 guns saved, Fluffy Aimers, they're going to have a chance to run it back with another rifle round. They got the information on the AWP as well, with Koala Noob firing that shot off, so they'll be weary about that, ready to play around it more so than they were the last time. Though even still, they were definitely considerate of it, that jump peek from Neptune. You're always going to be worried against Koala Noob that when he has the money, he's going to have the AWP up. He's just been one of the strongest operators in the North American scene for a super long time at this point.
Yeah, Koala Noob, especially at the end of Challengers last year, was really making a name for himself at being such a dominant duelist, such a dominant opper. But to be fair, I think so far, Fluffy Aimers have done a really good job at keeping that in check. Especially too, just using a little bit of utility to push that operator away. And also too, reading that, hey, it is very likely that Koala Noob will have an operator. Let's just play a little bit more intelligently.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how Fluffy Aimers are going to opt to take things into this next round out of the timeout, having saved 3 rifles on the previous. Looks like, at least for right now, they're going to fight for a little bit of that early mound control while Mame just plays for information, a little bit safe towards A. Xander forced off, excuse me, by a breach flash.
Yeah, just a little flashpoint, more than enough to stall things out for Fluffy, or sorry, for M80 trying to rush out of C. And now all the space will be taken, so Fluffy Aimers should be able to pick up that ultimate orb, make their way in onto the site. Only Xander and Net on the inside of that before they explode in.
Here's that barrier mesh lineup for Waterfall.
Explosive on site now. Bones. Just make it through the trap at least. A Prowler used as well. Who knows what's going on? Definitely not Bones, but still alive in the midst of all this. Net in the back line as well with Xander. Ball line gonna be good as now Bones makes that presence aware, looking for BCJ. Not able to find it. The stun and still able to find Net in the middle of it. Bones isn't done just quite yet. 11 HP, 4 bullets in the gun, but more than enough damage done. Fluffy Aimers make their way onto the site. They'll be able to get a weapon upgrade as well. As Nismo goes for the aftershock, trying to deter them from happening. BCJ walks forward. He's able to get a kill. Koala Noob with the assist as well. Make it a little easier as Mame finds Nismo, and suddenly Koala Noob in a 1v3. The swing kind of happens. Doesn't really work out well. As they are watching for that one. The spike goes down, but Jonah's ready for it. Fluffy Aimers take the round.
I love how Fluffy Aimers on that execute, they use the util to get Bones into the site, then they slow things down, they get the heal on him, and then that second cycle of utility was fantastic. That flash that came around the box sort of steps the stun into sight at the same time to set up Bones, who was already in. That was really nice. They've done a good job on attack, both here and on Sunset, controlling the pace in situations like that, slowing things down when they need to.
And now Mame's the one with the operator. Not going to be one in the hands of Koala Noob, but if anyone tries to swing this, Mame not able to find the shot there, but gives the information up of where that operator is, at least initially. So M80 do decide to play a little bit further back while Fluffy Aimers get ready for A.
Did actually leg shot Xander, so some damage done. One big ultimate. For a second, I thought it was the showstopper. Sorry, Omen, but you're all kind of trash. Not a big ult. But the breach ult, the Rolling Thunder, could be big for Nismo.
There.
On a very important round for M80. Their economy hanging in the balance here.
Oh. Has to use the boombot just to clear things out. See Fluffy Aimers now being very cautious, giving M80 the respect that they deserve. As Bones will scoop up this ultimate orb. They're pinging the map. Know where this initiation is going to be coming through. First smoke goes down. Door gets broken. Nismo still with the Rolling Thunder in hand, ready to let it loose. But actually, Fluffy Aimers have kind of disengaged and instead are going on to B. M80, though, reading this like a book, honestly. Bones goes in, immediately gets taken out. And Xander's still just on the other side, just anchoring down into the site. Squalanoob's looking for Jonah as well. They're all walking in, looking the wrong way. And somehow Mame is able to find 2, making this still a winnable scenario, not a likely one. Mame 5 HP left. Okay, Rolling Thunder gets flushed out as well. Somehow Neptune able to stay alive, but everyone very low HP right now. M80 ready for this retake, goes up for the swing. Squalanoob wins that one out. Showstopper available just for good measure, and Mame has to run for the hills. But, well, the hills have eyes. Squalanoob's blows up both himself as well as Mame.
I mean, all right. We'll take that one on to Koala. That ended up just being such a ridiculous scenario for Fluffy. The wall, or rather the barrier mesh from Jonah, was placed over at A, cutting off stairs and part of the site. I'm pretty sure where it was placed, Fluffy Aimers wouldn't have been able to rotate back to A and get into the site. Like, it was blocking it off, I'm pretty sure. Listen, I'd have to double check, so I don't think they could have even rotated back to A as an option. So, if that was the case, a little bit silly. Just forces them to commit to B where M80 were posted up, but nonetheless, oh my god, what is that? Nonetheless, a crazy shot from Neptune. This is an eco round.
Oop. Yeah, a little bit annoying, but not going to be really. Actually, that was a friendly that got caught there. Doesn't matter. Oh, Bones goes in, gets caught in this Cypher trap, and so Net able to find the spray through nice and easy. Has an intercept available as well. Fluffy Aimers ain't quite done just yet. Do make their way in onto the site here. Jonah in a little bit of trouble as the sprays are going to be inflicting quite a bit of damage, but slowly and surely, Fluffy Aimers make their way on site. Now going to be tossing the spike down as the fault line gets utilized, and Aftershock as well getting thrown in. Neptune, though, not quite done. Finally, meets their demise, and it is going to be ultimates on ultimates getting invested here. Jonah now on the other side of this cosmic divide. Walking through, the hat gets spotted out there as Nismo is able actually to find Jonah, and Mame can't quite do anything. Cypher uploading underway, and Pancakes' position is going to be revealed. It feels like they want to swing it anyways, and Net will find that kill, so M80, they walk out on top of it as the defuse comes through.
A valiant effort from Fluffy Aimers. Those sonic sensors just get so annoying in the scrappy situations like that. I mean, they're terrible for gathering info like a traditional Sentinel trip, but in these scrappy post plants, when a team is trying to run back in, they don't have time to break it. They're just focused forward, focused on the crosshair, and then you get stunned by it. They could definitely find some value there. M80 played that nicely, though. Just ready to, hit the trigger on the utility to flood back in when the spike tap comes in. And you saw just that, the stun from Nismo, the player scaling in. So that's nicely done. Full buy now, though, for Fluffy Aimers. To get some quick space into rubble on A.
Yeah, pretty explosive on A, but this has afforded a lot of positioning down on C. Neptune, the only one kind of holding things back, going for the jump peek just around the boxes. Noob, aware that this might be happening. Guiding light goes up. We'll give the information here. And now, yeah, okay, you got to get out of there. If you're Noob, no way. Neptune's able to find one, but Net in a great position, not cleared out of it. The Seekers are going to get live as well, but all the utility getting flushed through. Net not going to find anything. BCJ, though, shuts down Jonah. And sure, the spike's recovered, and they are running over to A, but look who's home. It's Nismo, and once again has the opportunity to really inflict damage. Oh no, I was worried for a second, but will be able to find the kill. And it's all falling apart for Fluffy Aimers. They split themselves up, potentially ready for this B-side push. Neptune's gotten a lot of space, able to get the site, so the plant should be able to come down 2v3.
Fluffy Aimers so far just trying to do a little bit too much in this round. Jonah taking the fight while they already had man advantage. Bones has been fantastic this map.
Good information play. Now, oh yeah, that's so good utility. Bones the last person left standing. Xander doesn't even give them an opportunity. BCJ with the defuse. M80 now up to 11.
And it's starting to feel like we are destined for that third map. Definitely seemed like when we saw the map pool, it could just be both sides, winning the map that they picked, and then we head on over to Ascent. Definitely on the verge of that, as on this following round. It's actually, yeah, it is actually going to be forcible for Fluffy Aimers, just because they got that spike down. They have the annihilation from Jonah. We'll see if he can go 4 for 4.
Who's ready to go fishing? Jonah is. Oh, pivotal round as well too. Bones has that showstopper. On the other side, BCJ with the Nightfall available. But low armor across the board. Is Molyneux going to be going for that swing in Neptune? Oh no. It all falls apart. And already that's a very early pick for M80.
Little recall smoke there for Bones just to cross. BCJ rotating to Waterfall now as well.
My territory, my rules, reeling them in.
Oh my god, again.
That's okay. Should be able to get him out this time. But actually using the smokes to be able to make sure that doesn't happen. And Qualadoob, are you kidding me? 2 wall bangs with the operator. Finally gets shut down by Jonah. 2v3 here. There's already Xander TPs into the smoke. Pancakes might not be aware of it. Whoa, the foot was seen, and yeah, Xander goes to the swing just on the outside, and Xander finds 2. M80 now at map point.
A good attempt, but every single time Fluffy Aimers have tried to go for a C exec, M80 have always had 3 players there minimum. It's always been BCJ that has been on a really fast rotate into that site, and oftentimes getting deep enough through Waterfall that if that barrier mesh lineup comes through, he's in front of it anyway, so he's going to be able to fight with his team. M80 right now, they're on the cusp of taking their map pick. They're staring down the barrel of 4 Guardians from Fluffy Aimers to try and bring this thing back at the last second.
All right, fast exec this time onto this A site. Haven't really seen Fluffy Aimers do this one just quite yet, but so aware M80. Got more than enough people around here. Pancakes will have the Rolling Thunder online. We're getting ready for it. Nismo, excellent timing, and is able to find 2 while Xander finds the 3rd. And yeah, this all crumbles for Fluffy Aimers. M80 poised to win this one and send us to that map number 3. The spike is recoverable. Still plenty of time for that rotate, but Net's already wrapping around.
Yeah, this one is all but over. I can't lie, for a while there, I was worried that this series was just going to be a complete wash. Suppose it's not over just yet.
This is Valorant. Anything can happen. And the crunch is happening. Yeah, Bones looking the wrong way, and now it's all up to Mame as the flood comes through M80. They get that win on Lotus, and we will be going to a map number 3.
Yeah, I'm excited to see when we head over to Ascent. It's going to be the opposite side, M80. They're going to be the ones with the deadlock there, running that Yoru as well. They looked sick with it last week, so it'll be exciting to see that. But yeah, for that map, I mean, listen, M80 take their home pick, and I feel like Fluffy Aimers, they kind of got ahead of themselves on that one. It felt like at times they thought they already won it, and they were taking some pretty risky plays with some, low reward with them.
Yep, popping some ultimates when you're in a 4v1 type of stuff, but regardless, M80, they're still in this series, and well, we've got one more map, Ascent, just after this break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for Ascent.
The match must go on because M80, they get that map number 2 and put us in a situation where we're going the distance. We're going to ascend to see who is going to take this series. Is it going to be Fluffy AIMERS or is it going to be M80? And it's very close between the two, especially as we talked about, Marks, what was going to be this map of Lotus. We knew it was going to be close. We look at the results that they had recently on it, both of the teams. And even towards the end, it was a 10-10. You didn't know who was going to get away with it.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. It really felt like towards the end there, Fluffy AIMERS were overheating just a little bit and allowing for some of these rounds just to slip through their fingers. And while M80, they kept calm and collected throughout this entire thing. And that's honestly the reason why they were able to come back, even though things looked like it was stacked against them at first.
It was a beginning that did not look too great for M80. We were thinking, is it going to be the Fluffy AIMERS 2-0? But yeah, like you said, it was just the last couple rounds that were the difference makers once again for M80. And it was, I feel like, Wyatt, it all started when we saw the last pause called by Fluffy AIMERS. They didn't really find success on it after, and it was an M80 that was capitalizing from those mistakes that Fluffy AIMERS were committing at the end.
Definitely. I think even earlier on during Fluffy AIMERS' defense, despite them going up 7-5, which is great for Lotus defense, they made some silly mistakes on some rounds where they were throwing things away too, pretty needlessly. You know, there was that one round where it was a 3 versus 5 and they were on an eco, and Bones committed the showstopper jumping through a smoke and just goes down. Like little moments like that. There was the other one where he was out in the open, got his nade back up and just went for it immediately, where I think they were really feeling themselves in that game after destroying M80 on Sunset. They started so hot on Lotus, and I think they kind of just let their confidence turn into ego in some of those rounds.
And honestly, I feel like that could be the case. The team by itself is pretty young. They're still getting used to each other as well with the recent changes that they've had. And I feel like in those ones, you rely a lot more on those veterans, the ones that have a little bit more experience. I'm thinking of Mame, for example, who has kind of shaped around the team, tried to build around what he's done in the past for other teams. But the question is that's going to be enough for that last map? Because a match in a series in general that felt like, especially after the first map, could have gone the way of Fluffy AIMERS. Now it gets a lot more complicated, and it's a M80 that we don't really know what they're gonna do on Ascent. And now you have those pieces that we talked about at the beginning that are just clicking so much better. Koalanub did really good on this race. Now he's most likely going to go either to his comfort of the Jet or maybe even the Yoru, as we've seen before, Marks. So there's a couple ideas here, but now I feel like I'm leaning a little bit more towards M80.
That's a bold thing for you to say, because you said in the Preds that Fluffy AIMERS are going to take this all the way, but it really does feel like M80 are really starting to click right now. And you could tell while Bones' confidence level, like Wyatt said very eloquently, that's a great line, it turned into ego. On the flip side of it, Koalanub was really starting to turn up a lot of these crazy operator shots, and you could just feel the momentum really starting to rile up M80. And so now they're coming into this one very confident, and like you've been kind of talking about, they have an interesting composition that they used last week on Ascent.
That is a really great point. The operator, we really got the chance to see it a lot more towards the end. It was Koalanub doing really good with the operator, as we know him to do. Since last year, he's been doing this. Even before, he's been doing this with the operator. And in a map like Ascent, to close it out, it feels like it's the comfort zone for M80, and that is something that they need. Wyatt, I'm wondering if there's going to be anything different, but I feel like in general, for the specific roles that we have on M80, this should be a good map for them.
Definitely, and the operator with Yoru works pretty well. You know, similarly to how the operator works with the other duelists that it's good with. You take a shot and you teleport away. What I'm looking forward to seeing, though, is that with Fluffy AIMERS starting on defense here on Ascent, we're going to be able to see more of M80's attack. That wasn't the case last week when they played against Core. They started on defense, farmed them, and then we only got to see 4 rounds or 5 rounds of their attack. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they have playing a full half here with this deadlock and the Yoru on the attack side.
And when things change, it feels like it could be the same way as the first series and the preparation that you have on the attacking side when we were looking at those double duelists with the ISO and the Neon, when you're able to go on that attacking side, or now for Ascent even on that defensive side, things might change around. The story might not be the same as we saw for M80 going against Core and ending up 4-13. That was honestly very, very rare, and it continues to be a little strange for us in Challengers to see this M80 struggling. The pieces are there, the synergy is there because the core of this team has been together for a long time. The additions that we saw towards the beginning of the year on BCJ as well are looking really good. Net as well has been stepping up, but now it's a point where you need to get those wins, Mark, and if it's going to be the Euro, I mean, I'm okay with it, but I want to see the results now for M80.
Absolutely. And once again, just for context, last week up against Core, M80 brought Nismo out on the Deadlock and Kuala Noob was playing on the Yoru. So especially too on a map like Ascent where it's like, oh, we know exactly how we want to play this map. Everything is nice and solidified. To see that change up come in was really interesting. And kind of like you were saying, Dryad, it feels like M80 needed that momentum off of that last matchup. And they know they're going into Ascent. They're nice and confident as well off of the last map. The stars are kind of aligning for M80 to do well here, but hopefully, you know, keep their heads in the game and not kind of start to overheat as we kind of saw Fluffy AIMERS do on our last map.
Especially because if that was the case, if it was the overheating, the overconfidence, the ego coming through for Fluffy AIMERS, you lose the map, you realize, hey, maybe we cannot do this. Maybe we cannot actually get away with this. We need to get serious for this last map. So let's jump into the agent select. Let's see if there's going to be anything different on the side of M80 or if it's going to be once again that Deadlock and the Euro that are going to be played for this last map. And guess what? It is exactly the same. We have Nismo on the Deadlock, Kuala Noob is going to be on the Euro, and on the other side for Fluffy AIMERS, it's a standard composition. One last map. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Dryad. And yeah, we get to see this, kind of like what you were saying, Wyatt. I'm really excited to see how this Deadlock Yoru combination is going to work specifically on M80's attack.
For sure. And Fluffy AIMERS, I sleep. They're playing the default comp. Literally, I mean, I can't, but it's fine. It's just, we know it's the default comp for a reason. It's good. We all know. Boring. Thank you, M80, for bringing in a little spice with the Deadlock and the Yoru. And of course, shout out to Turtle Troop, who have had worldwide influence with the Deadlock on Ascent at this point, with like every Challengers team starting to play it. Fnatic were playing it today. Turtle Troop changing the game everywhere. All right, let's see what M80 are going to cook up here on attack, though. I'm excited to see what they've got in store for us on a full 12-round half here for the first time with this comp.
Yeah, they should really change the name of Challengers NA to be Challengers Innovation Area, because things are going wild, but already poised for a little bit of pressure out on B while the spike hangs back just on mid, potentially at A, while Fluffy AIMERS, they are aware that something might be happening. A paranoia from Mame might come out if Bones spots something out, but not going to be the case as the slow creep up on A is now underway.
Yeah, maybe that would have gotten caught there, but not even going to happen. Just going to back off and play with the cam. BCJ sent that recon out more towards the A side and a smoke down mid just to further conceal M80's rotations here. Keep the Fluffy AIMERS defense guessing as to what their position could be.
And guessing they will be. Look at that. 3 members had rotated over to this A site, pushing Bones up on mid to deny that rotation, but well, no commitment from M80, so now the battle is going to be happening just outside of B, and that's going to give more than enough information to make the flood come through. And yeah, the position going to be revealed. Xander just in the back here will at least be able to isolate things off. Mame just under so much pressure. Oh, Deadlock, really annoying, right? Meanwhile, Bones gets 2 up top. Unbelievable stuff, and the spike is in such a bad position. Net spots out the shoulder of one, and it's Kuala Noob on the back line, able to at least make that trade happen, but it's just too much pressure from Fluffy AIMERS. When they flood back in, they systematically destroy M80.
And M80 just tried to totally ignore the spike, take the fights, try and help out. I forget which player that was in B main, but they were just stranded, facing down all of those flood retakers from Fluffy AIMERS. So an interesting decision from M80. It doesn't totally pay off, but not mad at that attempt. That barrier going down over towards the door there in market is going to be something we're going to be seeing over and over when M80 hit that site.
Scanning ahead.
Recon dart used by BCJ. Immediately does get destroyed. Actually is just to allow Koala Noob to pick up that ultimate orb. Eventually looking at getting that dimensional drift online earlier than later.
Yeah, getting pretty close already, only 3 orbs away. Feels like one of those ultimates that's extremely hit or miss. Sometimes just getting no value at all, just running around, not helping your team, trying to ping out locations, but no one's really able to play off of it. And other times, your team will be able to play off that info perfectly, so we'll have to see if M80 have the coordination to pull that kind of play off. When it does get it online.
Just on the other side. At least able to find one, but the flood is just simply too much to stop. Xander finds 2. Damage has been done, though, to M80 in the middle of all of it. Spike finally going down. Now all this deadlock utility will get invested as well. But it doesn't matter because Fluffy AIMERS already through market. Neptune just clearing things out. Recon drone will get utilized. Try and spot things out. The rest of M80 find themselves all the way back in Boathouse. Bones able to dodge over those bullets. Ame still has a paranoia available. Will be letting it go just now as the flood will commence. Bones going into the back. Uh-oh, deadlock utility. It's really annoying, and BCJ finds 2 with the classic, but Xander cleans that one up, and so M80, they find that thrifty round.
And there's just no reason that that round should crumble in the way that it did. 5 classics for M80. Pancakes and Jonah attempting to play off each other, but Jonah's playing so forward in that position, just gets overrun. Pancakes at range with the Guardian, only able to convert 1 kill while they were focused on Jonah. That is a travesty for Fluffy AIMERS. And immediately M80 have captured back some momentum into this game at the very beginning stage.
Oh, geez. Koala Noob gets a little bit of a ding. Not going to be enough, though, to really deter this push off. At this point, you know, Pancakes wishes that they had some sort of heavy machine gun or something to be able to spray through this wall, as we've seen so many players do before.
Some decent damage coming through from the defensive side onto Koala Noob there. Down to half HP at the very least, and M80 now, they're just going to run their way all the way over to the A side. They don't have any information on main, so they could be worried about maybe a player snuck their way into Wine. Oh, Ame's jiggling, gets that info on BCJ, and yeah, you can see the recon is there to clear it. And now the drone to clear into sight.
Excellent decoy, yeah. Mame gonna be caught off guard regardless. Not aware that Jonah's still on site, though. Might find a timing, finds Nismo. Now the cleanup will come through. BCJ makes sure that that is no longer going to be a threat. Recon, sorry, Shock Bolt gonna be good while Koala Noob cleans that one up yet again. Pancakes still up top in heaven, but actually finds the headshot on Koala Noob. Doing a little bit of jump-matics up top. Now 2v3 onto this retake. Pancakes does have a Sheriff, but Bones only on a classic. No more utility available for any of those agents until the Recon Bolt does come back online, but it's 20 seconds away. Door to market. Gonna get cut down here. Xander holding far. Xander and Net just watching up top while BCJ lets the Recon dart out. Scans and clears out the site. Bones gonna be slowly marching forward here. Excellent crossfire being set up. Pancakes goes down, and yeah, Bones not really seeing an opportunity. Gonna try to double dip, see if they can find anything, but not gonna be the case. So just gonna go down to the spike, get that ultimate orb, and just like that, that's gonna be M80 walking away with yet another round.
Clean enough anti-eco. They've got 3 Vandals into the next. A good way to start off Ascent attack for them. I mean, if you're an M80 fan here, or someone who just, you know, believes in their ability to qualify this year, even into partnership, which a lot of people think they were capable of, and thought they were definitely capable of when we got into this year, when we knew that this team was sticking together. This feels like a game that they, you know, really should be winning to prove that that can still be the case. Despite how good Fluffy AIMERS have been, if we want to keep M80 in that top tier of challengers, in the category of these guys can make it to partnership, this feels like a game that they definitely should be closing out.
And on the flip side of that as well, if Fluffy Aimers really want to cement themselves as one of the better teams in Challengers, this is going to be the game that they need to win. A lot on the table right now for both these teams. Of course, moving into this next one, M80 got the Dimensional Drift, as well as the Hunter's Fury. So a couple of ultimates to work off of.
Those two can be a pretty good combo if Koala Noob pings a player out for BCJ to try and get a Hunter's Fury kill. That's not going to be the case, but Koala Noob will figure out that no one is on the site.
Actually, in the middle of that, a little bit of a switcheroo happening here. Fluffy Aimers taking a lot of space all the way back into the spawn, and Pancake's trying to spray things down, not able to find BCJ. Oh no, net caught without the weapon out. And now BCJ using the Hunter's Fury, able to take out Pancakes, but not able to secure the kill. Bones coming in from behind, but Koala Noob ready for it. Shuts it down. Recon drone gets utilized as Decoy gets shut out as well, but Pancake's just spraying through the floor. Finds so much value with that Odin. And now Nismo alone in this 1v3 scenario. Looking towards one, has to jump up top, but Pancake's up above with the classic. Makes that one work, and Fluffy Aimers, they tie up the series.
Nicely done from Pancakes. I mean, just using the Odin on Ascent as a Soban defense, it's just so annoying, but it's just so strong. How can you not? It always just finds so much value, and that's one of the situations you'll see it do so consistently, just firing away into hell. I was worried there for a second with Bones on that flank into A main. I mean, normally there you'd want your strong side to take contact, so your flanker can get a little backstab. But Bones was actually the first one to take contact, so concerned for a second, but Fluffy Aimers reel things back in with a nice retake.
Bones already going so deep. Xander ready for it. Immediately just wins that one out, and Pancake's ready for it as well. All right, gets BCJ. It's a little bit of a scrappy start to this round, but M80 were able to at least deter for a second while Fluffy Aimers were able to drop two of them. Yeah, the mesh gets tossed up, slow things down a bit, and spike all the way onto this B site while Koala Noob attempts to take a little bit more space onto B. Still one teleport available and a flash as well. Koala Noob gonna take this swing against Mame. Mame spots that one out, and yeah, rightfully so is gonna back off as the flood comes through from M80. 0 Point gets tossed out, and the spray into the smoke is going to be more annoying deadlock utility. Doesn't feel like they know exactly how to deal with this, and this time it's going to be Nismo bringing someone in, but of course it is going to be sprayed through. Doesn't matter. Nismo ready to punish Neptune, while Mame still has not been cleared onto this site and is able to find two, and that might have just won the round. Xander looking for that Omen. As Mame continues to rotate things around. Xander able now to pick up the spike, but everyone walks through. Just like that, Fluffy Aimers overwhelmed.
Good anchoring from Mummy there in the corner. Little double spray down. I suppose the Odin's pretty good at destroying the cocoon, but yeah, literally doesn't matter. I mean, again, the Annihilation is just getting value every single time it's being used now. Like, it felt like such a joke ultimate for the longest time, and now is actually legit. It's getting value like 90% of the time. It's crazy. It's super fun to watch there.
Everyone's going to be playing Deadlock soon, and quite frankly, Fluffy Aimers, they're getting confused by the utility, but they're at least able to mitigate things. Like, even though they are getting caught and it's really annoying, they're still able to come out on top of those engagements, and that's resulting in them being able to win some of these rounds.
A chance now for them to really take control of this game by getting a clean anti-eco, getting the economy into a really nice state here.
Just on the other side. Has Paranoia in hand. Bones, though, from up top, able to find one. Looking for a little bit more. Uses the dash just to confuse the opponent as Koala Noob positions up top as well to get a couple of spray through. Place a little bit of doubt into the opponent's minds. Yeah, now the 0 Point going to be coming in. Fluffy Aimers. All 5 of them still alive. The rest of M80 sheltered in hell, while Net hangs out just on the flip side just in case, but time is counting down. Recon Bolt flies into the middle of it. This one's going to be a messy one as the flood comes through. Nobody is spotted in the midst of all of these smokes, and even though the spray's coming through, it's still not connecting with anybody. Finally, the jig is up, the kills come through, and just like that, Fluffy AIMERS are able to get the defuse.
Whenever there's a scrappy situation like that, the Fluffy AIMERS are really content playing very slow to wait out the peaks, not rush into a smoke there. They don't rush to take the fights very often. They'll just let the fights come to them when it's safer. And I do really admire that aspect of their play. They've displayed that at some pretty pivotal moments across all 3 maps now. Bones is going to pick up the operator into this round, so we'll see what angle he's going to try to take here. First time it's going to be used into the game, and we'll see if M80 feel, prepared for that, if they're keeping that in mind.
Shutting them down.
Early smoke out mid, preventing Fluffy AIMERS from potentially pushing out of there. A little bit of a switch up on how this defensive setup gets played. Qualinoob taking a lot of space, but actually a little bit of spam from Neptune will ping Qualinoob, so we'll at least keep that Yoru at bay.
See if Qualinoob pushes forward enough here to break the alarm bot. Does so. So that can make these players on B feel like a split could be coming in. Pancakes has his eyes on market with the Odin. Bones still in that forward position with the op in main as well. Wow, now the drone as well to come up mid. Is this going to draw any rotates from the defensive side towards B? It isn't, though.
Bones now moving out of B. I think that's the reason why. So aware that unless they're pushing through B main, it can't fully be a B side hit. Fluffy AIMERS, without that extra rotational pressure, it's going to be a lot on Bones and Pancakes to be able to maintain things. Once again, I've seen that Odin do crazy things, so this ain't out of the question just yet.
30 seconds left.
See, this is tough for Bones.
Xander. Oh, spots that out. Qualinoob actually gets the kill. Pancakes just in the back line, tosses out the recon bolt. The paranoia comes through. Able to miss them, so much information given. Able to at least find one, but it's not nearly enough. Mame goes good with the paranoia. Time counting down, but the double swing will be more than enough. They just overwhelmed the site. M80 get that spike down, and now it's all up to Jonah in a 1v4. This one's looking not nearly possible for M80 to pull. Sorry, Fluffy AIMERS to pull off.
No, certainly not. At this point, though, I mean, Jonah's money is pretty low, but doing damage, wouldn't be the worst, and he's going to try and hang around just to do so while that M80 economy is still pretty dire.
And on top of that, too, able to find a couple of kills. Will have the lockdown online. Finds the first. Xander back the other way, and with that smoke, should be able to walk out. Qualinoob going to be the only person there, but yeah, Yoru can teleport, so fast exit. And Jonah should... Oh, actually going to opt to stay alive. Keep that rifle into the next round, but only one ultimate orb away from getting the lockdown.
M80 did a really good job confusing the defenders in the round with that really extended noise cut. Mid-pressure coming in at like 2 different intervals. Fluffy AIMERS just never opted to try and move anyone off A, never pick up that angle from spawn to market. And then Bones just ended up being caught in such a tough spot. Just holding B main the whole time. They're not going to bring an operator into this round. They're over that. Bones is just going to be popping the knives here.
Already exploring so far down mid, catches the shoulder of BCJ and sees that Sova just show his head over the box. Actually will decide to back off instead. Qualinoob does have the dimensional drift available yet again. Could use that to potentially scout things out for the rest of the squad. BCJ with unconventional lineup, but that one should do quite a bit, at least to clear out the Killjoy utility that might have been on mid. Very slow between these two teams thus far.
Yeah, just to try to break that alarm bot is the intention of that shock, but it's not in place there. It's over towards B. Jonah opted this round for that double lane molly, try to get a kill set up when the execute comes in. We'll see if that pays off. Dimensional drift here, just gonna get information.
Revealing area.
And should at least reveal that the site is open, but Pancakes on the other side with this Odin. So classic. Jonah actually able to find BCJ with that Nano Swarm, and yeah, the flood through will happen.
30 seconds
It doesn't
left.
matter because Fluffy Aimers, they keep everybody alive in the middle of it. Annihilation, though, available for Nismo. Now the lockdown will be tossed out by Jonah. So zone things back just a little bit. Xander will be able to back off. And yeah, everyone should be able to stay alive in Boathouse, but things get a little bit dicey. Fluffy Aimers now flooding back in. All 5 members alive. Bones flying in up top. Annihilation gonna get activated here. Pancakes, though, gets completely cut down by Koala Noob, and Koala Noob can't see a darn thing. While someone is gonna get caught in that fishing net. And Nismo just in the backline tries to make that one work, but Neptune stays alive. And still a 2v2. Wow, the awareness from Neptune, so good. Doesn't matter, Xander's awareness just a bit better. Mame now down to this 1v1. Smokes things out, should be able to get the kill. Is going to be tight on time. I don't think that Mame is going to have this. Yeah, the spike explodes 0.72 seconds away from getting that defuse.
And you have to wonder if Fluffy Aimers tried to take a bit more control towards Boathouse and placed that lockdown a bit deeper, if that could have been the catalyst to a round win. It was just put a little bit shallow. It allowed those M80 players to still be back B site, post up in the angles from Boathouse. And listen, last thing to point out, just has to be said again, the Annihilation got another kill. More value. I mean, it's crazy. This was like a total joke ultimate when this character was released. Oh my god, that was a sick shot from Mummy, but yeah, I can't believe it. This ult is actually so sick now. It's getting value every single time.
This one series has completely convinced you the opposite, huh?
Oh, I mean, not just this. Watching Adder use it, I mean, it's insane. It's actually just gets a kill so consistently.
Oh, speaking of kills, that was a little bit of a nice one with the Outlaw. And Koala Noob already deep in onto the site. Another advantage of Yoru. Very easy to move things around. Spike should go down. Pancake's just up top, though. Waiting for that opportunity. Still not great weaponry for Fluffy Aimers here. And Paranoia will push back, but Fluffy Aimers are here at least.
Just gonna see if they can do more damage, but frankly, that doesn't even feel significant whatsoever at this point in the game. M80 are on route to get 5 rounds here already on the attacking side. Typically the less favored side on this map of Ascent. Off to a really, really hot start. Completely keeping their composure in this series after getting absolutely blown out on Sunset. Was not even close. They've really bounced back.
And on top of that, too, I mean, we've seen this composition from M80 on that defense, but never actually on the attack. And so seeing it now, it is pretty fun to see. Of course, that, once again, the deadlock is just so fun to me to see how that utility gets utilized. And already, a little bit of presence being shown here on B. But meanwhile, M80, they're more interested in taking mid control. Could potentially get a little bit of a crunch here on Tree. Ame, ready to receive this one. Waiting for an opportunity. Koala uses that decoy, and actually, that's going to be more than enough. But look who's on the other side. It's Neptune. Able to find 2 for the price of 1. Nice little BOGO as Bones now aggressing forwards, and Fluffy Aimers, they don't even give M80 a chance to get ready for their attack. They just walk right into him.
Yeah, perfect stack setup towards Tree to absolutely nullify M80's attempt to get through the catwalk door. Neptune tucked in the corner. Looked like Xander had a Paranoia ready for that setup, but just sent it in a little bit too late. Not completely sure if that was intentional or if there was a miscommunication, because it looked like he was facing the wall ready to send it in, and if he had, might have resulted in some easier kills there.
Scanning ahead. Right here.
One for an early scan. Recon Bolt immediately destroyed. Xander goes to TP. Uh-oh, yeah. Gotta be caught out of there. Bones so ready for that. Usually see a little bit of initiator utility to swing out, but a Hunter Sphere will do just fine. And Bones not done yet. Moves in, able to find Nismo, and still able to escape thanks to that cloud burst. And yeah, That's going to be a lot of damage implemented into M80 while Fluffy Aimers walk away unscathed.
Kuala gets that dimensional drift up, but almost certainly not going to be of any value on this round. Going to be more important for round 12.
Right here.
The slow creep up from M80 now taking a bit of space. They're walking into this potential tree trap. At least the decoy and a flash available for Kuala to use. Bones gets that first spot out. We'll be backing off here as Mame maneuvers around it as well. Kuala taking quite a bit of damage, but not able to secure a kill as Neptune gonna be wise to it, able to find one. And BCJ finds that trade, but Jonah just tucks himself all the way back into the site. It's now waiting for both these members to come through while the defenders are rotating around. The alarm bot goes through, giving the information where BCJ is coming from. Smoke as well. Oh, the timing there kind of worked out nicely as Mame finds the back of Kuala, and yeah, you got stuck in the owl drone. And Jonah finds the spray.
That was a bold time to go for the drone. Big plays from Bones into that round, though. A 7-5 half for Fluffy Aimers would not be the worst result. It has been super back and forth here on our final map. I believe Nizzo, what is he, 1 orb away from getting that Annihilation active? Maybe 2. It's it was a little bit hard to tell, but regardless, a lot of ultimates in play here for the final round. Definitely going to be one of the reasons that Fluffy Aimers opt to take the time out here.
And of course, right now, I really like how Fluffy Aimers have adapted their defense, specifically just really holding down that A site extremely well. And they feel like they know when to take their timings against M80 when they decide to push in, or these little weird inconsistencies where M80 are going to try to do a flash play around something and someone's so ready to receive it. The Fluffy Aimers, off of their earlier mistakes, have really started to pull this back, and they're starting to figure out a lot of M80's intricacies on their attack. And I mean, 6 rounds against kind of an unknown M80 attack is really good for them.
Yeah, you'll definitely take that. It's not the worst, not the best, but certainly enough to win the game. I'm going to be looking as well. Kuala Noob with that dimensional drift. He got it up in the previous round. Cool. Use it immediately. Wow, made some pressure B. TP's over to A and is now getting all of the info with his dimensional drift. That's a pretty cool round open here from him.
Oh, spots out too, but actually just runs out of time, and the cool opening mounts almost nothing, and Xander trying to keep it salvageable. Is able to find the back of Jonah. Pure shenanigans happen by tree. Spike goes down in the meantime. Annihilation now online for Nismo as well. Someone could get caught in the trap. Xander uses the dark cover, ready for Bones to walk through onto the other side. Information is given away as well. This is an interesting setup for Fluffy Aimers to make this retake happen. And Pancake's able to find BCJ just with the spray down. Oh no, they all walk through. Xander able to find 2 with a little bit of a spray, and Nismo just walks through. Now in the 1v1, is this going to happen? The Annihilation gets popped, waiting for the defuse tap. Plenty of time to use it. Decides to go for it there. Not able to find anything. An excellent little redirect from Pancakes, but that might have done more than just enough to stall down the clock. And yeah, Nismo not able to catch anyone that time, but will win the round.
And again, listen, didn't get the kill, but that Annihilation just forces Pancakes off the spike. If he taps at any moment there, he's just going to get caught, and the round is over. And regardless of that, the round is over because the clock just ticks way too far. M80 have had some really cool stuff with this Yoru on some of the rounds. I mean, it was a little bit silly how Koala's life ended there, but the open to the round, the idea of it was really cool with the early B pressure into the TP towards A, getting all of that info. We already know that the defense for M80 is fantastic. They destroyed Core last week, starting on the defensive side. I mean, if Fluffy Aimers hit A right now, look at this. They have to deal with a Cypher util and Deadlock util. It's just so much. They're just going to get bogged down.
Well, That's going to at least shut down the Cypher utility, so the flood happens. Xander still on site, immediately gets traded out as Net gets completely overwhelmed. Fallen just trying to pressure things forwards, but Fluffy Aimers have made their entrance. Okay, Fallen gets one through the wall, of course. Neptune still aware of where they're going to be coming from. The spike gets tapped, not planted as Jonah's just on the other side, now deciding to take that time and can't quite find anything. As Mame at least makes it a 1v3. Everyone low on the side of M80, sorry, 1v2. Still has to get that spike down as they flood down and BCJ goes for the swing. M80 come out on top of the pistol.
That was such a fast reposition from BCJ and Nismo at the very end there to completely catch Mummy off. Was not expecting that second swing coming from Dice. So nice little heads-up play from the two of them to close that round out. And unfortunately, it was so winnable for Fluffy Aimers with that flank from Jonah. He's really going to be feeling the frustration from that one. Had 3 players with their backs turned and wasn't even able to get a single kill.
Flashbang.
Early flash grenade and early pressure onto the site. Oh no, completely unchecked. Quality misses the first shot, at least able to teleport away in time, and now Bones is stuck, but Nismo only finds one. While Bones might be the victim to a bit of utility. BCJ has that Ares, putting in quite a bit of damage, but seems like the stall was going to be more than enough. Qualanoob already back with that Outlaw.
And this Outlaw is going to matter a lot. Fluffy Aimers have 3 Sheriffs into this round right now. It could be a lot of light armors for the next. And the players with the light armors are, of course, in danger of getting one-shot by that Outlaw.
Oh. Just missed the timing there, but at least able to avoid something. Net, meanwhile, shuts down Bones. Oh no, okay, yeah, wallbang is going to happen, especially with that information. So a clean round coming in from M80. Bonus is going to look nice and easy.
BCJ's got that Ares to just be a nuisance towards B main. The baby Odin, and Net has the Guardian as well. There's just so many wallbangable spots on this map where those high bullet pen weapons are going to be really frustrating to deal with. And yeah, look at this. The consequences of the Sheriff buy. 3 light armors for Fluffy Aimers. Koalanoob's Outlaw could be a game changer here already. Could allow them to convert a bonus round.
Whoa! Koalanoob gets one shot off, but is able to at least escape with his life still intact. While Xander hears that owl drone, so Will back around the corner. Might have just gotten spotted, so things are going to get a little bit weird, but at least has that paranoia to be able to back out of there. Swarm grenade, though, is going to force a little bit of positioning. Xander has to commit to this and hide inside of the smoke. While Fluffy Aimers, they're trying to take space around the map, but Net gets taken down, and now the gun barrel gets spotted out by Koalanoob. So at least aware that someone is in a market. Updraft going to get spotted, but yeah, Bones not looking the right way, will get taken out, and now the call is to go in through tree. More deadlock utility over here. They're going to be walking right into a trap. It's Nismo just on the other side of this door. Might purposefully leave that one open. Walanoob gets one shot off, but is going to back up. Best of flash. Nismo makes the presence known. That is going to get tossed in.
One enemy
Spike being down. This is just so chaotic. Oh, Koalanoob. You got to look up. Jonah at least able to grab a rifle, but is in a 1v4.
And it seems like at this point in the game, against this composition and after a tough loss on Lotus, the Fluffy Aimers team play, game plan is really starting to devolve. Bones was just on that solo mission in market. They didn't know how to handle Xander with that aggro B main take, close up with the judge. They couldn't get him out of there. There's an awkward fight in mid take, and I mean, Jonas just, wow, that was a crazy shot, but it ultimately is incredibly irrelevant. It feels like M80 are really in position to take this now. Fluffy Aimers are struggling to hang on in this game.
Yeah, and Koalanoob 2 carrying an outlaw yet again. It's just as good as an operator, assuming that Fluffy Aimers don't have the money to be able to buy that full shield, and that's exactly going to be the case. So M80 really poised to have yet another very successful round. The only concern right now is if Jonah can come alive with that Vandal. Now, a singular Vandal could do enough damage and could potentially put them into a good position to win, but already early pressure outside of A.
Jonah certainly has been one of the standout players in this entire series. Was great on Lotus with the deadlock, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to be enough for Fluffy AIMERS. The game is really falling out of their grasp.
Things slowed down. Already one person down. No one even really to play off of that as well. Neptune does have this Marshall, is peeking around the corner, but at this point, yeah, Koala Noob just openly farming here. Oh, the trap makes it too easy for Xander to find the spray down. A good shot by Mame at the very least. The trap will keep him at bay, and yeah, Net swings off the decoy. Able to find Neptune in the middle of all of that. Now knows where the last person is, and it's all said and done. M80 hit 10.
I mean, sure, it's just an eco round there, right? But the Fluffy AIMERS players, you can just see them. They're spread across the map. They're all kind of doing their own thing. You know, Pancakes is they're trying to set up some pressure through Cat while the players go through A main, but the timings just aren't working out. Walking into Koala Noob, who now actually does pick up the operator on the correct round. Fluffy AIMERS, they have the maxed out buy. They have all of those heavy armors that the Outlaw wouldn't have been able to get the kills on.
And this is where it gets dangerous. We talked about this before this map. Koala Noob with the operator online is so deadly, and Fluffy AIMERS must be aware of this. They must have watched the previous matchup that M80 had and understand the lethality that Koala Noob is going to be bringing to this matchup now.
It's full B main control for M80 here too. They've had it round after round. Jonah's really struggled to get timings to try and re-clear in there. I mean, obviously it's so tough as just a solo KJ. Not really ideal. Drone gets a bit of info in mid for BCJ.
Yeah, meanwhile, that just sets up a bunch of traps so they can fully just open up the site with the utility. Oh, no way! Jonah actually finds the kill on a Koala Noob. The operator gets dropped. The call gets made, so they are going to be flooding potentially into B now. The problem still being a lot of that utility, the Cypher and Deadlock stuff, makes it so uncomfortable. But hey, you know what? Toss down the lockdown might make it a little bit easier.
This is all a bait though, because Bones is pushed up so far. Just trying to troll rotate so he can get some easy kills, but BCJ is just way too aware. Can Pancake survive? Yeah, he's gonna dodge just around the corner while the spike goes down on A. The fake with the lockdown has successfully worked.
A lot of pressure being applied. Nismo spotted out here. Oh, nice shot, but immediately gets traded out there. Nat not able to find anything. Neptune is able to find that kill, and suddenly BCJ in a 1v2. Has to drop down, aware that someone could be down here. Goes for the swing, able to win the 1v1 against Neptune. Now knows exactly where that killjoy is. Goes for it. BCJ out on top. Wins it out. The defuse coming through. M80 find 11.
It's just such a treat to be able to watch BCJ really compete again. It just didn't feel right that this guy was not in the partnership league last year after having such excellent performances with Exet internationally. Is pretty much just left out of the competitive scene for so long. It definitely deserves a spot on a solid team. Has been playing really well this series. Just a rock-solid initiator, providing the important util for his team when necessary, and has the ability to step up individually when necessary too.
Fluffy AIMERS now reaching deep into their pockets to make this one somewhat doable. And already so much space taken. BCJ wise for it. Does back off. Still intact, but that Odin is still gonna spray. Odin's on ascent, will spray. That's always how things go, and Fluffy AIMERS rightfully don't necessarily invest too heavily just based off of that gunfire alone. So many of their members taken so low.
Yeah, that is already so tough for Bones and Jonah. I mean, a stray shock dart might take one of them out. Shot from Net through the wall. Drone gonna get more info, and here comes the annihilation. Oh, I mean, someone is doomed. It is the already weak Jonah. Just gets caught. They're swinging for each other here as well into main.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Odin Gaming. Still somehow able to find two in that little bit of a chaotic battle outside of A. And speaking of Odin Gaming, BCJ, wall bang through, Mame goes down, M80 now on match point.
Yeah, and M80, it's such proactivity from them into B main, which you really love to see. You know, Nick gets that first kill, and then immediately BCJ drones, boom, they've gotten the info, the annihilation comes through. They know that the attackers are going to be trying to break it. They just scale off of it. It's just so nice.
Listening.
Oh, that's the thing too, because it kind of forces whoever you catch into a killable position. So even if their teammates do break it down, then you know, they're right in front of you, and it takes a second for that animation to pop, so you can just spray them down before they even got a chance to respond.
And I'd like to point out one last time that every single annihilation in this series has had impact. I just want to point that out, because it's just ridiculous to see this ult be so good right now.
All right. Execute underway. Hunter's Fury coming out. Trying to find value. Paincake's looking for something. Is going to start to clear out wine, but somehow Koalanoob goes unchecked. Oh no, Mummy gets trapped and taken out. Unbelievable stuff coming out from M80. They simply cannot be stopped, and they close the door. Fluffy AIMERS gets sent home. An excellent showcase from M80.
Again, it's the composure from them to reset after sunset, the first map Fluffy AIMERS pick, where they just absolutely dominated M80. They were never in that game. And from there, they just slowly got better and better as the series progressed, eventually getting to that defense on Ascent where we already saw them be so dominant against Core last week. They repeat the same performance. This comp, their play on this map, is so strong right now.
Absolutely 100%, and just like that, well, one of our predictions is wrong, huh, Dryad?
And you know what? You guys were right. And I'm okay with it. I'm more than okay with it, because this is the M80 that I wanted to see. The M80 that is winning these matches, that is closing out the matches that are not always starting their way. And the team that individually is performing, the team that together as well are synergizing very well. This is the M80 that we've known since last year, and the M80 that I'm happy that we're getting the chance to see again. So yeah, sure, my prediction was wrong, but I'm happy to see this. This is the reason why. An M80 that on this map towards the beginning, I didn't really know what was going to happen. It seems like Fluffy AIMERS, they were getting away with a couple of those rounds, but getting so many rounds on the attacking side with this very unique, different composition that M80 is running, I feel like it's great, Wyatt. And in a way, it just played out to what we expected for this Euro, for this deadlock, with a lot of cool ideas too that they've been implementing.
Yeah, for sure. I really like how they were using the Yoru to rotate around the map. It was really nice on both sides. I mean, it's pretty straightforward how the Yoru rotates on defense. It's kind of always been the same. It was more interesting to see how they were using the gate crash sometimes on attack to actually rotate around. And they were doing a good job as well with the dimensional drift, you know, finding some opportune times to use that, get value from it by clearing out sites, getting the information. So overall, I mean, just a good performance from Koalanoob, topping the server. Great with the scoped weapons on defense, but you can always expect that from them. It's
just doing these couple different things that are working out for the team. And obviously, as we talked about towards the beginning, Marks, it was that addition that we're starting to see a little bit more of every time. Net, who has a very passive role, and you still see in the rounds when he's not getting kills, the way that he's supporting the rest of the squad, the way that he's strongholding on a couple of these sites as well, and being that impact in that more passive way. And I feel like it does match to what M80 has always been.
100%. I mean, on that defensive half, seeing the combination of utility coming in from Net and Nismo. And then they're just like, well, at that point, hey, let's just kind of give up the rest of the site because we've got more than enough info based on those utility pieces alone. It's such a fun combination for that Deadlock and Cypher to interact. And, well, they just leave Koala Noob easily able to disappear onto the other site. It was just looking very solid for their defense from M80.
And I hope that we get to see a little bit more of this M80 in the weeks to come. But it seems like we already have our post-match interview ready. So let's head into the post-match interview. I believe we have Xander. Okay, Xander, congratulations on this win. It's an M80 that goes a long way for what was this map, but you're able to close it out. And I want to address something that we've been talking about a little bit on desk and the community as well has been talking about, and is that you guys, for a couple of those weeks, you were honestly struggling. And you've been part of this team for such a long time, since last year. So tell me what the struggle was like and how you're starting to find the answer with the wins that you're getting now.
I mean, yeah, we were definitely struggling in comparison to last year. We're definitely losing a lot more. Matches we wouldn't probably lose last year, but that's all a part of the process. It's a new team, new players. I'm sure we kept like 3 of the same players and like the coaching staff, but also a new meta in a way, as well as a changing meta. I think overall we just had to like work on the things that we were like kind of bad at. I think we played in a certain way last year, which and we couldn't really do that this year, especially with like new players in the new meta. And I think we're just like working on fixing that and like working towards that. And I think it's all coming together. Obviously, we had like a roster change, and that's going to put you back a little bit. But I think overall, long term, it was going to be beneficial for us, and I think we're seeing that now.
Yeah, we're starting definitely to see those little changes, little adaptations that are turning into the wins that we see, for example, today. And I want to ask you about the ideas that we're seeing in challengers. We know challengers here, teams are very, very creative. Teams are running a lot of very unique things that you don't see anywhere else. You don't see in tier 1, you don't see in other tier 2s. So what is it like for you as a player and for the team itself to constantly have to adapt to every single team kind of running something else?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. There's definitely a lot of comp diversity, I guess you could say. I think in the tier 1 leagues like EMEA and like NA and even APAC, there's some like funky stuff, but I think challengers, like definitely people are trying to do new things and like I wouldn't say cheese the team that they're playing, but like we definitely see it with like certain teams like Turtle Troops bringing out like the Deadlock on Ascent, and it works very well. And we're even seeing like Fnatic now play it. I think they played it literally today. So yeah, it's definitely difficult to play against like different comps and all this stuff, but that's a part of the game. That's Valorant, so we gotta adapt and be better.
Is that also a little bit of the idea behind running the Zero and the Deadlock on Ascent?
Yeah, I mean, we actually, I'm gonna shout out like Gunter, our analyst. Before the season even started, we had like an idea, and it was his idea to play the Deadlock. We tried many different comps going into that map, but we never actually gave that one a try. And so we had this idea from a long time ago, and yeah, for sure, we got inspired a little bit by Turtle Troop, I guess you could say. We're big fans, but no, we had this idea a long time ago, and yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and we're seeing a couple of different things as well that you're adding on to it. I mean, even if it's the same Deadlock, is the way that M80 adapts to it. So I think that's great, and that is the reason why you find success towards the end of that last map. I have one more question for you. The next two matches, you have YFP and you have Moist Shopify. These are teams that have been looking better and better every week. So how do you feel about matching them, especially with the changes that you've talked about for M80 and the improvement that you've made?
It's gonna be interesting. For YFP, I'm interested in playing my old teammate Penny. Love him. I think it's gonna be a fun one. But as for Moist, I feel like it's a good reference to see our level in comparison to another top team in the league. Obviously, we played Oxygen, we played Turtle Troop a couple times, twice. So whenever you want to play, you play these teams. It's kind of a good measurement for where we're at and what we need to work on, and it's always a good it's always a good match to play.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be two very good matches, especially with the ways that you guys are looking better and better every single week. Xander, once again, congratulations on this win. This is everything that we have for the post-match interview. And now we get the chance to bring back the analysts to close out what today was, because it was a lot of, especially for the last one, a little bit of back and forth between the two fluffy aimers. It seems like they could have taken it in two, but M80, they come back and they look great, Wyatt. So this is the challenges that we always have, where you don't really know where teams are going to place, and every single match is really close.
Yeah, and again, shout out to Winthrop for coming in with the ISO neon, because that made the first game really silly, and I really wanted to see a team play with those agents. So that was fun. Especially, honestly, the ISO, Screwface was kind of cooking with the ISO. It was looking pretty nice. So I'm excited to see, more of that, see what teams can do with it.
Are
as
you, though?
Annoying as he is, as much as I hate playing against him in ranked. Listen, when I get to watch others' misery playing against ISO and not be a part of it myself, it's a lot more entertaining.
I mean, I like the ISO. Personally, I played it a couple times, but I'm the one looking ISO, so I feel like I'm having fun. I'm having fun. I'm part of the problem, maybe, but I'm having fun.
You are part of the problem.
Maybe, but it's really fun, and that's what really matters. But yeah, today it was a 2-0 for the first match. Winthrop, they tried the double duelist that we didn't know we were gonna see. They ended up playing it out. Didn't really work out for them, but in the second one, I feel like things went as expected for mostly everybody. And when it comes to those predictions, where M80 do take that win, Marks.
Yeah, I mean, once again, that first one was a little bit creative, but everyone was expecting Oxygen to have those protocols ready for that double duelist. And then Fluffy Aimers really hit the ground running in map number 1, but just kind of stumbled in their way in map number 2. And then we got to see that really strong defense that M80 had been cooking up, like Xander had been talking about in the interview, just really come to shine. And Fluffy Aimers really just had no response.
It's one of the things that you lose, you almost have it, you lose, and then you learn from it, hopefully from Fluffy Aimers, because they've shown a lot of growth, and I feel like I'm sure we're going to continue to see that growth. But we have a lot more matches this week. This is only day number 1 of week 4. We have day number 2 and day number 3, so let's see how those matches are going to look like. It's going to be Moy Shopify against Sad and Core against TSM tomorrow. Wyatt, I'm not going to ask you for a prediction, but I'm going to ask you for a prediction.
For tomorrow, I mean, Moy Shopify beat Sad and TSM beat Core.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's just
easy.
Surely, right? I think the most interesting game is going to be Turtle Troop versus Blinn, because Turtle Troop have been, obviously, they're undefeated, but it has not been easy for them. They've not been rolling over teams like Oxygen. They've been consistently winning, but I don't think they've been at their best that I've seen them all this year. And Blinn have some upset potential, so I think that could be probably the most fun game of the last 4 of the week.
I think it could be Core TSM. I feel like that match is going to be pretty close. And I'm not sure who's going to get away with that win, Marks, but I feel like we have a lot of great VALORANT coming up. We have a lot of matches that, even though you always favor one team, it's always either really close or somehow in the week we're going to see a crazy upset.
Yeah, I mean, also, too, hey, I'm ready to see more Deadlock. I know some of these other teams like running the Deadlock, and as proven today, Annihilation, fantastic ultimate. So these matches are still going to be fun because a lot of different ideas kind of